Nice to see you. Very nice to see you.
Check. Oh, there it is. Yeah, keep his lower.
Yeah.
Mine's wireless in case I want to run around, I guess.
They probably assumed that you were going to.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how you're going to do the backflip with a cabled mic.
All tethered?
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having us, guys.
Well, gentlemen, we had legitimately thousands of questions submitted to our website, 1057thepoint.com, all kinds of different questions, and so we've done our best to kind of whittle it down to what we believe were 10 of the best ones.
I hope mine made it.
I'm sorry now?
I have a few.
Josh was up all night submitting his own questions.
Yeah.
And there were some, truthfully, that we kind of left behind. No offense.
That's fair. I was tired.
So we will begin, if you guys are ready. Is that
Absolutely.
Right? All right.
Hey, I was going to ask, because I saw you did the jumpsuit video at Will Smith's house in Iceland.
Yes.
And you just came from the UK. Other than St. Louis, what's one of your best travel experiences?
Wow.
That's a great question.
That is a good one. You think we'd be better at this?
Yeah. Well, I will say everything kind of becomes a blur at some point because I mean we've been traveling a lot. Not to take it for granted, but it is kind of sometimes it's just like, whoa, where even are we today? So it is when something stands out, then it's it's a pretty cool place.
I've got one.
Yeah.
I don't do enough. I do worry sometimes that when this is over, when I'm done traveling around and, my kids ask me, like, where have you gone? Will I have enough information about, like, what each place is like? And so I'm trying to challenge myself to get out and see things and actually enjoy the different cultures and cities that I'm in. One of the things that I'll never forget, though, is we went to New Zealand and we visited Hobbiton, where they shot The Hobbit. And so, I mean, that was a moment for me because it's one of my favorite series of movies. To see that in person, it was a moment. I was like, I'm glad I got out of the tour bus for this one. So,
what has been your biggest challenge as a band? Have you been able to overcome that challenge? If so, how?
That's a great question.
Biggest challenge as a band.
So far, mine's been learning how to play the drums,
Yeah.
and I haven't quite overcome it, but
Working on it.
I'm still practicing.
I would say a practical challenge is just trying to get people's attention when you start. How many people want to do music, for a living or even just a hobby? And that was something that Josh and I spoke a lot about, is how do we get people's attention? And we did that all kinds of different ways, some crazier than others. It started out, some of the things stuck around, like the skeleton outfits that we would wear when we would play. We had a show that night in some city that we knew hardly anyone was going to be at the show. We went to a local Halloween store and bought 2 skeletons, and we're like, maybe they'll like remember us if they like, remember those 2 skeletons that we're playing on stage.
I actually switched over to the skeleton later because
right.
I realized that he made the better choice at the Halloween store because I bought a gorilla costume, and it was impossible to breathe. And so then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go back and get that one because it's way better.
That's right. You had to transition to the skeleton.
Yeah.
So that's one challenge. It's another challenge would be eating healthy on the road, because so our schedule. I'd be lying to you if I were to tell you that we've been up for hours, because we haven't.
A couple hours.
Maybe. A few, maybe. But that means, like, when the show is over, that's, like, dinner time. For most people, that's when you go to bed. And what's available and open around that time is just really terrible stuff for you to eat. So that's been a challenge. And now that we have made it to, bigger venues, we can have catering that's giving us, like, healthier stuff, and we're not feeling like garbage every night. So, but there was a few years there where it was not looking good.
Yeah, and also, yeah, we're forced to Taco Bell or whatever, and then, well, which is great.
Yeah,
we
don't knock
still,
it.
we still eat it.
Don't knock
we
it.
love it. But also, I think during that time, especially, it was just like, all right, we can afford for everyone in the van to get 2 items.
Yeah.
So that was our like compromise. It was healthier that way.
Yeah.
So you're both self-taught musicians, and I'm curious as to which instrument you picked up first, what song you first learned, and what age you were.
Great question. I started playing the trumpet. That was the first one that, for some reason, I have no idea why, like, was really drawn to it. And I bought one, and then I played it in middle school. I think it was 6th grade. And the first song I learned, probably, I don't even remember. Mary Had a Little Lamb, probably. One of those, like,
Fire.
Yeah, like,
It's a fire song.
and then I was like, this needs a sick beat.
Yeah.
So then I tried to play both at once,
Didn't work.
and it didn't work, and I
Yeah.
just stuck with the drums.
For me, my first instrument was the piano. It's actually a keyboard, so it's a tiny little thing. In fact, I was over at my parents' house a few days ago before tour started, and our family, extended family is getting larger. I have a couple of new nieces now. So my brother has a little baby girl, and my sister with her husband have a little baby girl as well. And they're sitting on the living room floor, and kind of the last family get together before we head out for a while. And to entertain the 2 little babies, my mom pulls out this keyboard, and no one realized that I was having a moment because I hadn't seen that keyboard in so long. Because to her, it was just casually, oh, here, pull this out. They're playing with it. Actually, Mia vomited all over it and didn't think much of it. But I'm looking at this thing, and I'm seeing the buttons on there to start the different songs and the visuals, and everything is coming back to me. Like, this is it. This is and I leaned over to my wife. I was like, that's the keyboard that I first started. Like, when I hit play, it played it for me, and I wanted to do it myself. And this is the thing I stared at for hours and hours and hours. And so it was this tiny little keyboard. My parents still have it, I guess. And the first song that I learned to play is the Pocket Bell Canon, which is kind of like the wedding song, but it's doom, 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 doom. And it's just, I don't know what it was about the chord progression. I loved it so much. And so, yeah, I think my story was better than yours. Sorry.
So I'm in grad school to get my master's degree in graphic design. So a lot of times I get like really burnt out in like the creative process. Like I can't like create anything new. So I was wondering if you ever get stuck in that rut and like what you do to like pull yourself out of it.
Man. I feel like I'm talking a lot. Am I talking too much? No. Okay, thanks. Actually, if you were to take our new record, it's called Trench. If you look at the 14 songs, you laughing? Because, like, of course you know that, I guess. I don't know. There's actually a few moments on the record that you can, at least for me, I know that was a moment where I hit a wall. I didn't know, like, nothing was sticking. I felt like everything I was doing didn't feel right, didn't feel new, didn't feel inspired. And one of the things that I did was I completely changed the type of song, the style of song, the way that the lyrics were hitting. I tried to turn everything on its head and approach it in a completely different way. And the moments of the record is a song called Neon Gravestones, which is kind of right in the middle of the record. The song is in a time signature. It's called 3/4, which is different than 4/4, which is most of the songs that you hear is in 4/4. And then also the lyrics being very black and white and saying exactly what I wanted to say rather than trying to come up with some metaphors for it, which is usually what I do. So to use as an exercise, like, let me just focus on something completely different than what it is that I have been trying to accomplish. Get it out of my system. And a lot of times those things you throw away afterwards because it just helps you get it out of your system and then you're able to continue. And then the other song that happened in the record was Pet Cheetah, where completely different feel, different song entirely, but it was also, the point was it was so different from everything else that I was trying to do, that it helped shock the system. And so when you hit that creative wall, look around at your surrounding, like, where am I trying to create? What room am I in? You know, what are some of my habits? I always start with this, and then I try to build off that. Try to change the foundational starting points that you don't even realize that you're doing as a habit, and then you start to see things in a different light, and that can really help in any creative path.
Which song of your songs is the hardest, most emotional song to perform because of the meaning story behind it?
Well, there's a song on the new record. It's called Trench. You just check it out or stream it or something. There's a song called Legend that I've never actually played live before. And it's about my grandfather, who passed away this year. And he was very important to me. And I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be like to perform that. It'll probably be pretty tough, actually. So that's the first one that comes to mind when asked that question. There are a few songs that stand out as like, wow, there's so much going through your brain. You know, if you were to ask Josh and I all of the technical things that we're trying to accomplish while performing, it's one, we're trying to put on a show. Two, make sure we execute the part correctly. Remember the words. Don't fall into that hole. Just stuff like that as you perform that you have to be thinking about. A lot of times what you're saying, it's hard for your brain to really wrap around, you know, being convicted by that song again because of all the other stuff. But there are a few songs that will always kind of, for me, Holding On To You is one of those where I think part of it is that we've been playing it for so long that I don't have to think about all that stuff as much, and I can let those lyrics be fresh for me again. Neon Gravestones we've been playing. We've only played a couple times now, and it's, even though it's new, there's a lot of like, I gotta remember the chords and all that stuff. I'm still able to like get there, which is really nice. So those are a couple songs for me that do that. Any for you?
No.
Copy.
Well, we were talking the other day. The one that came to mind, Tyler was like, have we played any shows together where we haven't played Holding On To You? And we were kind of thinking back, and I don't think there's been one show that we've played where we haven't played that song. And kind of going back to a question before, I do think about some of those moments in the past where we're trying to get people to pay attention, and in a way, it's like a little emotional just because of that, like the history of us traveling around in like rooms smaller than this with less people than this to watch us perform, and you know, now we get to go play it tonight for more people, and it does, yeah, I think, and also kind of what you said, you can kind of shut off your brain a little bit because it's kind of like just like autopilot. You can reflect on that a little bit more, and it is cool and special.
Do you ever find it restricting to be a two-man band when playing live shows? And have you ever thought of adding additional members for live tours to play other instruments, sort of like a Nine Inch Nails approach?
Yeah, there's something very easy logistically about it being a two-person band, still today, but also even more so when you first start out. When someone's late to band practice, it's only like one other guy. So you only have to have one conversation. I've always talked about some of the negatives are, you know, like a lot of bands huddle before a show to fire up. It's really just a animated hug for us, I guess, since it's just two of us. And then a few other things. There is something about, we never want to be too comfortable on stage. We never want to feel like, oh, I've been here before and this is very easy. And there's something about adding members and something about that feels like it'd be solving a problem, and having kind of that struggle every night to like, I wonder if this is enough. Like, I know it's just two of us. We got to like try harder. Kind of helps to motivate. All that being said, I think that there's something really special about when, you know, a group of people are on the same page musically, and it's something that obviously we get a bit out of just playing with each other, but the more you add, it can be quite magical as well. So I would never rule it out entirely, but for right now, we like the challenge.
If you were to only be able to release one of your albums, which one would it be and why?
Just throw it out the window. You're released. Oh.
You're released. Go find your home. Sorry we kept you caged in this house for so long.
The rest of you have to stay.
You have to stay here.
I'm not sure whether to interject or not, just so we're clear here.
I love that you're unsure of that, by the way. It's right where we like to be. No, I guess it would have to be this new record called Trench. That no,
Has it been called this whole time?
What?
It's called Trench?
Yeah.
Okay. It's good to know.
Yeah, I think it's we never wanted to turn our back on like old records. Obviously, those are very important to us. Things that still mean a lot to us today. But obviously, the latest thing that you've released is the most important to you at that moment because it kind of is a snapshot of who you are. And so we would probably say this newest one would be the one we would release. And also, it's got a bird on the cover, so it makes sense with the whole release metaphor.
It's very true.
Hi. I'm easy. It's going to be, what would you say is your weirdest fear?
Weirdest fear? What's your weirdest fear?
My biggest fear is talking in front of people. For real. It's weird. I don't like it at all, but...
You know what's weird about it? We've talked about it, though. Like, if you were to just start removing one person at a time, at some point you'd be like, this is fine.
It's like a conversation at that point rather than like a presentation.
And maybe the microphone's not helping.
It doesn't help. I think I've gotten used to it, but I've never, ever liked it in high school. I had to figure out like how to like write a paper or something instead of give a speech because I was crippling. And also snakes.
For me, I don't know if I have a weird fear other than, I guess I'm not very like, it's hard for me to try new foods. But see, it's not like a fear as much as it's like I'm hungry and I want to take advantage of this moment with something I know is going to hit the spot. Right. Like, I'm not really into the whole, like, Magellan exploration side of the culinary thing that my wife loves to, like, I've never seen that before. Looks and smells terrible. Let's try it. Not into that, sorry.
When you write your songs, do you create the music and find the words after, or do you write the words and the melody follows?
That's a terrible question. I'm kidding. What if I didn't say I'm kidding after that? That would have been really weird.
Just leave it
Super
there.
awkward. No, that is a good question. It does. I mean, the easy, kind of shorter answer to that is that it changes all the time. I think that when you'll notice in some of our songs, there's a section people would call rapping, and that's a moment where I've decided to write lyrics first, more times than not. And it's because when you work on a poem, I've always said that when you crack open the CD booklet of your favorite song, the thing you're most surprised about is how few words there are actually. Even though the song's like 5 minutes, you're like, wait, that's it? It's just that? But you forget about how long you hold out a word when you're singing it, and so it just kind of lasts longer. So when I tried to be more intentional about lyrics and wanted to write lyrics first, I'd work on this poem and try to construct it and bookend it and make it feel real nice. And then when I would try to put it to song, I realized it's just way too much. And so I didn't want to ruin kind of what I worked on and just started saying it on time. And then that's kind of how the rapping started. So it's either, but I would say most of the time it's music first, but then there are a few times where it's lyric first, and more times than not, that's when you hear the rapping side of things.
All right, so the slow unfolding of Trench has opened up a new type of story building for 21 Pilots, and its release has inspired a lot of fan interpretations of this new world. And I was just going to ask, are there any key elements that you hope that fans take away from Trench when it comes to their own personal interpretations?
That's not that great of a question.
You are way better than with a microphone than me, though.
Yeah,
so.
that you killed that. Do you know how to play the drums? Oh, piano? Okay.
2 piano players?
No, I think I'd just be out.
Well, he's good at playing the drums on the keyboard.
That's
if
right.
you got like one of
Do
those
that.
drum things.
Yeah. You're out still then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, the story, the narrative on this new record is something you could say I spent just as much time on as the music itself. There's something odd about like speaking about it into the air because it's almost kind of meant to be hidden. It's meant to be discovered. And there was an aspect of people discovering us that started to get lost as things got bigger. And I wanted the story to be something that could be discovered again. I think in broad strokes, the narrative is really about being in between two places. Feeling like you should leave one place, but you're not really sure where you're supposed to be going, where you're headed, but you know you're headed in that right direction. And I think that's a concept that a lot of people could find their own story inside of. I think we're all kind of in between those two places right now. We know where we're not supposed to be anymore, but we're not quite sure exactly what that end result is. And I think it's also important to know that at the end of the record, the song Leave the City doesn't necessarily define, and then I found the place, and here's what it's called, and here's what it's like. And that's intentional because I haven't yet. And so we can still be encouraged by that, even though I don't, have that answer for you. And so that's something that I hope people get out of the record.
Well, there we are. Our 21 Pilots press conference has come to an end. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sweet.
All right. Guys, welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't even have to hold the microphone?
No, you got a little stand.
I'm going to hold it anyway.
Dude, that's cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you want to get this thing started? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let the press conference begin. Okay, Jenny Shackleton, you're up first.
Don't mess up.
My name's Jenny.
I think it is.
Tyler, in Neon Gravestones, you go on passionate rant about glorification of suicide and depression in the media. Okay.
You got it.
Was there any death or like moment in pop culture that like ignited the fire and made you write this song?
Wow, what a great song, question to start.
Good opening.
Really bring this down. No, that is a really good question. I think that part of what I was also trying to get to there was I wanted to make sure that I was saying it in the right way. I was being perceived correctly. And in order to navigate kind of some rough water there, topically, I had to make sure that I put enough weight on the fact that I wasn't trying to be disrespectful in any way. And I feel like if I were to dive into that question, it might be flirting with that. So I'd like to pass on that. But that is a good question.
Hi. So looking back on the days before you guys were like huge, 21 Pilots.
Like muscles?
Yeah, that too.
Jacked.
Just jacked. Ripped.
Were there any like roadblocks that almost stopped you, and what would you say to somebody who might be facing something like that now?
Keep working out, man.
protein.
Do you have any roadblocks, Josh?
It sometimes can be discouraging, I think, or it can be, you know, if you're working towards something and you don't necessarily feel like there's a light ahead. I mean, there's been so many shows that we would show up and wonder if anyone was going to be there, and we would both carry down a piano down flights of stairs in the middle of the winter, and then, you know, hardly anybody would be there. But I think that we've really believed in this since the beginning, and I think that having kind of like each other to kind of, you know, encourage one another, and then friends around us that were very supportive and encouraging, kept us going. And I don't think there were really any moments where we at all were like, let's not do this anymore, because it's too fun.
There is one moment that when you mentioned that, I thought of, so I was working in a restaurant, trying to make rent, also working on music, also trying to go to school. And I got pulled over for speeding and got slapped with a ticket. I forget how much it was, but it was enough for me to feel like all that work that I put in at my job is gone. Like, I'm throwing it all away for something stupid that I shouldn't have done. And I don't know, that was like a really low moment where I could feel the hours that I had spent working, you know, got the check. Okay, that many hours equals that much money. And then having to pay a ticket for speeding was like, that's how many hours of my life that don't matter anymore. And so that was a moment for me. It was a really low point. Like, what am I doing? You know, what am I working for? And I don't know what I did. I just kind of kept going, I guess.
Thank you. Awesome question. All right, number 3, Courtney Rogers. Step up to the mic.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
My question is, what was the significance of the 21 Pilots symbol going from the single lines to the double lines?
Just cooler. Can you imagine all this stuff that we like do, and that's all?
It's just cooler.
It's just cooler, man.
Yeah.
No, we wanted to. I think the song "Jumpsuit" is pretty important to me. It's one of the first songs I wrote for the record. It's obviously the first song that, you know, on the record. And the lyric "Cover Me" was something that really stuck with me, meant a lot to me, and adding that extra layer of, I don't know, protection or insulation to the logo made sense with kind of this new batch of songs.
Awesome. Nicole Ramsbacker, number 4. Take it away.
Hi, guys. Do you ever face creative differences when working together? And if so, what's been the biggest obstacle in remaining friends while expressing those differences?
I can't think. I mean,
no.
We're not friends. Well, I think it's important if you're going to do something creative or artistically with somebody to be on the same page before you even start. So I think when Tyler and I met, there was something that I think that I don't know, I just kind of was on the same page. I wanted to do something that he was kind of already doing creatively, and kind of just, I think that we've just agreed on almost everything.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to just kind of be on the same page a lot. Other than like very small things, which we enjoy to talk about. Like, I think you're over this now, but there was a point where he didn't like Russell Crowe for zero reason. And I just never understood the zero reason part. I mean, like, if you don't like an actor, that's fine. But there should be a reason.
That's why I'm over it. And I like him.
I like him. Big fan.
Huge fan. For zero reason, though.
For zero reason.
Hi. So your lyrics are emotional and meaningful, and the music surrounding those lyrics always fits so well to give each song such strength. So how do you know when a song is finished?
Oh, wow. I guess that there's when I start writing a song, there's kind of a structure in mind. Like I wanna introduce this idea in the first verse, wrestle with the idea in the second verse, and kind of resolve it by whether it's the third verse or the bridge or the and then the chorus kind of brings you along to each part. But each time you get to the chorus, hopefully you kind of see what I'm talking about in a slightly different angle or new light, even though I'm saying the same words. So that's a strategy in songwriting I love doing, which is, like I said, introducing an idea in the first verse, then putting that stamp on it in the chorus, but the type of stamp that can change after you've heard then the second verse, even though, like I said, it's the same. So sometimes when I set out to write a song, that's kind of already planned out. Like I've mapped out where I want to take it by the first verse. Like I know how I want to answer this question that I've asked. And other times I don't know. I don't know how to end it. And and those are songs that just won't be released because I can't figure it out. So.
Wait. Hi. Would you want the story of Trench translated into other media, such as graphic novels, film, books, or theater?
Only if Josh can play the lead role, I guess.
In a book?
Yeah. You want to write it? Illustrate it.
Oh yeah, I'll illustrate.
You draw all the things.
Yeah. You can write it, and then I'll illustrate through Paint.
Yeah.
MS Paint.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean it'd be cool, but we don't really know much about that stuff, so we like to stay where we are.
Sorry, I can't really see. So
Okay.
welcome back to Philly.
Thanks.
What made you guys decide to perform Taxi Cab at this new tour?
Good question. Set lists are always difficult to put together, but also another kind of thing that we're really excited about. There's, how do you start the show? How do you transition from one thing to the next? There's a lot about a set list that people wouldn't quite get or understand, which is the point, because if you're not thinking about the transition, then we're doing our job right. But if you go, ooh, that was a weird transition, then it kind of, sticks its head out. Like where a mic stand is at a particular point, when you ask the audience to do this, should you still ask them to do it? Like there's a kind of this whole strategy that we've put together just from playing small shows all the way to here that's surprisingly the same type of philosophy, which is if you lean on the audience, if you go, hey, here's your moment, like if this fails like partially, it's your fault, like that they feel that pressure and they want to step up. So inside of a set, there's a definite like highs and lows, and you can't have constant highs. And obviously, once you get into that dip that happens at every show, which I'm sure you guys have seen a bunch of shows, how do you get out of it? But also, how do you make that dip mean something? That kind of drop in energy. It should still feel like it means something. And so the song Taxi Cab kind of served as that purpose to kind of like slow everything down, go down into that kind of lesser energy moment of the set, but still means something because that song, I wrote that a long time ago, and it's always been one of my favorites. And so, yeah.
Hi, I'm Sean Wickward from Millville, New Jersey. You have always had a distinct sound, and recently I've noticed a couple other bands that seem to sound very similar. Do you find it flattering that other bands are beginning to imitate you, or does it annoy you that they're trying to be like you?
Oh. I didn't know that. Is that happening? What does that even sound like?
That's a good question. I think somebody like pointed it out to us that like one or two artists or whoever kind of sounded similar, and I didn't really notice when I heard it, but I guess it's flattering.
Yeah, it's hard for us to tell. Like, I don't think we would be like, oh, you guys are okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something about the fact that we're so close in proximity to what it is that we're doing that everything else feels foreign. It doesn't like, oh, that looks familiar. And maybe you guys are more in a position to see that than even we are. But at the same time, it's like, what are they copying? The freedom to write whatever type of song they want. I mean, that's great. So I'm all in.
Yeah.
Awesome. Matthew, Biggenwald?
Hey guys, I'm from Northeast Philly. So my question is, from kitchen sink to the color yellow and cello felina, how do you go to create a meaning behind something that most people would overlook?
I think that I really like taking something that doesn't necessarily have meaning and trying to fill it with meaning. Not just for everyone else, but for myself as well. There's something about when you give it meaning, it sticks with you. If someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, here's this word. Here's what it means. Make it your thing." It's kind of I don't know, a little uninspiring and maybe doesn't last as long. But when you discover, a certain band, a certain song, a certain lyric, I know for me, I discovered a lot of meaning inside of other people's music and other bands. And the idea to be that to anyone else seemed like the ultimate honor. And so we're always looking to try to offer that. And the things you mentioned is like, man, the other thing, it's scary because you don't know if people are just be like, that's dumb. So there's that. Obviously, you guys don't think it's dumb, so that's really cool.
There's something cool about bonding over meaning as well. And I mean, a lot of you guys are wearing yellow in here, and I think that there's been times with like maybe a couple other artists that I've like felt that kind of bond with other people over the meaning of, like Tyler said, of some other song, or but everybody can have their own meaning within that, but bonding over it is a cool thing. So I guess I just said the same thing as you.
You said it's slightly lower than me, though.
Lower pitched or
Yeah.
lower volume?
Well, pitched.
Oh, yeah.
Which I've always been envious of.
Hi, how you doing? Thanks for giving us your time. We all appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
My question is, do you do anything in particular to keep yourselves grounded?
If we search 21 Pilots on Twitter, that's where all the haters are. And it really brings you back a couple notches.
It's true. It's true. They're always there. Yeah, no, I also think that Josh and I are both really close with our families. I'm closer to my family, and Josh is closer to his family. Well, I'm not close to his family. He's not as close to my family. You know what I mean? Like, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I mean,
our respective families is who we're close with.
He's had way more time with his family than I've had with his family.
But we're getting there.
Yeah,
We're closing the gap.
Yeah.
Anyway, hanging with your family, that can, naturally can keep you grounded no matter what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, for sure.
And no matter how successful what you're doing becomes, you're always that kid that when he first learned how to ride a bike, he rode into a pine tree.
Yeah.
So, when I walk in the door, that's what my brother or my parents see. It's a kid who ran into the pine tree. So that naturally helps with the grounded part.
And I still drive Uber.
Like you drive for Uber?
For Uber. Like I'll pick people up and...
That's an honor, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, what a great note to end it on.
Look at me, everybody's cool, nothing crazy's happening. All Go for it. I know, they're flipping out. They're used to it. It's 21 Pilots, but I think you guys knew that, right? This is the sharp audience.
What's up, guys? Thanks for waiting.
Are you guys freaking out right now? Okay, remember we practiced this. Deep breaths, we're gonna be cool. Thank you guys so much for coming out and talking to our listeners. I'm Ashley, Post Morning Show. Thank you guys so much for coming out again.
Yeah.
We've got some wonderful prepared questions from our very excited listeners, and I hope you guys are cool with taking a few of them.
Absolutely, of course.
So we're gonna start with Gabby. Don't mess this up.
All right,
Okay, ready? This is how it's done.
I just want to say shout out to Barbara because this was her question. Hey guys, it's Gabby. And I was listening to Trench and I was getting a lot of vibes from the album of different bands. So I was wondering what music you were listening to when making the new record.
I would. None, actually. Yeah, no, it was a year of just making music and then sleeping. So there wasn't a lot of listening to other music, but I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is that inspires you or influences you. So I'm not denying any sort of influence from the world around me, or even I don't know what it would be. It's hard to identify it, but I can't think of anything specifically during that time.
Your answer's nothing.
Thanks, Barbara.
Oh, can I get Layla? Yeah, Layla? I said it right? Sweet. Come on up here, girl.
What inspired you two with choosing animals for Trench, and why is the pet cheetah named Jason Statham?
I've always liked animals. When I was little, there was a show. There's a guy named Marty Stauffer. Does anyone know who that is? Marty Stauffer. It's a big no, huh?
I don't know. What was the show?
Well, he was like the first crocodile hunter guy.
Oh, really?
He was the first guy to ever have a show that was, hey, I'm gonna go in the wilderness and look for animals.
So Steve Irwin's like.
Yeah, but he was like way before Steve Irwin. Anyway, apparently my family was a fan of him, and we had his videos. So I loved animals. I thought that was like gonna be it. That was my calling. I was gonna go out in the wilderness, and I was gonna figure out how to survive and become friends with animals. Didn't quite turn out, but I did get to write music, and so kind of taking a metaphor and giving it meaning is also something that I've always loved doing. And so I combine those two loves, and I get to make animals mean something, I guess. And so, why is his name Jason Statham? It's just, I don't know, it's just meant to be.
All right, Michelle, where you at? All right.
Hi. How did you two come up with the handshake, and how long did it take?
It was, I feel like it was like a couple months after we started playing music together. We were in a hotel in Nashville. We were sharing a room with our business manager. And I don't know if we were playing a show in Nashville or what we were doing, but it was probably like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and we were just pretty bored. And so we were like, we should have a handshake. And we worked on it for, actually, I don't even know.
I mean, at least like a couple hours.
Yeah, I think like 2 hours or something. And by that time, our business manager was fast asleep, and we woke him up to show him. And
Brad!
Yeah.
Brad, get up!
Wake up.
What? You gotta see this. It's amazing.
And I think we still have the video of the first time.
Oh yeah, we do.
We ever got it. And in our underwear.
Were we?
I think so.
We probably were.
But so yeah, it was probably like 2011 or 2012, and it took a couple hours to answer your question.
Have you guys released that footage?
No.
It's for later on. Saving that one.
Yeah.
Jonathan. All right.
So I was planning on visiting the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, and I was wondering, Columbus is like 2 hours away. What's some cool stuff to do around there in Columbus in the area?
Good question.
Cool. I mean, Columbus is really cool. And especially every time we go back, there's something new and something cool to check out, or like a new restaurant or whatever, a new mall or something. But there's tons of good food. The Short North area is great for food and just kind of like, stuff to do, hang out. And I realized too, if you're from somewhere, it kind of has to do with like the people that you're around and that you grow up with and spend a lot of time with. So our families are there, and friends that we grew up with, that we went to school with, that we hang out with all the time. So we say that Columbus is cool at the time, and it is. But I also realize that we go home and then we just like go to our houses and hang with our siblings or whatever. So you can hang with our siblings. It's fun to do.
Oh, watch out.
Yeah.
You didn't mean it. Bonnie?
What song did you two have the most difficulty writing perfectly?
I think the song that the idea for it, I think it was probably the first idea for the record. And then it so happened to be the last song to finish up. So it kind of existed throughout the entire writing process of Trench. This is a song called Bandito, which is also what we named the tour. I feel like it represented that period of writing the record. So that chorus, I had that chorus for a while, and I didn't know what to do with it. I couldn't figure out which direction to take it. And all the while I was writing all these other songs, and I would always come back to Bandito, and I would always get stumped. And then I would go something else, and then come back to it and work on it bit by bit. So that song, Bandito, I guess, in a sense was the most difficult to write, just because it took the longest. But I'm really proud of it because it represents the entire gap of time of writing a record. So, yeah, that one.
Nice. Stephanie?
So you guys have a lot of songs in this album, Trench. You have 14 songs. Are there any songs that didn't make it onto this album that would go on to the next? And with that being said, there have been rumors, I guess, in like the Skeleton Clique and the Fathom, that people that like actually like decode like your lyrics and stuff like that. They've been saying that the last song indicates something of like this might be your last album because of the lyrics, Leaving the City, I think it is. So is there any truth to that?
You want to know if this is our last album?
No, not this one, but I guess like the next one.
The next
like,
one's the last one?
Are you guys kind of like
Finishing?
not finished or anything like that, but like, do you have the
Tired of each other?
Like, you guys can have really good chemistry. It was
No, I
like-
get your question.
Right.
No, it's a good question. The first part was, what was the first part?
Oh, the songs on the album, are there any of them that didn't
Oh,
make
it didn't
it?
make
onto
it, that's
yeah.
right. Surprisingly, I watched a lot of, behind the scenes of the makings of albums, and a lot of artists, they have this like whiteboard of like 50 songs, and like, which ones are gonna make it? And it's always blown my mind, and I've always felt like, man, that's how you write a record. You write a ton of songs, and then you narrow it down, and you pick the best ones, and that's the album. And it's never worked that way for us. I think it's because I'm so critical of the song. By the time you get to the second verse, that it will be thrown out by the time I'll just know. And so at the end of the process, the songs that remain are the only songs on the record. So there are a few ideas that didn't quite get like fully fleshed out. There are some things that I still think have a lot of potential that I didn't dive into. finish, but there are no completed songs that didn't make it because of how the creative process works. By the time I get to the finishing of a song, I've already known that this is the right song, which I guess is helpful. We don't waste a lot of time. And then is the next record the last record? No, we don't have any. There's no plan. That just sounds dramatic though. It sounds exciting if I were to say that that's true. That'd be exciting. Yeah.
I'd say maybe.
Maybe.
But you never know.
You never know.
Will you retweet it if she tweets it out?
Will we retweet
You need
it?
the retweet. You need the conspiracy retweet, like for one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's some kind of valid, like maybe, not maybe. GIF. Chanel.
Josh Ted.
Hey, why'd you say his name first? He's cuter.
So I know that you guys don't really collaborate with a whole lot of artists. There was Luna, but I was wondering if you guys ever have plans in the future to collaborate with more artists. I was also thinking specifically Paramore, thinking of Josh, Haley, with them, or if there's any artists that you want to collaborate with, either like songs or tours, if you guys ever thought about that.
We both get jealous really easily. So if he's singing with somebody, then I get, or if we were like to collaborate with another drummer, then I would get really jealous. And if we were to collaborate with another singer, then I would get really jealous.
Yeah.
He would get jealous. I mean,
We're just a big ball of jealousy.
yeah. So probably not.
I don't know what it is, something about this band that it doesn't really. There's something about it that if you were to let someone else in on a collaborative level, that it would kind of all of a sudden make it real to the world or something. And I feel like a layer of protection for the songs written for this band is important. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I've always felt that once you let someone else in, then it kind of never is the same. And so we've always been super protective of that. And we never really felt like we needed any sort of validation by featuring other artists or other famous people on it because, even if a major part of the world has never heard of us before, I mean, looking at you guys, it's like, this is all we really need, So like, we're not looking to try to tap into other, fan bases or other markets. We're happy, so we don't really need to do that.
We've talked about it before, though. We've discussed like who would be cool and who would work, but then at the same time, I think that we've kind of also landed on that it would have to be kind of just an organic situation. And a lot of times when we see artists collaborating, it sometimes doesn't feel very organic. It's kind of like managers reaching out to managers and trying to get somebody on a track to make it do well on radio or something. I know that's probably not always the case, but I think that we would want it to be like something that just fits naturally, and I don't know if we've really had that exact situation quite yet.
It's funny, that's like twice then that you guys have talked about isolating yourself from outside noise in order to like be in your own sound. As you were making this album, you talked about not listening to any other music. That's interesting.
It's so easy. Once you get, something we've learned is once you get to this spot, it's so easy to open yourself up to all the people who want to be a part of it, but we've always been extra critical of their motives. Like, wait, why do you want to be a part of this now? Like, I know you didn't want to before. The only people we can trust is our fans. Everyone else, you always want, not that everyone has a hidden motive, but you never know. You can't really tell. And I think that, like you said, isolation is important to making sure, because creativity is such a sensitive thing. It can be influenced in ways that you don't even realize. One of the examples I use is on our last record, if my mom's friend came up to me and said, "I love your record, I can just press play on the first song and work out to the whole thing." That sounds like a very positive, like, "Oh, thank you." But you'd be surprised, something as simple as a comment like that, when you're writing for a new record, writing new songs, all of a sudden you're just like, wait, will Cindy be able to work out to this? So it's something as simple as that can affect your creative process. Just think about if you were to invite a bunch of different opinions, a bunch of different voices, a lot of outside sources, all of a sudden it's not even you anymore. So yeah, that's something we've always wanted to protect.
All right, good question. Zachary.
What are both of your influences that got you into music?
Well, it's going to be similar to the previous answers, probably. I don't think there's a long list, but I think we both kind of found music sort of on our own. I think for me, I remember it first started, my grandpa would take me to the jazz orchestra downtown in Columbus, and I fell in love with the trumpet. That was the first thing that I kind of was drawn to, and then just kind of switched over to drums. But with drums, it was kind of like, once I figured out how to get all of my limbs to do something different, it became addicting, and it was just like, oh, how else can I improve from here? And it just was fascinating. I think it was a similar situation with Tyler kind of finding a keyboard and working out chords and figuring everything out on his own. But yeah, we taught ourselves, and obviously, like Tyler said earlier, things around us can affect what that looks like, even if it's like sitting in a movie and hearing the soundtrack, or hearing music in Taco Bell. It's just like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool soundtrack to my cheesy gordita crunch.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if there's like one thing in particular or one artist.
Yeah, and neither Josh or I came from particularly musical families, so we were kind of the first in our family that said, "Hey, I want to try music." And, the question is, well, what does that mean? And honestly, at that time, we said, I don't know what that means. I just like this so much. And I just thought of something that I've completely forgotten ever since we've ever gotten that question. There was a moment where, when my parents would take me to the church that we were going to, we had to get there. I was really little. I remember I was really little. We had to get there early because I liked this particular seat in the church congregation because it was the perfect angle that I could see the percussionist. It just hit me. So I was really little. My dad knew that I have to get to the seat so I can watch the percussionist. And so it's not the guy on the drums, no offense, but it's the guy who's doing like the extra stuff. Like he's got like the
auxiliary.
Auxiliary. Yes, he's got the thing, the chimes,
bongo,
and like all this stuff. And you grab this thing and do this, and I was just I couldn't get enough of it. And I must have been like 7 or 8, 6 or 7 or something like that. Maybe that was it. Anyway, we're trying to figure out the answer to that question. We still haven't been able to, but every time we're asked, something else kind of like, oh yeah. So.
Lucia, I said it wrong. Lucia. Practicing.
Right, so I'm Lucia. My question is, well, I saw you guys a couple years ago when we were here, and my favorite song live is Trees. What is each of your favorite songs to perform live?
Can I get before we answer that question, what is your opinion of where we are right now?
Like,
what is this called?
Question.
Yeah, what is this, where are we right now?
I mean,
So, hold on, we got the jersey.
This is a fan-based
Hold on,
question. Well,
back here.
he works with me.
No,
That's
I want to know what he,
That's
listen,
asking me the
It's not a fan. It's not.
I'm going to be the one on stage yelling out this place, so I need
He's
to
asking where are we?
Oh my God, if he messes this up, he's never
Where are
going to make it.
We do the morning show together for our station.
Okay.
We're in Sunrise, so this is like West Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, so I just talked to the promoter.
Okay.
And she said, don't say Sunrise.
Say Fort Lauderdale.
So you just said Sunrise.
But I'm telling you, I answered your question.
Right. Okay.
South
Man,
Florida.
this is
I would
confusing,
say
guys.
South Florida.
So it's the greater Fort Lauderdale area. So like
I don't have that much time. Hello, everyone.
What's up, greater Fort Lauderdale?
Did Tyler shut down Spanish?
South Florida.
You gotta say Fort Lauderdale.
South
Like,
Florida.
Florida.
So
South
if I say
Florida.
Fort Lauderdale, you guys wouldn't be mad, right? And if I said South Florida, you would be like, oh, that's so broad. He doesn't know where he is.
No, South Florida.
Just don't say Miami.
Don't say
Yeah,
Miami.
as long as you don't say Miami, you're good.
Right?
Yeah, no, not Miami.
When you do the AAA show that you guys have coming up, Miami, South Florida covers that, and here in this area, South Florida, Fort Lauderdale covers us. So really, just teach yourself South Florida, and you win all the time.
South Florida? That feels so
It's lame.
broad.
You're right.
That's nice. South Florida. I mean,
Copy that, guys.
you could say South Ohio, and that's so many things.
Right, that's right.
What was the question?
What's your favorite
That was
song?
you. That was you.
Listen, when I was younger, and pertaining to what Tyler is saying, when I was younger and would see bands get kind of confused about where they were, I would just be like, what the heck, it's not that hard. But when you are in a different place literally every day, it does become difficult.
Well, it's not just that it's hard to know exactly where you are, but there's also there's what's on the map, but then there's culturally what you guys know yourselves as that we don't necessarily know because we're not from here, so.
It's honestly one of the most thoughtful questions
Oh.
a band has ever asked its audience, especially here. Guys, we're gonna do a meet.
Oh, wait. We didn't
get to his question.
I'm so sorry, Jesus.
We just got
Trees.
Cool. All right, meet and greet. Let's go.
That's the real answer. Trees, you both unanimously agree.
To play live?
Yeah.
I think it changes all the time. Yeah. But I think trees is definitely that's one that we both care about a lot and love playing live. And I think we've talked about it a lot too. It's been the last song that we played for a really long time. And it's kind of at the point of the set where we're just drained, you know, and kind of giving it everything. But when that song starts, it feels like it's like a reset almost, refreshing of energy, and it feels like we're like restarting the show. It's a cool.
And most of the time when we're playing that song, most of the time, you know that the show is ending, and you look back and realize like not anything major went wrong, which is a great feeling. So I always equate that feeling to that song.
Yeah.
Because there's so much that could go wrong, and
Yeah. Let's try and make it to trees tonight.
Yeah, let's try and make it.
Welcome to the 107.7 The End 21 Pilots press conference. Tyler and Josh joining us.
Hello.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking time to associate and answer some questions with us.
We love associating.
What sparked the idea of DEMA?
Just the whole thing?
Yeah.
What sparked the idea of DEMA?
Yeah, like what were you thinking? Just like, oh, I want to do this.
Wow. Gosh. Well, it's an old story. It's been around for a while for me, and it's one that I continually live and have lived. I guess the whole idea is leaving someplace you feel like you shouldn't be anymore, whether that's literally or sometimes that's a story in your own psyche. You should leave that place, or there's a place inside your own brain that you know you shouldn't be anymore, and just that decision to travel somewhere else, somewhere better, but you don't know exactly where that place is and what it's called, and maybe even which direction it's in. But just knowing that you made that decision is better. So the story of DEMA kind of really embodies that decision. So I guess that's what inspired it.
My question is, do you have any fun traditions that you always do when you go on tour? And if so, what are they?
No.
We get asked that question a lot, and
I don't think we've been asked the tradition. It's not really a tradition.
Well, yeah, I guess it's more like a what do they ask? Like a
What else do you
like
do? Type of question.
Yeah. Well, people ask if there's like a ritual, like before going on stage or something.
You guys stretch it all? Do you warm up? You fly through the air a lot.
Yeah, no, we don't stretch.
No, don't really stretch. I know that we should.
Actually, you know what? That might be our tradition.
Not stretching?
We refuse to stretch before each show. No, we like to we like to try to understand. Every city's different. They got a different feel to it, different vibe. We try as hard as we can to understand it and maybe go out and see it, but it's really hard sometimes during the day when it's actually a shame that we just see the inside of a building most of the day. So. Yeah, we just look at pictures of outside.
Okay, so we're going to brighten this up a little bit.
Let's do it.
What is your favorite breakfast meal?
I don't eat at breakfast time, but I do like breakfast food. You don't like breakfast food, or you don't like eating breakfast?
No, I do like breakfast food. I don't like that it requires me to get up to do it.
Yeah. I eat at like 4 p.m. But it's usually pretty, like, I don't know, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Jeez.
No, like standard, like, eggs and bacon, I guess.
Yeah, my wife's side of the family, they're big breakfast people. And I guess I'd never really, my family, it was more like, hey, here's some cereal, or the Eggos, just throw them into the toaster, which is great. But so when I go visit my in-laws, they get up early and they just make this whole. I've never really understood the definition of smorgasbord until I saw what it is that they do, and it's fantastic. So I'm coming around to the breakfast thing. I love pancakes, and pretty much the most unhealthy breakfast food you could think of is probably what I'm going to go for. So.
Pancakes over waffles?
Have you ever put peanut butter on waffles?
No.
Right? Has anyone done that? Raise your hand if you've done that. Wow. Okay, some host you are. You have no idea what's going on. Way to represent the people.
Who wants this?
No, so there's something about I like to put peanut butter on waffles. And then syrup, which it's not syrup, by the way, it's syrup. If you look at the spelling, it's right there. And there's something about the little divots in waffles that makes the peanut butter a little more enjoyable. That if you were to put peanut butter on just pancakes, it's just this flat layer of peanut butter, and then you start to realize what it is you're actually doing. Something about the waffle kind of shakes it up, makes it a little more ambiguous, which is great.
Peanut butter camouflage?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If two animals of any kind could crossbreed to create a new species, what two animals would you choose, and what would you call the new creature?
It's a fantastic question.
Definitely requires some thought.
You want an otter? I'm going to have to say no-go on the otter. So,
What's cool about an otter? They're just cool.
Yeah.
I feel like something, well, what's this for? Just to have? Or just to like...
Agriculture.
Yeah. Something fast, but also I feel like it should fly too.
I think that the way that dogs act, it's so cool, but if you were to apply that same... I don't know, characteristic to a different animal. You know what I mean? Like,
which characteristic?
Well, the one that's all the good characteristics of a dog,
Okay.
not the sucky ones. Like the fact that they know you and stuff, and they can listen to you, and they like you.
Yeah.
If you were to apply that to like a spider monkey, because I feel like spider monkeys are like, get out of my face.
Yeah.
I don't know you, and I don't plan on knowing you. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I feel like, but that,
spider dog.
Yeah. It's pretty much just probably then just taking whatever animal that you think is cool and making it like a dog. Because I feel like that's like the appeal of all the like Free Willy and these other movies where like you befriend like an unfriendable animal. So, you know,
I get what you're saying.
And you watch that and you're just like, dude, I want a whale. But it's just not really going to work. So yeah, just taking an animal that you think is cool and then mixing it with a dog is a great idea.
So what's the one you pick? I picked spider monkey. What do you got?
A whale.
Copy.
A whale and a dog. So it'd probably be called a spider dog.
Dale. Name him Dale.
Dale.
Spider monkey, 2 animals combined already, even so.
Oh, you're right. It's a spider, a monkey, and a dog.
What was your inspiration for the My Blood music video? Like, could you tell us a little bit about what was the root inspiration, I guess?
Yeah. So when I was writing that particular song, there was a few things that inspired it, lyrically especially. One, I think I may have mentioned this before, but it was right around the time when. So my wife is the youngest of 5. So when I married her, I inherited a bunch of nieces and nephews, which is very cool. But because I'm the oldest of 4 on my side of the family, my parents hadn't had grandkids yet, and so the first kind of blood niece, which is a weird phrase, but I don't know what else to call it. The first blood niece I had was my sister. Had a baby named Mia. And there was a really cool moment of pride in your own family that happened, and I was just compelled to write about it. And then also in the second, I guess you would call it third verse, sometimes the structure is beyond me, but there's a particular verse where I'm talking about the end of the driveway. And it's actually a story that stuck with me for a very long time. So I had some older cousins that lived in Michigan, and they were older and cooler. You grow up as a little kid, and older kids are just so much more cool than you. But I remember a particular story. There was 3 brothers in the family. I have 3 cousins that are boys. That the one middle child, his name is Joe. He was always like very outgoing, very loud, very excitable, and just a really fun guy, but kind of a little over the top as well. And his older brother, Christopher, was much more reserved, much more subdued. And there was a particular story where Joe, the rambunctious one, got into some sort of like arguing match with a rival school that was in town, because they all played football, and got so much to the point that he got into a situation where a bunch of guys from the opposing school showed up at his house at the end of his driveway and basically was like, "Get out here, we're gonna fight you," or something. And so Joe wasn't afraid of it, but he walked out there, and his older brother, who always kind of was always quieter, knew that he needed his help. And right before it kind of reached a climax, Christopher, the older brother, walked out very calmly and basically ended that Christopher's a black belt, and just punched the main dude one time and knocked him out, and they left. And so I don't know why that story always stuck with me, that Christopher was kind of, even though he was quieter and always more subdued, was still that kind of protective brother. And so those were a couple of things that were inspiring the song particularly. And so then when we were coming up with the music video, that duality between kind of the rambunctious guy and the kinder, more quiet person, kind of at the end showing up to really protect, was something I wanted to capture in the video.
If there were going to be a biopic done for the band, which actors do you think should play you?
I think one of the ideas was that Josh was going to take a bunch of acting classes become a very good actor and play me, which would have confused the whole thing. You know, no one would understand what the heck's going on. And then I would not become an actor and pick George Clooney to play Josh, I guess. So if you can go there in your head and see that, it's a great movie. You know what I mean? Powerful.
Me on the uke and Clooney on the drums.
Fire.
Hi.
Hey.
Being on tour, I'm sure you're all eating out a majority of the time, living in hotels. Is there any homemade meal that you sorely miss? And if so, can I have the recipe?
Any meals you miss?
I've always loved just getting food somewhere. Like since I was young, I've never had a problem with it. I like homemade food every once in a while, but I've always like when I get hungry, I'm just like hungry now, and I feel like even when we're just like hanging out, then it's just like, oh, let's go get food somewhere, and then you just get to eat then, and you don't have to like cook it or wait for it to be done. I feel like I haven't really grown up in that sense. Like I should, like I'm 30 and I should be like cooking meals and stuff, but instead I just walk to Chipotle or something. So yeah, I mean, yes, the homemade meals are like good.
But he hasn't had one in like 12 years, so he kind of forgets what it tastes like, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll just get a home, a restaurant made meal instead.
Yeah, my wife cooks a lot at home, which obviously is an amazing blessing, and not only that, but she's really good at it. I've actually watched her do it a few times, because anytime I've ever attempted to cook, I look at the directions, I get out the measuring things, and you follow it. And I'm convinced that the best cooks just have an intuition. They just know, I kind of feel like, and I'm watching her do this, and I'm realizing she's not looking at any directions. She's not really, she's considering it all as a suggestion, which she just kind of kindly like disagrees with sometimes, which blows my mind. And she just kind of puts it together, and at the end, it's amazing, which is what makes her so great at it. And yeah, on tour, it's a little harder to have, a kitchen with all the appliances and all her stuff. You walk into her kitchen, she knows where everything is, and she could probably whip something up blindfolded. But so yeah, I do miss being able to do that. I miss her being able to do that, I guess, specifically.
Which one of your tattoos is your favorite, and what's the meaning?
There's one that says Tyler on my leg, and that's probably my favorite, and it means Tyler. That one is actually it's like really funny to me, because I just got it like right, like if I wear like jeans with a hole in the leg, then it's just like perfectly visible, and I like find that it's. I didn't really like think about. I mean, I thought about that people would see it, but like public transportation's like the funniest part. Like if I'm on like a plane next to somebody and it's just like showing, and I'm like wearing shorts or the jeans with a hole in it, then I realize that people are probably just like, "What the heck? Like why?"
Josh will send me a photo all the time of like my name on his knee while he's sitting next to someone on a plane, and like their face is just kind of like looking forward and maybe looking over at it and just realizing how many questions they must have. Who is this guy? And why is Tyler so important to you? And is his name Tyler?
Yeah. It's my name, yeah. Moving backwards, in case he tattooed his name on me on stage.
Yeah.
Which will always be a great and hilarious memory.
Yeah.
Just, and I'll always remember that show too because of it. So I don't know. Yeah, I think that we both have 2 tattoos that we've gotten on stage, and I think that those are meaningful and full of memory too, in a really cool way.
Yeah, I have Josh on my leg. He did it. He did a better job.
I don't know.
I didn't. So they gave us a fake hand to practice on before. Do you remember that thing?
Yeah.
It was like literally like from the wrist down a hand. It was like a weird fleshy hand that tattoo artists will practice on. You can kind of do it and then wipe it off or something, right?
Yeah.
I found that not to be very
helpful
at all. And so when we actually got to the moment where I'm supposed to tattoo Josh, I didn't realize, like, I didn't want to mess up. So when I did the T, I was like, okay, I'm going to make sure. And I did it again. And then quickly realized, like, ooh, that's really thick. And then did the rest of the letters just one time over. And so it's like T and then YLER right afterwards. So
it's hard. I definitely respect tattoo artists because you write the letter, but like the way that the tattoo gun works, like there's just like ink that kind of like flies everywhere, and you really can't see what you're doing at all. So we like wrote it out with a pen, and then you kind of like write over it, but you can't see it. That's why you have to like wipe it off. But it feels like you didn't really do anything. So I understand why, like, you go back over it because it's just like, oh, there's nothing even there.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
You understand?
I get it. Yes.
I appreciate that.
Do you feel like you rush at some point because it's taking forever?
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, you're also doing it in front of like thousands of people, which doesn't really help with your decision-making process.
I think that us doing it was better than the actual guys doing it because we are familiar with being in front of people and like how long something actually takes, and like because you feel like it takes a lot longer. So the guys, the first tattoos that we got on stage, the guys did, and they were just even more nervous and weren't used to that at all. And I think they went even quicker than they probably should have. So they didn't turn out great, but I like that.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
What is your inspiration behind some of the visuals used to go along with the music, such as the use of the body paint, Tyler, the colors, like the red and the yellow, artwork on the album covers, and that you used during the concert?
It just hit me that you guys are probably, like, I would be way more nervous to talk once during this whole thing than to stand up here and just talk. So you guys, good job.
Yeah, doing great.
Because that has got to be terrible. I don't know what it is about like certain settings, like in school, where you know the reading portion is coming around to you, and you're just like, this is actually easier than that. If you're wondering, I don't know.
Yeah,
just thought of that. Forgot your question entirely, but I just thought of that. No, I do remember your question. A lot of the visuals coming together. Yeah, we spend a lot of time with specifically the live show, whether it's the content on the screens or what the lights are doing, and all the way down to what colors represent what, and having those colors kind of battle each other, and one of them wins. And there's actually a lot of storyline inside of our production of our live show that maybe a lot of people don't catch on to, which is fine because we know that it's there for us. I think that part of being at a show, specifically being in a pit on the floor, most of the time you're just focused on not dying, and so if you miss a few things, like, that's expected. But the whole idea is if someone were to come see this show again, would they see other things that they didn't catch the first time? So you really need to make sure that you pour in as much meaning and storyline and narrative into a live show as you can. And so not only that, but tonight specifically, the room is very big. So we've been playing arenas on this tour, but this one specifically is very wide, very large. Everyone's going to kind of have a different show. Everyone's going to see it from a different angle. And making sure that everyone, accepting the fact that it's going to be different from each angle, it still should be good. And so, yeah, I know I didn't go into the details of your question, but it is very important to us, the live show and how it ties in with the narrative. And hopefully when you guys see it tonight, you can catch something that you didn't, maybe if you've seen it before or something.
Do you have to like rent a space to try it out before you go on tour?
Yeah, actually we do. We rehearse in an arena somewhere, and I fake things to like, how are you guys doing? And no one says anything. And just like the few crew members that are there feel bad, so they're like, we're good.
Do you get bored of like performing the same songs every night or over and over again? Because it's so repetitive.
I've always wondered if we would. That's a good question, by the way. Especially after he made the comment of how nerve-wracking it is, probably even built up even more, and then told you not to mess up.
Yeah.
So he really put you. He put you.
Barely
in a tough
made it out of
situation.
that one alive.
Yeah, I've always wondered if like songs would just get boring or feel repetitive. But I think there's a couple things, and I know that bands do, because you can see it, and people, you know, will tell us sometimes just like, yeah, I don't really even listen to this kind of music anymore, the kind of music that we make, but there's a couple things as far as live. We try to be really intentional about putting things in songs or creating songs in such a way that will be entertaining live. And sometimes that's even like a physical challenge for us, and something that you sort of can't get. You can't just kind of like coast through it. You have to do something extra or work hard to complete that song or get through it. And then other songs that rely on the crowd, that's always kind of, you don't know if it's going to work every night. So it's not just kind of like sitting on stage and playing through songs and just kind of coasting. There's definitely other factors that are needed to make it work, and I think that continues to make it exciting and keep us on our toes. And the other thing is just kind of believing in the music and having songs that we still like. I don't know. I enjoy this set a lot and these songs, and I'm not tired of it. So
yeah, there is something about making a show or a particular song fail-proof that provides the opportunity for it to become boring, or that you don't even have to really think and you just do it. And I don't think there's hardly anywhere in our set that you could say that it's going to be fail-proof. So part of us, no matter how often we do it, we take the stage and we wonder if it's going to work. Every decision, every move, like will I be able to find the right footing on this thing, or will they be able to hold us up? And not every crowd's the same, so you know you're going to run into something different every time. So it forces you to be present and be there, and hopefully that comes off in the performance. It's something that we've always wanted to make sure we never got to a point where you could tell that we were just thinking of other things or just coasting, like Josh said. So it's a good question, and I think the answer is no. We try not to get sick of anything.
Tyler, Josh, what'd you think? Pretty good round of questions from them?
They were great.
Very good.
I can read between those lines.
You were okay.
Okay. I'll try the waffles with the peanut butter.
There you go.
Everyone, give yourselves a round of applause, and a round of applause for Josh and Tyler from 21 Pilots.
Pilots, come on in! It's the Quiet Game in Ottawa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, now make noise for Josh and Tyler.
So he just needs to moderate it on stage every time.
Yeah, that's all we needed. Who's that guy?
So they know what's going on here. You know what's happening here. I'm DJ Noah from the radio station, Live A5, or we're Orange, you could tell. Our first question is Cohen Baker. I'll pass you the mic, buddy.
I feel you, man.
Okay, this is Cohen, but I'm his mom. And so we were wondering, what's the weirdest thing a fan has said or done?
Asked a question through his mom. No, I respect it. I wish my mom was here to answer all these questions for me.
And to ask us questions.
To help us with our mics.
Yeah. It's too tall, huh?
Weirdest thing a fan's ever said or done? Hey, we're not in the business of throwing people under the bus, so we're not gonna rat anyone out. I don't know. What do you think? You got one?
I think everyone's been super normal. Most people that we meet are cooler than us. So if anything, we've probably done weird stuff.
Yeah. No, I think people ask us to sign very odd things. So that happens every once in a while. We signed a inhaler. The phone thing, I can't really think of anyone that I would let write on my phone.
Yeah, no way.
But I guess we're that special.
Yeah.
Or inhaler. That's
Yeah.
Maria, you're next. Yeah. Yes, Maria 1, 2.
Okay, so my question was, what's your favorite song to perform, and what's your favorite song by another artist?
Oh, wow. The performing one changes all the time. I think that there's certain aspects of certain songs that are difficult to perform technically, or I guess on our instruments. And so some of them, especially if they're newer, are more difficult. And once you're able to kind of feel yourself getting better, feel yourself getting more and more comfortable every time you play it, it turns into your favorite song because it's something that you've kind of conquered. So I would say My Blood is kind of a difficult song for both of us just because it's groovy. It's got a bounce to it that is tough to perform and execute. So that one's probably my favorite one.
Yeah, and it does change all the time, but I think for both of us, I always go back to Trees for multiple reasons. I love playing that song, but I also realize that I'm about to eat dinner after that song. So it's like that's a nice.
It's a hungry song.
Yeah. Tummy starts growling during that one.
Yeah. And other art, yeah, we don't like any other artists.
Yeah.
Destiny? Where's Destiny?
Actually, I would like another artist if Tyler did like a solo project.
Oh, thanks, man.
Then that would be the other band that I like.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I was gonna say. That's your answer, Tyler?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this is for Tyler. What advice would you give yourself at 16 if you knew back then that you'd have such a huge impact on so many people?
Oh man, that's a good question. I would say just don't worry so much. I think that there's an aspect of, I think back to being 16 where everything felt so very important, and but not in a positive sense. It's like every decision that was made, every reaction and interaction that I had was so important at the moment. And when it didn't go well, it felt like it was the end of the world. And I think that if I were to talk to 16-year-old me, I would tell him to not worry as much. Have fun, because you're not going to be 16 for very long. And I don't know if I knew, now we're getting to like time travel stuff. If I knew that this is where I'd be now, I don't know if I would have put in the work or the, I think we were pretty silly to think that we could accomplish this. Now that we're here, looking back, we realize just how many needles we threaded and how many close calls we had to making the wrong decision, and how difficult it is, how many other bands and artists want to be in this position. And I think that Josh and I were healthily ignorant to it, what the chances. And so I think that I'm glad that I wouldn't know that this would happen, because I don't think that it would happen if I felt like I didn't have to work for it, I guess. So thank you.
Christina?
I had an amazing answer for that too, but
She didn't ask you, yeah.
that was for Tyler.
You can
so.
you can tell me later.
Yeah, I'll tell Tyler. Sure.
It's extremely personal, actually.
It's funny that she's put right in front of you, too. I don't know.
I'm only taking it personally.
Christina. All right.
So my question is, what did you do on your first date with your current significant other?
The first what?
First date with your current... Bleh. What did you do on your first date with your current significant other?
Oh, first date.
I will commend you guys. It's a lot harder to just have like 5 seconds to talk into the microphone.
Yeah.
Rather than just have it in front of your face, this whole interaction. This is much easier than having a tiny moment to say everything perfectly. So I appreciate you guys coming and asking us questions. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
Yeah.
And now that anyone who's done with their question, they're just like, now I can think. And if you have one coming up, I'm sure that you're not even listening to what I'm saying right now.
And also, I said what, but I blame myself for not hearing it and not you for not saying it.
Okay, well, that's the worst.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes to me when I'm singing, and it's usually from a ski mask, but I do get hair in my mouth, and so you get really strategic and like rapping or singing, and you kind of you just swipe it away.
I just watched a video of me on stage like pulling a hair.
Did you? It's the worst. They're like,
Yeah.
oh no, it's still coming.
Whose hair is...
I love how they're avoiding the question. This is a great way to...
Yeah, a movie.
I don't know. Kissed? Yeah. Freaking held hands?
Yeah. No, actually, my first... So I kept telling Jenna, who's my wife now, when I first met her, I was like, this isn't a date. This doesn't count as a date. I kept on saying that because I wanted our first date to be like fun and, memorable. So we would hang out, but I would always clarify, this isn't a date. We're just hanging out. And then finally, when the first date came around, you were actually a part of that. Well, no, it's not like that. But I actually involved...
I was there.
You were there. No, I involved a lot of my friends because I kind of, built this to be like a scavenger hunt type thing where I gave her a poem in the beginning of the date, and then each stanza led us to a different location. And at each... Stop. That's fine. I get it.
It was cool.
I haven't tried since then, so. But no, each stanza brought us to a different location, and at each location, I had some buddies there that were like set up to do something. I think at one point I sang like a song in a restaurant with a couple other guys in front of everyone. I stood up on the table, and it was crazy. And then another one, I pretended to defend her from people fighting, right? And that was. So Josh was like disguised with my other friend Colin, and they pretended to like
get in a fight.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I had you pretend to like hit on her, and I was like, "You don't do that." And I went over to like pretend to beat him up, and he was far off in the distance and dark. I thought maybe we could pull it off, like she would think I'm actually getting in a fight. And then afterwards, she's like, "Bye, Josh." She knew the whole time. But so okay, next one.
And Josh, you're sticking with kiss and held hands? Okay. Thank you, Christina. Lisa Sirianni. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, guys.
So you guys did a Q&A on Reddit, and Tyler, you had said your favorite song from Trench was Cut My Lip, and Josh, you said yours was Levitate. I'm wondering, now that you guys have been touring and playing the new album consistently, if your favorite songs from it have changed.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to the previous one. It really does change. So I think throughout the course of interviews, the answer to that question has probably been every song on Trench at this point. Levitate is one of my favorite ones to play. It is a challenge on the drums. And I don't know, I guess we enjoy something that's challenging. And so yeah, it does change all the time. But the fun part too is like putting together the set list, and it is kind of trying to go up and down in dynamic and feel. So there are parts of the set that feel really lighthearted and fun, and some of them are heavier and darker, and that's really fun. So it is looking at a show, the whole experience of the thing is the fun part. So it's hard to kind of like just dive in and specifically pick out one of those moments that's the best, because I think it's all fun.
Yeah, for me, I guess our version of the song, like when you say, I think it's interesting dynamic. When you say a title of one of our songs, Josh and I automatically think of the live version, because that's what we do every day. We have not listened to our record in a long time. But I would say that if you're a fan, just like we think of other bands and other artists, when we think of the title of that song, we think of the experiences we've had listening to that song, not necessarily in the live realm. So it is kind of, your understanding of a song compared to ours is a little different. So when you ask what's our favorite song off the record, it's hard not to think of just the live version for us. I do think of, I mentioned My Blood being one that I enjoy playing live, but then Cut My Lip is definitely still my favorite song off the record to listen to. What's interesting is, depending on the crowd, depending on the room and what type of people are in it, I feel like My Blood has the ingredients where I can try to take almost any room and get them to rally around that song. And, you know, whether they're the quietest, most subdued, polite crowd ever, or the craziest crowd, I feel like that song really caters to all aspects, and I can slowly hone them into enjoying that song. I think that Cut My Lip it's more fun for me to play than My Blood when the crowd is right. And not to put you guys on, pressure tonight or whatever, but there's just certain rooms where maybe you're not as dialed into the deeper cuts of the record, or there's a lot of maybe new people who haven't been to the show, or whatever the aspect is that can make that song, Cut My Lip, fall a little flat compared to My Blood. But if it's the right ingredients in the room, then Cut My Lip easily becomes my favorite. So
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Matthew Langdon. There you go, buddy.
Hey guys, really enjoyed the latest album. A couple years ago, the news came out and reported that the damage that was ensued at a Good Life Fitness Center had the same result as a low magnitude earthquake. What was your initial reaction to rocking so hard that you broke a fitness center?
I think the first thing I thought was, at what point in the set did it happen? Because if it was the moment where I get everyone to jump and move, that makes sense. But if it was the moment that Josh does a backflip off the piano and he lands on the stage, we might have to have a conversation.
It's in our band agreement that if
either of us gets out of shape or something, then we can kick each other out of the band.
we both signed it. So if I'm breaking stuff when I'm landing, then that's a bad situation.
Bad sign.
But I do remember, the day after that show, reading that article, and I thought it was awesome.
This is why we're in a different arena this time. Mia, where's Mia? Hi.
Hi. Do you have a special routine or ritual that you do before performing at one of your concerts?
I try and learn the songs.
Yeah. We've discussed this topic a lot. I think it's probably because we haven't landed on anything. We were playing with a band. We just came from Mexico not too long ago, and we had a few shows there. And one of the opening bands is a band called Same Motel, and they're great guys, really fun. And they're green. We never told them this, so if they ever see this interview, now you find out. Their green rooms are pretty much right next to ours, and we could hear them getting ready for the show. And they have like 4, 5, 6 people in the band. Like it's a big band, and they're just going nuts. They're just going woo, just woo, and like let's go, and hyping each other up and getting really excited and wooing tons of woos. And I'm getting, and then they get off stage. They're done with their set, and I hear them wooing. They got off stage. They're all wooing. They're all pumped. And I just kept thinking, man, Josh and I, we never woo. We don't. And I told him before the show, I was like, I was listening to Saint Motel in the green room next to ours, and they're just going crazy. Like, when we get off stage, usually it's the sense of like, we didn't die. Like, we did it. Like, or most of the time it's, hey, we could have done better here. Let's figure this out. Let's, and then let's eat. So there's really never that like hyped up celebration moment. And I think we were talking about the dynamic is probably because it's just 2 of us. I think that if there's more people, that you can kind of pump each other up easier.
2 dudes wooing is tough.
Yeah. You gotta have, it's hard to pull off.
Yeah.
And then that night when we were playing the show, after I mentioned that to Josh, like, man, we don't woo enough. At the end of the show, every time there's a moment before our last song where I pointed over to Josh, like, please give it up to Josh one more time. And usually he just kind of like waves or whatever. And that particular night, you killed me. He looks at the crowd, he just goes, woo! And I lost it. I started wooing at him. And so we actually wooed at each other a bunch.
It felt good.
Let's do that tonight.
Here's what it is, though. This is the extent of a pre-show ritual, is this.
That's right. Because we found some bands do like a huddle. Just a hug with 2 guys. So you don't really want to hug right before you rip it up. It just doesn't make sense.
Dude, I just had a hair in my mouth.
Did you?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Patrick.
All right.
Patrick Smith. Not present.
I mean, it sounds like a fake name.
Yeah.
For real, yeah. Rebecca Charlebois? Rebecca? Okay.
I'll be Patrick.
Okay. What's your secret to staying such close friends, especially when you're on tour and around each other all the time? Or do you wish you could spend even more time together?
Ooh, about that.
Yeah, maybe not more time together.
No?
I think part of it is actually realizing when not to hang out. It sounds weird, but I think that I think occasionally some healthy distance is good. But I mean occasionally, like hardly ever. But like if
when you sleep
or like go to the bathroom.
That's it. Or showering occasionally.
Yeah. But also I think we always try to make each other laugh. I think humor and laughter is very important in any friendship or relationship. And so if we can get that dialed in, then we'll be buds forever.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rebecca. Taryn Cronier. Oh, hey. You guys.
Okay. Who is your favorite literary character, and are any of your songs based on them?
Do you read?
Yeah, you're talking like books?
Do you read? Should that have been my question?
Yeah, maybe that's a better question.
Neither of us read. I read Twitter.
We've read
yeah
before.
No, yeah, we've done it. We know what it is.
We've heard about it.
I know what reading is.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't think that I can't think of a specific song that was inspired by any piece of literature. So I guess that's a no to that. But I don't know. I know that some of my favorite books. I read Lord of the Rings. That was kind of like I really enjoyed that, and I watched the movies more. So now I kind of can't think of the movie without reading the book. So I don't know if it even counts as a literary character at this point. But is that all right? If I were to pick, I mean, Legolas is like my favorite.
Those are my favorite.
Yeah, Legolas. Yeah, you strike me as a Legolas girl. Yeah, we have
Most
a connection.
of the songs are about Legolas.
You don't even know who Legolas is.
He's the guy on the horse.
I mean, sometimes, but everyone is on the horse at some point in that.
No,
unless you're a hobbit.
What's the guy's name?
Orlando Bloom.
Hair, Orlando Bloom.
Yeah.
I know who he is. He's in Lord of the Rings.
Josh is yet to sit through. Wait, you watched the first one, right? It's the second one, Two Towers. It was a running joke. You fell asleep in the middle of Two Towers every single time.
Yeah. I've gotten through the battle. Well, yeah, I don't know what it is.
He doesn't know. He didn't even know there was a battle.
Now, if there's a battle,
I'll wake you up next time the battle starts.
I'll take a 5-hour energy drink. And,
So then a follow-up to that is I believe then you guys have made, obviously you write stories with your songs. They are their own stories, but I believe maybe possibly, and I could be wrong, that maybe you have characters that transcend more than one song?
Yeah, no, I think that, I don't know. I think one of my favorite things about music is that it can paint a picture in your brain too. And it's really fun to, when you're creating a song, I can't help but ask myself the question, well, what's the point? Why did I make that song? Why does that song live up next to that song? And the idea of an album, what's tying it together? And I've found that storytelling and finding characters that live throughout those songs kind of make the album make sense together. And also something really fun to write about and dive into. The world that I'm living today doesn't necessarily, sometimes what's going on in here feels disconnected from what I'm actually doing. I don't know if that makes sense, but so in order to make sense of what's up here, which is super abstract and tough to fully understand, to kind of pour yourself into a world that's closer to kind of where you're living now, yet very different, and yet you're completely in control of which direction to go and how to build that world out. It was one of my favorite aspects of writing this recent record, and so it's a big love of mine is to tell stories and to develop characters.
Whoa, nice. Thanks, Taryn. Shannon Barkhouse?
Shannon Smith?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I'm sorry. Did you want some water too?
No, I'm fine. Now that's all that's left. Don't take the bit away.
Well, Shannon had the last question, but decided not to show up. Okay.
Someone want to take Shannon's question? Yeah.
Yeah.
You want a question? Go ahead.
Well, we have only time for one more. So.
One more. And honestly, if it's not a good question, I'm just going to not answer it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, this is the first thing that came to mind, but between a lobster and a spider crab, who do you think would win a fight?
That's a great question.
That is a good question.
That's why we're here.
Nice ender. Nice ender.
Spider.
What's a spider crab?
Big crab.
And the other one was a what?
Lobster?
Lobster? They both sound delicious.
My guess would be spider crab. Sounds cooler. And if it's a crab but bigger?
Here's a question.
How big?
Is the fight underwater?
Yes.
I'm going to go lobster. If it was on land, I think a spider crab would take it. Anyway, thanks for having us, guys.
Yes, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. You're awesome. So now you can meet them even closer. How about that? And get some pictures with them. They're going to line you up right here by the door and take you out there to meet the band. All right? Thank you. Great questions. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, my friends. I'm Carly Myers from 102.1 The Edge. Please put your hands together and welcome to Toronto for the Bandito Tour, Josh and Tyler, 21 Pilots. Do they look cool?
Check. Which one's real?
Just the yellow one.
I feel like this one's not.
I love how we thought that would make us look so cool and called out within seconds.
It
Welcome,
does look
guys.
cool.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get this thing started with Carling, and Carling has been camped outside since Saturday.
She's exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have a question on my phone. Okay, so since you are on the road a lot for tour, is there any Netflix shows or just like TV shows that you're binge watching on the road?
Good question.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that is a good question.
That is a good one. Yeah. Give you an 8.5.
Okay, I'll take it.
Well, tell him. Tell him what you just told me today.
So Tyler's been talking about this for a while.
Okay, I don't talk about it all the time.
You've brought it up to me a number of times.
Okay.
And I'm like 20 years late, but yeah, I 2 nights ago I started Friends. So yeah, I never got it. I remember it was like going on while I was in like middle school or high school, and I just never got into it. But sometimes you do need a wind down show, like at night or whatever, and I feel like that's hitting the spot.
Yeah, and then for me, I guess if you want to get really confused, you watch the OA.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I have no idea what's going on, and I'm all about it.
That's a good show.
All right, moving on. Matt Wilson.
Okay, awesome. I was just wondering about when was the first time you heard one of your songs on the radio and what that experience felt like.
It's a weird feeling. You kind of always look at the radio as this gigantic, endless abyss of people. And so when you hear yourself on it, it seems way bigger than it is. Like 50 billion people are listening to this right now is what it feels like, when really it's probably 1,000.
Thanks.
Hey, that's why we're here, trying to boost these numbers. But no, I remember the first time for me, I was in the car. I was in the back seat with a couple of buddies, and we were going to get something to eat. And I heard it on, and it was quieter because my buddy's radio wasn't very loud. And I remember thinking first, I was like, that's kind of weird. I didn't think he was a fan. And then, you get it, right? Put the mic up to your face and you laugh. It's better. And then I realized, no, this is the radio, actually. It's the radio, Harry. It's a Dumb and Dumber quote. Anyway, and then I was like, guys, it's me. It's on there. Look, turn it up. And they turn it up like, oh, cool. So where do you want to eat? It's like, I guess McDonald's works. So that was it. That was the moment. It wasn't as glorious as I thought it would be, but it was perfectly normal.
Mine was I was riding my bicycle.
Dude, I like this one.
Yeah, it's.
I forgot about that.
With a transistor radio?
No, it was like around the 4th of July. So I decided to.
It's a holiday.
Yeah, it's
in the
America.
United States.
Yes, we celebrate with fireworks.
It's a big deal.
So in Columbus, there's like downtown, there's like 500,000 people that go down there and watch these fireworks and hang out. So I was gonna meet up with some people down there, and I decided to ride my bike. And but by the time I got down there, because there were so many people, the cell signal doesn't work, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody. So I hung out by myself the whole time. But the radio station in Ohio every year during these fireworks, they put together like a playlist for the fireworks that kind of like go along with the fireworks, I guess, which kind of doesn't, but.
Like Fantasia?
Yeah, it's like that, yeah. So, but they put our song on there, and I was by myself, and so I wanted to celebrate with somebody, but I kind of ended up just sitting by my bike on the grass.
So did it actually happen?
Yeah, well, no, it happened because everyone. Didn't you say that everyone kind of like turned and looked at you?
Yeah, it was in that moment. There were like people surrounding me would like look at me and be like,
"That's not cool to be by yourself somewhere public and someone recognizes you." It's like, man, what's wrong with that guy?
with a helmet on.
Yeah, it's not a good
Yeah, so
look.
it wasn't that cool, but I did feel cool in the moment.
Yeah.
Awesome. Carling, did you have two?
I was going to ask for Mackenzie.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no worries.
So Mackenzie's just a little like scared to ask it, so I said I'd ask
get
it
it.
for her. She said that since you and Jenna saw Endgame, she was wondering if you have any favorite Marvel movies.
You're saying because I saw the last one that I have a favorite previous one? See, you can do this. I just got you to say that. I don't know. I guess I kind of just showed up at the end and was like, sweet. I feel like a lot of people are very involved and kind of know the whole thing. You know, our buddy Mark knows every aspect of it. So any question we have, we usually throw his way. You know, like who's Captain America and stuff like that. And no, I really enjoyed the Captain America ones, several of them. I watched a few of those. I did not see the Ant one. Skipped on that one. I didn't see the Thor ones, actually, but I do enjoy him in the Avengers movies. So I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but yeah. Josh, you have one?
That question was not for me.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, Taylor.
Oh, hey guys. Just wondering, like we're similar in age, and it's hard to really like pin down like a genre for you guys. But during high school, what was your guys' kind of playlist? Like, what kind of bands you guys listened to, and gave you the influence that got you to this point?
So we're both 19.
Going on 20.
Going on 20.
So.
Man, it's hard to. We were just talking the other day how it's fun to go back and listen to songs and records and artists that you kind of forget that you listen to a bunch. And I mentioned an artist named Ben Folds. He plays the piano. He kind of is. There's a lot of aspects of what he does, even in a live setting, that I've drawn a lot of inspiration from. I kind of forgot that I had. Man, we both like older pop punk stuff, like Reliant K or Cartel, and who else?
I was gonna say, is this on?
Yeah, can we turn him up? Can we turn me up too? I like me.
Still make him louder. But,
just a little.
But both of us louder. Yeah, I was thinking about this. I was gonna say Reliant K, and the reason why is because I remember like I would go and pick out like punk or pop punk albums that my parents didn't like at all. There's the volume. Yeah, my parents hated them, and so my dad would find like cleaner versions of those bands. And Reliant K, I got home one day from school, and there was like a couple CDs laid on my bed, CDs, and that was one of them. And so my dad got me into that band, and it's gone again. Which those guys actually know about that story now too. Which is
So did we lose his mic, or is it working again? You want to grab another one?
Oh my goodness.
There it is.
There. Yeah, basically Josh wanted to listen to music that was like, I hate my life. And his dad was like, why don't you listen to this music that's like, life's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's mediocre.
Okay. Maddie. Maddie, where are you? Oh, there you are.
So I was just wondering if during the show you notice your fans getting emotional and how that makes you feel.
You want me to say emotional, don't you? I have a new thing where I'm not going to be forced to answer something you want me to say.
Okay.
I'm going to try that out. No, it's mean. No, I think that when we see it's tough because we play the songs every night, right?
Right.
And we're thinking about 50 different things that have nothing to do with really what the lyrics meant at that time when I was writing it. We're thinking, don't fall over is one of them. Make sure you breathe in between this lyric and this lyric, because you know that if you don't, there's not another moment to breathe for a while, and you'll end up passing out. So there's things about even picking how often to breathe while singing or something that you kind of have to be aware of when you're performing. But I will say that the only thing that really gets me back to thinking about what the song meant to me when I wrote it, and now what does it mean to me where I am now in my life, is seeing our fans reacting to the song in the way that they do. And that is what, if we're prepared to play the show, if we've done the hard work, and we can kind of let all those other thoughts that are kind of technical thoughts become a bit more muscle memory, then we're able to go there and really appreciate and let the song do its healing and its work that it had done when we wrote the song. And the catalyst for that is watching you guys react to it. And so it's really important.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was better than you thought it was going to be done.
Okay, are you ready, Sam? Yeah. Okay. You got this.
I just want to first of all say thank you for everything. My question is speaking to Bandito. The term solofelina is one that we know is a cry for help from Trench. But why did you specifically choose that phrase, and what was its significance to you before it turned into Trench?
It's from Thor, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't watch Thor.
Not the ant one?
It might be from the ant one. I don't know. It's good. God, I love you, man.
It's a good question, though.
No, that is a good question. So it's going to sound silly at first, and I hope it doesn't sound like it's not as important as it is, because it is an extremely important phrase for me. A part of my writing process, sometimes I'll write poetry, or I'll write lyrics first, and then you try to find the music that is always meant to be with that, and you think all dramatic. And other times you can happen upon music, whether it's a chord progression, a drum loop, a song structure, whatever it is, and then you're trying to search for the lyrics, like what are the notes in this song, what is the spirit of this song trying to say. And so you're trying to find the lyrics that are inside of that song. And for me, writing the record Trench, it was a giant, basically all of it was me trying to survive. I felt like I was going to be crushed at any moment trying to make that record. And I think a lot of it had to do with maybe following up what we had done previously. A lot of it had to do with all of a sudden there's a lot of people now who care about what we're going to release. In the past, it wasn't necessarily like that. I wasn't going to be ignorant to the fact that that's going to affect my writing in some way. How much of it will I let it affect? And how much will I block out? How much will I positively let it influence, like our fans, to influence what type of music we create next? So all these things kind of swirling around. And inside of that, trying to survive and the state of mind that I was in while writing the record, I also do something that's a little more of a habit, or maybe just a technical skill, to try to search for lyrics while music is playing. It's pretty embarrassing, actually. You just kind of say randomness, and you kind of use syllables, and there are certain syllables that phonetically are more pleasing to hold out, like the term. You wouldn't want to hold out term for very long, because that just sounds bad. So there's certain shapes that your mouth can make that actually work better for certain types of music, besides what it means. And so while writing the record and writing the song Bandito specifically, that phrase kept on coming up as just kind of the randomness for me to find the lyric, for me to find the melody inside of the music. And when it came time for me to be like, okay, now let me go find real words to make this make sense to all the normal people. I just had this moment. I was like, they're not normal either. Maybe they'll understand like what I was feeling, what emotion is inside of those words that seem like nonsense right now. And nothing gets me more excited than being able to fill meaning with something that previously didn't have meaning. And so I guess that's where that phrase came from. Yeah.
Wow. That's a good question and a big answer.
Thor.
Allison.
Hello. I just want to know if you guys have like a favorite song to perform specifically from Trench.
No.
Not really.
Can you imagine if we just moved on after that? That would be pretty awesome.
I had your back.
That was a yes
or
or no.
I was going to be like, but what about from the whole catalog?
Yeah, we still would have been like, no.
That was a yes or no question. The mic's gone again, but.
Who needs it? Yeah.
Hello. Ah. Yeah.
We have found that anytime there's technical issues during a show, or even a situation like this, I feel like my theory is you guys will actually remember the mic not working way more than anything else we said today. So embrace it. And we just had a moment together. And it happens in our show all the time where something doesn't work or we mess up. And in the past, I'm sorry, we're dodging your question. In the past, we've feared that moment. Whoa, something went wrong. Everything is messed up. Terrible show. I think as we matured and understood kind of how, maybe an audience watches a show, it's actually interesting to watch a band or an artist work through something that obviously you could tell was not planned. And so it kind of really helped us learn how to perform, to not worry about when the mic doesn't work. And then, Joe comes up and fixes it. I don't know if your name's Joe. You look like a Joe.
And there's no band or artist that's ever not had things go wrong on stage, and the more that we interact with people, or if I like go see a show of somebody that I know, there's been so many times where I'll talk to them after and there's like, yeah, all this stuff was going wrong. So you do learn how to work through it, but also sometimes we just like to be transparent about it because that can be the best way. So
my blood.
Veronique. She's also working a camera.
So I'm pretty new here. I've never heard of you guys ever. Just want to know how you guys met.
You're like really new here, huh?
It was at a pet store.
Yeah. I was working there.
Yeah.
And you came in because you were trying to get
a hamster.
Trying to get a new hamster because what happened to your old one?
My old one.
Joe.
My old hamster. It had something wrong with his lung capacity was really bad. But when I got the wheel for him to run on, it actually killed him. And so he had an issue with being able to breathe correctly during cardio. So I was super bummed, actually, because it happened that day that I went in to go get a new one. We can look back and laugh now. But I was nearly in tears.
He was a broken man when he came into the pet store.
Yeah. And so Tyler was there working the front desk, and he saw that I was in pain, and he came over to me, and he was just like, how can I help you? And I told him the story about my hamster, and he guided me right to the new one. There was a light shining right on it, like it was like from the Lord.
Fresh 2009 edition.
Yeah. And I said, well, how can you tell me anything about this hamster's lungs? And he was like, I can guarantee that these are lungs of steel. And
they're very long lungs. As far as he had the lungs of a guinea pig.
And so from that moment, I was like,
You're supposed to Not supposed to laugh when I say that because we've lived through this already.
No, I know, but looking back, it is fond memories, and that's where the laughter is coming from. So, but from that, you know, I said this has been a pretty tough experience, and do you think I could get your number in case there's anything goes wrong with this hamster? I could get some like technical support, and so I called him the next day. Nothing was wrong, but I just wanted to say thanks again. And then Tyler was like, "Hey, would you want to start a band?" And then we did.
Awesome. Okay, last question is coming from Mark. Mark, there you are.
All right, guys. You guys been around. You guys are on a massive worldwide tour right now, and Toronto stop right now. Go Raptors, of course, right?
Yes.
What's your favorite city around the world aside from Toronto, aside from Ohio, or not Ohio, the state of Ohio, anywhere? Where do you guys like to play, and why?
Anywhere in the Bay Area. I'm kidding.
Silent.
Because Golden State. Never mind. No, actually, I'm rooting for the Raptors, even though I believe they're gonna get swept. Sorry. I am. I'm rooting for you guys. I think that it would be great, but it's just not gonna happen. But we'll have fun.
Take it.
We'll have fun watching it. Favorite place we've been? Do you have something?
Yeah. So, well, yeah, we love Canada. We've been here for the past like week and a half, and all the shows have been super fun. I think some that now, are you talking about to play a show or to like visit, hang out? Okay. Because those can be different, but I think, man, we have the best fans ever. So we go all around the world, and I mean, honestly, we're blown away by when we step on stage and for the first time of the night, and just see how many people look like you guys and have kind of totally invested. So it is really hard. It's hard to kind of like pick ones out. I would say we just played in South America, and we don't really get to go down there too much. But those ones stood out for sure. And then Mexico. As far as shows, those are great.
I have one.
You do?
We played in the Ukraine for the first time this year, and it was really awesome. So, other than that, we like being home more than most things. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming to the 21 Pilots fan press conference, and thank you for having something like a fan press conference. They asked me, like, how many of these have you done? And I'm like, none, because this isn't something that happens very often to have the questions asked by the fans. So let's have a round of applause for Tyler and Josh. And I know everybody is really, really stoked for the show, but we're going to get you to stay in your seats, and then we'll grab a few photos. You can group with your friends, and we'll call you out there.
You boys are so handsome.
Thank you.
Yeah. How's it going?
Good.
All right. You all ready for this press conference?
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's
Yes,
get it started
yes,
off.
yes.
Our very first question comes from Tanya Perry.
Hello. How is your dog Jim doing on the road? And how did he get that name?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. Jim's doing great. He likes being on the road. I've pretty much been traveling with him since I got him, so he's pretty used to it. We swam in the ocean last night, and he threw up a bunch of salt water. And yeah, he just seems like a Jim. I think that's the only name that really made sense. So
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Haley Green.
Okay, so my question is very important. What's your go-to thing to get at Taco Bell?
That is very important.
It is. This is a big moment.
Yeah.
I don't think we've disclosed this. Maybe we have.
Yeah, we've probably talked about it, but
We have. I don't try a lot of new things, but if there's a place where I'll see something that's newer, Taco Bell's like the only place that I'll be like, I'll give it a try.
it's because really you've already had it, even if it's new, because it's all the same.
It's
like
just in a
5
different
ingredients.
order.
Yeah.
In which it's going into your face.
Yeah.
But the cheesy gordita crunch is one of my favorite items, and I like to put the fiery shell and replace it with the original shell. And the soft taco, just a classic soft taco taste. Something magical happens every time I get that. There's something called a chili cheese burrito, which is actually regional. It's in Ohio, but it's not in a lot of places in the United States because most states have deemed it so unhealthy that they don't let you order it.
But we ask them at pretty much everyone we go to, and every once in a while they'll have it, and then we celebrate.
Yeah, do you have the chili cheese burrito? And when they say, what?
Yeah.
You just go, yeah.
Never
Sorry
mind.
about that. But if you've never had it, you should go to Ohio and order it. It's fantastic.
All right, our next question comes from Henry Floyd.
If you could work with any artist, who would it be?
Bob Ross.
R.I.P.
You mean like work next to? Like mulch?
Yeah.
Landscape?
Just like
We had
work
questions for him.
work construction.
Wanted to clarify. No, we understand what he means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So Cancer was originally written by My Chemical Romance. When you decided to use that as use the cover for the album, are you actually singing about the disease itself? Are you relating cancer to you, or how you feel about certain things?
So when we have friends over at in England, they do a magazine over there that we've kind of they've always supported us, and so we've always been down for any idea that they had. They were doing a reissue of getting a bunch of bands to cover different My Chem songs, and they specifically asked us to cover that song. So it's not like we had every song as an option. So we just kind of went after it. But I think that one of my favorite aspects of that song particularly is just, I mean, man, there's nothing more emotional than kicking around the idea of leaving someone, and it's hard to, it's a powerful thing. And you can decide to ignore it or you can hit it head on. And that's what I love so much about that song. And I think that cancer as a sickness obviously represented something very specific, but also could be just a broad reason for why you have to leave someone. And the lyric, "I will not kiss you," is something that hit me very hard. And so I kind of wanted to change up the structure a little bit from the original song and kind of make that a little bit more of a chorus. Not with our intentions of bettering the song, because we felt like it was perfect when it was released.
Thank you.
Next up is escaped inmate Amanda McClune.
Hello. My question is, what do you guys do to help spark creativity when you feel like you need some inspiration?
When Josh and I first started playing music together, one of the things that we would do was just watch other bands. We would watch other live performances, whether it's festivals or different concerts that they would have on the internet or on. There was a channel called Palladia on my. It doesn't exist anymore, but it's MTV Live. It's a little more watered down now. It used to be great. But yeah, we would eat that stuff up. What to do, what not to do, inspired on all levels when you watch another band play. And so going to shows is a very inspiring thing. I remember we went to a few shows together as just spectators. Went to a Meat Math show together, went to a Group Love show together. And it was really fun to just watch how the whole room kind of moves with live music, and it's just, I don't know. That's one way we get inspired.
Thank you.
Up next is Sarah Barber.
I would like to know what the hardest part about the band suddenly blowing up and getting bigger was.
That's a good question.
The cash. The bags.
What to do with all the bags?
I'll take
We
some.
joke about the bags.
Where do
all
you put them?
Where are all these bags? It's funny. I don't know. We don't need to talk about finances. Well, so I'm offended by that question.
Yeah.
No, it is funny though when we, again, I always go back to when we started out, but we get $20 for playing a show, at a coffee shop somewhere next to a railroad station. It was loud. And we put it in the tank of our van to get to the next show. And that philosophy that we've had, as it's gotten bigger and bigger, is to whatever we make, we want to put back in the show. And that's why there's kind of crazy, ridiculous things, because we're trying to figure out how can we make the show better, how can we make the experience better. And believe me, we're extremely fortunate and lucky to be in the position that we are in, to be doing what we love for a living. But one of the hard things is trying to figure out, well, what's next for the show? How much money can we put into it? How much energy? Obviously, all of our inspiration and our effort is fully focused on that, especially when we're done writing a record. But there's just endless possibilities. And we've learned the hard way, because we took that $20, we made it a coffee shop and put it right back into the gas tank to get to the next show. We've done that on a much larger scale. And at the end of the day, we look at each other like, you want to share an Uber home because we got nothing left. And so learning how to manage that has been kind of an interesting journey that we didn't really expect to have to tackle as things got bigger.
Yeah, and I'll say the good thing, though, is back in the day, we used to spend so much time putting a show together and preparing, but it would just be for one show. And it felt like when that show was over, it was like, man, we just worked for weeks and weeks for that show. And but as things started to grow, we then could take that one show and kind of travel all over the world. And it feels like the amount of work that we put into was a little more worth it, because we were able to do it again and again and kind of hone it every night too. So yeah, I don't know, I do think that's the good thing about it, is we get to travel and get better at putting on a show every night.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a question from Kaylee Overstreet.
Hi. If you were a chair, who would you want to sit on you?
It's a fantastic question.
Thank you. I've been saving it for a long time.
Yeah, that's good. Well, first you have to ask yourself, what type of chair would you be? You get the Barco lounger, the rocking chair, standard folding chair, cushion, no cushion.
Massage chair?
Massage
And either
chair.
way, you're alive and you have feelings. You're conscious of who and what is sitting on you.
Yeah,
well,
the possibilities are endless.
If you consider yourself a massage chair, then I don't want to be friends with you.
Yeah.
That wasn't what I meant.
I probably wouldn't want my dog Jim to be sitting on me.
I wouldn't sit on me.
Yeah, I mean, I think wondering what type of chair is a pretty important. I mean, if it's like a reclining and relaxing for hours watching TV, that's gonna make a difference.
I think I'm an office chair.
Yeah.
So I'm all about business.
But you'll still swivel.
Yeah, I swivel. It's true.
Yeah.
For days. You give it one little push and it just continues to keep going and going. My whole family.
At once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Get on my lap.
Or you're just cushion.
Yeah. What about you, man? You gonna answer this or what?
I guess
You gonna kind
was
of
gonna
dodge
hope
and
that-
weave around it?
Yeah, I was gonna kind of hope that you would take the answer.
You can just say my family too if you want.
Well, that's what I was gonna go next, but now
I
you
ruined
answered
it.
it again.
Dang it.
So
A
my
swivel chair.
just my dad.
It's your dad. That's a great one. Thank you.
All right. Most chair metaphors ever in a room.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Sydney Lee is your next question.
Hi. What movie do you think has the best score and why?
Still laughing about this.
Still thinking about a chair, yeah.
I'm just picturing Bill Dunn sitting on your lap.
But it's not my lap. It's just
Yeah,
all
you're
you
right,
picture
you're right.
is
I
just
gotta
him sitting
change
on a
it.
chair.
I gotta picture you as a chair first before I picture your dad.
Are there any characteristics about us involved in the chair?
Does he know that he's sitting on his son?
Yeah.
Would he potentially like talk
a
poorly
regular
about
chair.
his son in front of the chair son?
Yeah, wondering where I am.
Anyway, what was your question?
Yeah.
What movie do you think has the best score and why?
I'm not gonna say it's the best one, but the one I've thought of recently is "Remember the Titans." Has a really good score, and also the songs that they picked to kind of go with it. If you get that soundtrack, it was pretty awesome. But the score itself is, you know what reminded me of it? There's a show called, I think it's either Planet Earth or Life or one of those BBC like natural shows where the intro music has the same melody. Well, I didn't realize it at first. I'm like, I know that melody. What is that? I have to look it up. And I was trying to find it, and it was similar to the score of Remember the Titans, which after a long time of sitting there thinking, I finally connected Planet Earth to Remember the Titans. And I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
No, that answered my question.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'd go with maybe Toy Story.
Oh my God, yeah.
And I think that I watched it a lot when I was a kid, and it was just something that like it always made me happy. And yeah, it's a very well done movie in general, and the soundtrack goes perfect with it, I think.
I didn't know that about you, man.
I love it. Yeah, I love that movie.
I respect it.
Our next question comes from Brian Estes.
How you doing?
Hey.
I was just curious, what's the craziest thing you've had to endure since becoming famous?
The cash.
The bags. We probably shouldn't let people know about those sorts of jokes.
Yeah, it is just a joke. But
The craziest thing, I guess people try to find out like where you live. That's gonna accomplish anything. It's not.
They might get your bags.
They might get my bags. You're right.
yeah, that will.
Oh man, now I'm worried.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I keep my bags at Tyler's. So you guys know.
I think. Oh man. People don't. We don't really get recognized as much as people think. I think. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's really yeah, it's not too crazy. I don't think.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's just because we're forgettable faces, which is nice.
Normal guy looking.
I gotta get some glasses though. That might help. I don't even know who you are right now.
Yeah, it's like
Clark
the
Kent. Just throwing everyone off.
Yeah. Oh man, but boy, do I see better. That's a good question. I think overall, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, the positives outweigh the negatives a lot. It's fun to complain to each other about it, but we're not going to do that into a microphone.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's too many negatives.
That's good. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, good question.
Next up, we have Stacy Benton.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. So my question is, what musician or band would you like to collaborate with in the future?
Yeah, we don't like anyone else. So it's probably someone new that you haven't heard of. Is your dad going to do any music?
I think he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's
got like certain Latin influence he's
Yeah.
going to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Excited about that. I don't know. Do you like think of something else off the top of your head that you want to ask us? Off the top of your head, card down. Like, do we like macaroni and cheese or spaghetti?
What's your favorite dessert?
Favorite dessert? The
Yeah,
Bachelor,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
We do. Do we watch The Bachelor? Yes, we do. We do watch The Bachelor.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
And he just referenced the.
I did just reference it.
Yeah.
I'm a Luke P fan. I am. You guys need to realize this poor guy has got like 15 cameras around him, right? And he's trying to play a part. He thinks he's acting because he's trying to keep up with her. What'd you say? He's playing it hard. Well, no, he's completely out of his element. He's overwhelmed, okay? If you were to get him into a room, listen, when you watch the way that they edit it, these producers, the way they're editing this is they're trying to make him the bad guy. And so they get these other guys to talk poorly about him and everything, and they hate him, and I never want to see you again. And the proof is in his eyes. Whenever they cut to him, he always goes, "What?" Because like he's completely blindsided by the fact, like, dude, what are you talking about? And then what I love so much is if she's, dude, this is happening.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
Go? Okay, here we go.
But I do think that he should have just said if he likes spaghetti or mac and cheese.
I know. Listen,
that's all she wanted.
He's not a wordsmith, okay? He's not
at
gonna
all.
he's not gonna get his way out of it the way that we would. He doesn't know what else to say other than what he feels like he's supposed to say because he's got so much pressure in that situation. I feel bad for him. But also when they're like having their fight, and then they go to the castle that they're supposed to go to. His reaction, she's walking and thinking, man, I don't know if this is gonna work. She's just all worried, and he sees the castle. He's like, oh, sweet castle. Like he's not worried about it. Like I don't know. I just think that he would be all for her all the time. No, that's a coping mechanism. That's the way that he makes you think that he's got everything under control. I think he's freaking out, but he's just also kind of thinks the castle's really cool. And when the show ends, I think that's the type of guy that.
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna get back together. Like he's gonna choose somebody else, and in a couple months.
Oh wow, no, that's not how the show works.
All right, let's go to our next question.
You guys should collab
Brownies.
with Luke P.
Brownies is my answer to your question.
Sorry.
Anna Peever is our next question.
Hi. How much of fans' social media posts do you take into account, and do you look to see how fans react online to new music, set list changes, and just the shows in general every night?
I'm a pretty insecure guy, so I look at all that stuff.
Not a cool thing to say out loud.
Yeah, but
I love that about you, man. We get wind of stuff. What do you want us to say?
I was just curious, like how much.
What's cooler though?
Would
is it
you
cooler
rather,
if we don't look at it?
When you
at
turn
all?
around and the question's over, will you feel better saying we see everything, or you feel better thinking, oh, they're cool, they don't see anything?
I think it's cooler to think that y'all see what goes on.
Really?
And people's opinions, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we actually follow you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah, we do. We get wind of stuff. Yeah, I like that.
We get wind.
Yeah.
All right, next question comes to us from Christian Craig.
Hi.
Hi.
This question is about 6 years in the making. What's the meaning behind your tattoos? Or what are the meanings?
Well,
several.
Yeah, there's one that's we both have matching of.
Yeah.
That we got on stage, and it was like one of our first shows that we sold out in Columbus, Ohio, where we're from, and so we decided to get matching tattoos on stage because it's something that we'd never seen before, and it kind of turned out to be a nightmare, but we're proud of them, and they're on us forever. So
we have each other's names on our legs too. Mine's like higher.
Yeah, mine's pretty visible to the point where like if I have like jeans with holes in them or shorts, and I've noticed it like sitting on an airplane next to a stranger or something, it's very visible. It just says Tyler, and I can tell, like I almost want to just like break the silence and be like, hey, let me just explain this. I know you're not asking, but you're thinking. and so let me tell you about it. But that happened from a Twitter poll. The results were even. We had a kind of a bet that whoever won got to tattoo their name on the loser, and it tied. So we tattooed.
It did tie. It said
we both-
50% after 24 hours. But at the same time, if you looked at the total votes, it was an odd number. So someone won. We haven't dove all the way
I
into the.
voted for you.
You did?
Yes.
That's bullcrap.
I could tell.
I'm sorry.
I could tell.
Well, didn't really get you anywhere.
No,
I
I
don't
think
know.
you
I'll
saved
sign
me.
either way.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, our next question comes from our photographer, Lise Hamilton.
Okay. When you started making music, did you ever expect to have such a positive impact on your fans and their lives?
Good question.
Yeah. What do you want us to say?
I don't know.
When you turn around and go back to your seat, is it cooler if we
Have a seat.
No, I think it's just a hard question to answer because, I mean, obviously we wanted to create something that had meaning inside of it, but we didn't know why at the time. We just knew that it meant something to us, and the fact that it started to transfer meaning to other people was both eye-opening and also, yeah, well, that's what music did for me. So I'm glad that our music is doing that for other people. So it was kind of a mixture of both.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, guys, that ought to do it. Thank you so much to the guys from 21 Pilots.
Thank you.
Sipping on straight glory, let the vibe slide over me.
Yes.
When the thief don't save my seat, I'll be back when it's all complete. The moment is medical. Moment is medical.
Very high.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Very tall. Check.
So, as you know, we have questions from your biggest fans.
Is there no PA?
No.
Oh.
So we'll just yell it?
Yeah, we'll just.
So what's this for?
Oh, it's being recorded for
Got
the
it.
video. Yeah. So
Copy.
we got halfway there.
All right.
All right. So let's start. You ready to start? Yeah. All right. Here
Yes.
we go. Let's bring up Cassandra.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Thank you. My question for you guys is, do you guys have any pre-show rituals?
Nope.
This is starting out great.
Yeah, next question.
I mean, sorry.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Let's bring up Sydney.
Hi, I'm Sydney.
Hi.
What is the weirdest or craziest encounter you've ever had during a show?
With each other?
Sure. Or by yourself.
Let's make this like the worst one ever.
I dropped a stick one time.
No, actually, we never talked about this. A couple nights ago. He always has stick throwing issues.
I'm terrible at it.
Well, no, you're not. You just get unlucky.
Okay, thanks.
You walked over stage right. I don't know if you remember this. And you threw a stick out, and I noticed there was this really hammered dad. It was like probably a row above where you were throwing it, and there was
Yeah.
a row of younger girls in front of him, and he thought you were trying to throw it to him. Did you see this?
Yeah.
And he went for it and fell over
Oh, no, I
top
didn't
of the
see
row
that.
in front of them.
No, I did not see
And was
that.
laying face down in the trough of the.
I missed that.
The trough
Oh
of the
my
bleachers.
God.
I just wanted to add that to your stories of stick throwing mishaps. It was.
I'm not going to put that on myself.
Poor guy. He was face down, man.
Yeah.
He didn't get the stick.
Jeez, good.
Good.
How'd you know he's a dad?
I guess I just assumed. No.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day to him.
All right. JC.
Hi. Okay, so did you ever think that the fans were going to decipher all of the symbolism during the break?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no.
Next question.
That's actually it. Good night, everybody.
No, there was. It did happen pretty quickly. I feel like people caught on and discovered things, I think, way quicker than we thought that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Which was really cool.
You guys are a bunch of smart Pop-Tarts.
Catherine.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you guys and your dog Jim want to go to Taco Bell later?
You'd have to ask him.
Where is he?
He's down the hall. He's probably
Gnawing on his cone.
yeah. I mean, he would eat Taco Bell for sure.
Sweet. He would eat anything.
He would eat anything. Yeah. He's a dog.
Nice.
So.
But if that was an official invite, then probably not.
I mean, the answer is yes, we want to, but we have a show.
Where at?
The
Is there
one
one-
couple blocks away.
Yeah.
No, that's not too far.
No.
Sounds simple.
Yeah. Sounds too easy.
Sounds too easy. What's your order?
Normally a crunch wrap.
That's good.
Not the best though.
Eh,
You need to go into the cheesy gordita crunches with the fiery shell.
Good point.
So if you would have said that, we would have said yes to your day.
Thank you.
Next time. Raven.
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
All right. So, what setting do you like to be in when you do your writing?
What setting do we like to be in when we do our writing?
Dark mode.
Dark mode.
All right.
There have been some time so we most of the time we go on at 8:30. At least this tour. It's been 9 in the past.
Yeah.
And anytime we go on past that, it's usually my fault. Because either time just, I don't know. I'm usually working on something, writing something new,
Yeah.
working on something. And I have this creative arc that if I don't complete it, I'm really mad. And it takes me about 6 hours to complete the creative arc. So you start, all options on the table. Let's just cook something up. You start going, hour, 2 hours, you're finding sounds, 3 hours. Then you start trying to put it together, and you're really frustrated because those things aren't supposed to go together. You're creating something new. You're
Yeah.
wrestling the idea. And 4 hours, it starts to make sense, 5, 6. Then around that time, you go, okay, now I need to pee. But at least I have something that I can look back on and say, I think I have the start of something cool here. And then usually anywhere between 6 and 10 hours is what I like to do as far as writing. And when you're on tour, you don't have 6-hour blocks.
Yeah.
So you have like an hour or 2 hours. And I guess what I'm saying is if we're late to stage, I'm usually mad on stage, wishing I was working on music to start. Then the first song comes in, and I'm like, oh man, this is perfect. This is where I want to be.
This is where, yeah.
No, but there is a level of frustration wanting to work on something new and being on tour at the same time. And so I would say that tour is not the ideal situation to be creating. But I guess I'll just have to figure it out.
Okay. Thank you.
Good.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi.
What inspired you to try different styles in your recent music?
So why did you get the card from him?
I don't know.
I've been trying to figure that out. the
She
whole
didn't look
time.
down at it one time.
I've been trying to
guess
figure
it's a
that out as
cheat
well.
sheet, I don't know.
I've noticed.
Okay, so is that what the card says?
Yes, that is what the card says.
You just memorized it?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Respectful.
I forget the question.
What inspired you to try different styles in your recent music?
We did?
Sort of, yeah. You sort of went from rap to synthesizer.
Okay.
I really like that. It was cool.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thanks for the question. No, it is a good question. I'm sorry. It's our thing. We gotta maybe change that. We can't be mean to people anymore.
Choose rap or synthesizer?
One or the
Which
other.
One?
No, I think that maybe going back to what I was talking about, the creative process, that beginning stage, that first hour, like I said, everything's on the table. Nothing's off limits. And inside of that first hour of trying to create something, I mean, that's the most important hour because that's the direction you decide to go. From there, you split off and you kind of fork into left and right, left and right, left and right until you're in a spot you've never been before, and you look back and you think, well, in that first hour, if I would have just turned my chair a little bit this way and went to this, instrument or this synthesizer or grabbed the bass guitar instead, you can end up in a completely different part of your brain. And asking me why we worked on or created this type of music compared to what we've done in the past is as simple yet complex as me saying, well, I just swiveled my chair to the right and it just ended up over there. And so I guess that's the answer. Thank you.
Let's bring up Tyler.
What up, big guy?
What is your favorite song of all time?
Great.
That's a good question. What's yours? Yeah, see, isn't that tough?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, you don't think about it if you turn it around.
I like your Clarine song.
Okay, all time?
Yeah.
Great.
Favorite song of all time?
That's Man, that's a really tough question. I don't think that I can pin one down because it's too hard.
Just so we have an answer, I'll just say Chlorine as well.
Okay.
We can listen to it together sometime.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Okay. That was a good choice.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Cassie?
Hello.
Hey. I was wondering, what are your favorite snacks to have on the road?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
We don't snack.
Okay.
I haven't snacked since
Small
second
meals?
grade. Grow up.
Yeah. Cookies are my meal. It's not a snack.
You know what I've been doing? I've been putting Oreos in the bottom of cereal.
Oh, yeah.
And then just going.
Yeah.
Skip the Oreo
And then when you
cereal.
dive in, you're like, oh, this is just regular cereal, but you get all the way to the bottom, and there's a whole other situation going on down
Yeah.
there.
It's the dessert to your...
One day I'll grow up and have to do that.
Yeah. Would you please mature a little and put Oreos at the bottom of your cereal?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. Sounds good.
You got any?
If I do, I'm not really like a sweets person, but it would be cookies probably.
Okay, makes sense.
Cookies is like the one sweet that I enjoy.
We like salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah.
Which is not everyone likes that.
I can have like 3 at a time.
Yeah, I think everyone remembers the first time they ever had one. I remember my first time. Thought it was gonna be a potato chip.
Yeah.
And
They look
something
similar.
else
Betrayal.
happened.
But it's not really a snack either because we call it.
Don't tell them.
Next question.
No, you can tell. This is cute. This is about as cute as it gets, right here.
It's stemmed from a friend who is kind of a goofy guy, but he would always bring in a bag of salt and vinegar potato chips. And he'd be like, "Salt and vin for din din," and so then we just kind of we rolled with that, and now every time we eat them, that's what it is.
Salt and vin for din din.
Sounds like a good din din.
Yep.
Elijah?
What's your most useless skill?
I actually created all the cards you guys are using today.
Made the cardboard.
Thank you.
Mine's probably.
It says that on there.
Yeah.
Why do you keep handing them cards?
Who wrote that? Did you write that? Did you think of that question?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you
then
thought of
you
the
wrote the question.
You reported the question to James. He made the cards and then was like, "I'll give you the card right before you ask it at the microphone."
I have really no idea what I'm doing here.
It is a funny situation, but
I like it.
Yeah.
Useless skill.
probably the drums. But it's only because it's the only skill that I have.
You stop it.
So by default, it's my most useful skill. But it has to be the most useless.
I
too,
can do
you know.
something cool with an empty water bottle. But
You gonna chug one?
yeah, go ahead.
I'll do this. This is friendship. I'm not even thirsty. I can't drink it fast.
Chug, 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 chug. Yeah.
I can drink water medium speed.
Talented.
That's probably my skill.
Pure talent.
Bottle, you put the cap back on. You guys may have seen this. I do this every show.
Yeah. You hit me in the
After-
face one time.
Yeah, after every show, we get a water bottle as I'm walking back to our, at the end of the show. And I drink it pretty fast. It's faster than that, even. And then I. We did it.
Man, I'm proud to know him.
Pure talent. Pure
Yeah.
talent.
Pure talent. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Did you want to do it again?
No.
Lori? Here, I'm going to do this thing again.
Can you just look at the card for us?
Yeah.
Just to. Got it.
Tyler, Josh, a pleasure. I'm a huge fan. I drive a Pilot.
Oh, cool. The Honda Pilot.
Yeah.
Is it green?
No.
No. Okay.
It's blue. Sorry.
We drove a Honda Pilot for a while, actually. We filled it pretty full to the brim with drums and stuff, and drove to shows in a Honda Pilot.
Yeah.
And people were like, "Oh, I get it." We're like,
Yeah.
"No, it's pure coincidence."
It's economical.
Yes. Yes. My first concert was Duran Duran in 1984.
Okay.
The first time I saw you guys was the Quiet as Violent tour in 2014.
Wow.
And so my question is, what was the first concert you went to, and did it inspire you, or was it disappointing?
Yeah, it definitely could go either way. Your first concert's a big moment in your life. Some people, their first concert's like a huge thing. Sometimes it's like a local thing or whatever. Sometimes it's like a school concert. I think ours were just like, we separately went to local artists. I think mine was a local band from Columbus called House of Heroes. That was kind of just like a rock band, and I thought it was awesome. They're very talented guys, and I was inspired. Bands, just people on stage playing different instruments together, kind of playing the same song but doing completely different things all together, is a fascinating thing, and it's really cool. I think I had already known at the time that I wanted to like be in a band and play music, but that was something, when you see it done really well, really anything, when you see somebody pursuing their skill at a high level, it's fun to watch and fun to be a part of, and especially when they're passionate about it. And so that was a band that they were all very talented at their instruments, and they were all passionate about music and what they were doing, and so I couldn't help but leave inspired.
No.
Tyler still hasn't been to a concert.
I've never been to a show.
Well, when I saw you guys on the Quiet as Violent tour, I'd never seen you guys before, and it was amazing. I'm glad that my kid dragged me there.
Thank you.
It was
That means a
awesome.
lot. Thanks so
thank you.
much.
Let's bring up Paige. Do it again.
Hi, Paige.
Hi. So you guys have been playing Trees as the final song of the set list for pretty much ever since it came out. And I was wondering if there was ever a song that you thought could replace Trees as the finale, or do you ever think there will be?
She's smart.
Yeah.
It's a
Thank
good
you.
question. We've talked about that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I think I've tried to write songs that could replace it, and yeah, it might happen at some point. I don't know. I think that the further we get away from having released Trees, which is on Vessel, right? I don't keep track. It's like, man, does it make sense? I guess we get more and more just kind of curious whether or not it makes sense to end your show with a song so old.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think any other band really does that. They usually take their biggest song, whether it's, what's popular right now or traditionally a big radio hit or something like that, and we just haven't done that yet. And I don't know. Now you know that we are up in the air about it, and we like that our fans, every time we play that song, every time we go into it, I'm always wondering, like, when is it going to be the day where they're like, this is like a deep cut off of their, like, old record, and I don't know it, but it hasn't happened yet. So we're going to probably keep doing it until the Rooms tells us that, like, that they don't know the song anymore. So
Thank you, guys.
yeah.
Taylor. Come on down.
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you guys if you'd ever consider doing a series of shows, like a small concert of the older stuff, like Regional at Best and Self-Titled. Like for the
So, no, that's a good question. My concern about playing small shows, Josh and I we're permanently scarred in the way that we look at shows and their size, because we've played so many small shows to no one that a part of us is concerned about if we were to, like, intentionally play a small venue. Does this mean that we're, like, losing fans, or does this mean that our career's going down and we're inevitably crashing and burning? So we would want to be very clear in, like, explaining what it is. But for us, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it was a phase of our career that was a blast, and those are the shows that there's so much of our time spent just reminiscing shows or experiences, and I think we always go back to kind of like that time. But it was a phase that we were trying to get past, because I think that we always we had kind of goals that were bigger than a smaller room. So yeah, I think when he says that we're a little bit scarred, it was something that we felt that we wanted to play larger rooms, but that doesn't. We have also had conversations about that. It'd be cool to kind of like stop off and just like set up drums and a piano and like a small room and play for like an hour or something. That's like kind of a surprise show or something. I think that idea ended up turning into what we did a thing called Tour de Columbus in the city that we're from, where we started out in like a 200 cap room, and then played shows all week, kind of leading up to the arena in our city. So we did that in a sense, but I don't know. There's no real plans to do it again, but it was fun. It's a lot hotter in those smaller rooms than I remembered.
Yeah.
So I don't miss that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's bring up John.
What's up, John?
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
That's a good question.
Are you asleep right now?
No.
Yeah.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you. Is a Philly cheesesteak a sandwich?
Yes. Take that, John.
don't
Yeah.
know.
You don't know?
I don't know. That's why I asked you guys.
You have
Oh,
to,
we're
but
the
to
sandwich
throw that
experts.
type of question as you have to have some conviction yourself in this area. So,
Do you have an opinion on if a hot dog's a sandwich or not?
no, don't answer that.
Or
yet.
are you just turning to us to
Yeah.
we answer?
I want to
and
ask.
then that's
I
what
want to
you
ask some
stick
more
with?
questions around the question. Do you think an ice cream sandwich is a sandwich?
No.
But it's
Really?
called a sandwich.
But,
It's in
but
the name.
it doesn't have anything that a sandwich has. It doesn't have bread.
So bread
Yeah.
is one of your
It-
prerequisites to a sandwich. Okay. So is a corn dog a sandwich?
No.
No.
It's like a mini hot dog.
It's a mini.
Ah.
So size is
But-
also a prerequisite.
But if, then a hot dog wouldn't be a sandwich.
Also, a hot dog's just a piece of meat.
With bread.
With bread.
If you see a hot dog, the piece of meat, what do you call it a hot dog?
But when you add the bread.
So you're asking if the hot dog with
Are
the
you
bread is-
arguing with us now, John? I would say it's not a sandwich, and if you think it is, then you're asleep.
Okay.
Also, an animal cracker, it's a cracker.
Yeah.
But if you put frosting on it, they call it a cookie. And that's always been weird to me.
And it's always an animal.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, good question, man.
Yeah, that is a good.
Thank you.
Not a sandwich.
Right?
Yeah, I would go not sandwich.
I actually have a lot more to talk about with it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we could
just-
continue.
We could discuss that one for a while.
Yeah.
That's a van question.
Yeah.
We call that a van question. Spent a lot of time in the van. Not
What
much
does
to
it?
talk about. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah.
We could have used that one.
It is closer to a sandwich than a corn dog.
Here's
You're right
another
about
one.
that.
Can you touch a hole?
No.
No, you can't. The question is tough. Because you feel like you can, but you can't. Hole is the absence of space. You can touch the outside of the hole. But then my theory goes down the toilet when we talk about donut holes. You obviously
Talk about holes in toilets at the same time.
in hot dogs, man. We're just circling the boat here.
But yeah, donut holes. It's a donut sphere. That's what it is.
Anyway, we digress.
All right. Any more cards?
Not a sandwich, though?
Donut
Not
holes?
a sandwich.
No, not donut holes. It's a hot dog.
It's got bread.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, we'll go with not a sandwich.
Yeah, I'm going to say no on that.
Jennifer.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your most prized possession?
Most prized possession. Wow. What's yours?
I don't know. I was thinking about it. I think maybe it sounds silly, but dishes. Just dishes from different family members that have passed away. So when you use them, you
Okay.
kind of think of them.
So we're not talking about other humans.
Probably not. Probably things.
I mean, it's kind of an endearing term to say, like, consider. I know that you don't own them like a possession, but it's clarifying. Dishes is your most prized possession?
like,
Okay,
just
so it's like a
things that remind ya-
sentimental.
Yeah, sentimental.
Yeah, okay.
No value.
Okay.
Yeah, I've just got like a stack of plates from like IKEA or something at my house, so I don't care at all. But yours sounds a lot better than
Just
mine.
from like a grandma or something. Like, oh, these are grandma's plates, kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start collecting my relatives' dishes.
Yeah, sounds like a good place to start. I have a bunch of old journals. It's kind of I have a lot of hard drives with old like ideas on them. I actually think about if my house were to burn down, like what would happen to those. That's kind of a good way of phrasing it, right? If your
Yeah.
house burned down, what's something you're
Yeah.
worried about losing?
That you'd miss.
So I backed up those hard drives and I put them other houses, like my parents' house.
Yeah, that's fine.
My mom thinks it's like weird because it says "Do not open" on it. Like I'm hiding something from her or something. And really, it's just a bunch of ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, some hard drives with just some audio of me like working on songs where you can hear the pipe that I had to
record next to in my parents' basement that was attached to the toilet. Every time they'd flush, I'd have to like try again because you could hear it in the recording. And sometimes I just left it. And I was like, whatever. That was good enough. So I don't know. Just stuff like that, I guess, is a prized possession, kind of a sentimental value.
For sure.
I think I could throw away pretty much anything I own and really be fine.
I love that about you.
Yeah, I can't think of one thing that like if I lost outside of like a person or my dog that I'd be super bummed about. I mean, I'd be bummed, but
yeah,
not super bummed.
But not super bummed. Move on with my life.
I don't think that's true. Not one thing. You don't have any like plates?
Oh, my dishes.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Well, round of applause for Tyler and John. Wonderful press conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for 21 pilots. Don't forget, 21 times. Keep going, keep going. Did you just have that? Keep going. I'm having clapped 21 times, so we wanted to theme it. 21 pilots for 21st of June, 21 claps. Let's get into it. Thank you guys very much for taking time before the show to do this, because you've got some super fans right here. My name is Teresa, you know that from 94.5 The Buzz. So are you guys ready to get into these questions? Clara Casey.
Settle down, guys. Here.
Clara, I'm going to come around this way. Clara Casey has the first question, and they're very nervous, by the way, so I've been sitting here, giving them some good therapy. What's your question?
At what age did you decide to make music your life?
Have you decided yet?
Yeah, no. Probably 32.
Wait, how old are you? Josh's mic's not working that well.
Maybe it's
There it is.
Yeah, that happens a lot. I guess everyone just assumes that you're going to do all the
All the talking.
Which
That mic's just a prop.
Yeah.
I probably wasn't for the rest of my life. I think I always, for a while, maybe since I was 15 or 16, I knew that music was going to be important to me, but I kind of feel like everyone feels that way to an extent. But as far as being my life, I mean, we were already in a band before we knew it was going to be our life.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a specific day where I called him up and I told him that, hey, we can quit our jobs now.
Yeah,
that was a big day.
That was when this became like our sole like way of making money. That was a big deal for us. I think that before that we had both been pretty obsessed with music though, and kind of performing and creating it, and so I guess it could have been before that, but yeah, we were probably like 22. That happened when we quit our jobs to go on the old road. The old road.
Did it feel good to pay your bills off at 22 and have no debt to take all that money?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. All right, next.
You didn't really have much debt, did you?
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't have like. I didn't go to school or anything, so.
You didn't drink the Kool-Aid.
Drink the Kool-Aid. Next question is Karen Gaskell's, but her daughter Kayla is going to ask it. Are you ready, Kayla? Stand up. Go ahead, stand up.
Come on.
Own this moment. Own this moment.
You got it.
When you're not on tour making music, what is your favorite pastime?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I was just gonna say sitting.
Just sitting.
Just sitting.
Pass the time.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. Being at your own place can be nice. I mean, I remember I was, when we were like really starting to be on the road a whole lot, it was a weird thing, and then I would get home and I wouldn't really do much, and I felt kind of weird or bad about that. And then a friend was like, well, you're kind of just spending all of your weekends at once. So we would have like a couple weeks off or a month or something. And it was like, it's like when we're on the road, we're just saving up our weekends for when we get home, and then we can just like watch cartoons for 3 weeks straight. Like what you would do on a Saturday morning when you get down to work.
So I guess Josh watches cartoons first last time. Man, it's beautiful out. It reminds me that I do enjoy being outside in the sun. When you're from Ohio, like we are, there's very specific months that you can enjoy being outside. And so if my free time falls inside of that time, I usually like to try to get outside at some point.
All right, next question, Lauren Brabson. All right, Lauren, don't be nervous. We've all talked about this. What's your question?
I enjoyed your mood math cooperation. Y'all plan to do anything else like that, or with anybody else?
I have no plans so far, but we did enjoy. We got into a studio and got some video equipment and just let them have at our songs with us, and it was a lot of fun. It turned out to be one of our favorite projects. Probably one of the only videos that I've watched of ours on YouTube more than once, where I'll go back and be like, oh, I remember that. But yeah, I love watching that. So if I show someone, you know how YouTube learns everything about you, right? And then you want to show someone something either on your laptop or on your phone on YouTube. They see kind of like all your suggested things and immediately judge you. And I'm usually not too embarrassed by it. It's usually like some video game thing or some guy learning how to build a hut out of mud, which is actually kind of cool. And then there's that one video, it's like, hey Tyler, do you want to watch yourself again? I always try to scroll past that one as quickly as I can.
All right, let's go to the next question. Ismail, are you ready for your question?
Yeah.
All right.
First, hi guys.
What's up?
What was the runner-up name for your band?
Runner-up. I don't think there was an immediate runner-up, but there were some other ideas that were. I found that any idea that I had, I was living at home with my parents when I was kicking around the idea of starting a band, which most people thinking about starting a band are usually living with their parents. And so every idea that I had, the only like people to run it by were my parents. And I don't know if that's a great litmus test for a band name. Because everything I came up with, my dad just made fun of purely. And I think that 21 Pilots, when I said that, it was so confusing to him that he didn't have something to make fun of right away. And I was like, there's something to that. My dad couldn't make fun of it. So we went with that one. I don't remember too many of the other. I think, I don't know, I feel silly even saying them.
That's a good cliffhanger. We're gonna move on after that. Ariana Conway, what's your question?
What would be on the guardrails of your life?
The guardrails?
The gag reel.
Gag reels.
What would be on the gag reel of your
I was
life?
about to say, the guardrails of your life, that's pretty deep, too.
Not enough time for that one.
Yeah, the guardrails,
Yeah.
that would be a long session. Gag reels.
Like funny moments.
Yeah. No, like moments where you kind of choke on a burrito.
If something smells very foul. Probably any time that we've spent in the band on the way to shows.
Yeah, a lot of time in the van talking about stuff.
Yeah. Or like compilation videos of us falling on stage.
We've talked about this before, but Josh has a pretty great track record of funny drumstick tosses into the crowd.
Yeah.
Things happen all the time when he does that. I think in the Pat's Home, when we first started playing.
Yeah, when we first started playing, I don't know why I like decided I'd just get rid of a stick halfway through a show. But it's kind of
You're a rock star. You're a rock star.
You see those classic drummers just tossing on a drumstick or whatever, so I'm like, yeah, we would try it. But there's like less people in a room than there are here. And so most of the time, and it's also, in order to throw it sort of on the safer side, you kind of got to toss it like that. You can't really just like throw it like that. I might poke somebody's eye out, which I guess still could, but the way in which I throw it, I still have not gotten very good at it.
I would like to point out when we were a much smaller band playing for even less people than this, you'd throw it out, and it meant that much more because both of our heads were like $3.50.
Yeah, we gotta go to Guitar Center after this. But it would just clink on the ground most of the time, and then it would just like land at somebody's foot, and they'd be like, oh.
They kick it back to you.
Yeah. And there's been times where it's, there's like a lighting truss up above or something, and I'll kind of like throw it up and it'll like hit against that and just come right back.
Come back on stage.
That has happened before. And then, I mean, the first time that we were like playing in arenas, we were opening up for a band, and our parents were at a show, and we were finally in front of enough people to like legitimately throw out a stick and feel sort of cool. And I threw it, and it still landed on the ground. It rolled right up to my dad. So he just picked it up and was like, "Here you go." Someone.
Like not cool at all.
It wasn't cool. So I didn't really realize it until afterwards, and he told me the story, and I was just like, I'm never gonna get this right.
Are you gonna throw a stick tonight? Because now everyone's gonna be wanting you to throw one of your sticks.
Yeah. Well, now I'm really self-conscious about it.
Now you have to. All right, let's go on to the next question. Because Anthony Roberts has a question, but his son, Littlefoot Longneck Pigeon Toe, is going to ask it.
Of your music, what is your favorite song?
See, with a name like that, I expected a better question.
Right?
Is your last name Toe?
All that is
his, not mine.
Just not yours. Out of all of our songs, what's our favorite song? What's yours? Yeah, see, isn't that hard? Okay, cool. Me too. What was the full name again?
Littlefoot Longneck Pigeon Toe.
Is that a family name? Cool. Our favorite song, it changes all the time. I always like to point out that when we think of our songs, we think of the live version of it because we're playing it live every day. And so a lot of people, when they think of our songs, they think of what they listen to, whether it's on CD or streamed or whatever, which is the same for anyone that we're fans of. We usually think of the song that we've taken with us somewhere, whether it's in the car or in our bedroom, or it becomes kind of a part of our story. And then if you happen to come to a show, you get to see that version of it live, which is different than everything else you've experienced. But for us, that is the only version of it we've ever experienced, is the live version, other than recording it. So really the question is, which song do we like to play live? And that one changes a lot. Jumpsuit is one of them. And then I guess we both kind of agree on a song called My Blood, which is, there's some technical moves in there for us as musicians that we enjoy trying to get better at, and so that's a fun one for us too.
All right, next question. Edward Wells. I'm coming, Edward. All right, what's your question?
What part of music production is your favorite? Tracking vocals, instruments, etc.
You talking about specifically like when you're recording the record? Like?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my relationship with recording vocals it's very complex, but something I'm always learning about. You know, you think back to, my first idea that I had on the piano. I play it, figure it out. Oh my gosh, that's mine. How do I capture it? How do I make sure it doesn't get away? Because I will forget it. And I was like, I don't know. And this was before your phone had the voice memo app on it, which is clutch now. But I think I went to some, I don't know, like drugstore or CVS or something, got some really cheap voice recorder. You ever seen like those old movies that maybe a newspaper reporter's like asks you a question, he sticks this little thing in your face, and you being the lead character of this movie, obviously. And I got one of those, and so I could I learned that if I hit record on that and I played what I wrote, and hit stop, I could listen back to it, I could always remember it. So I had this little recorder for a while. Then I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm obviously not gonna plug this into a stereo and show someone my song. How do I get that to sound better? And then began my endless pursuit of gear and equipment to get my voice and the piano and the idea to sound like what's in my head. And it's an endless pursuit, all the way up through getting a laptop and understanding how an interface works, and then plugging the microphone into the interface, and what is the interface doing when it converts that audio into something digital the computer can understand, and then all those aspects. And then you chase this perfection to try to get the vocal to sound right. I'm just using the vocal as an example. But then you realize that the ultimate perfection is giving it up to a producer in a professional studio to record your vocal for you, because they have millions of dollars worth of gear in that room to do so. And we've gone all the way down that route, and I look back and I realize that the moment that I'm writing a lyric, to be able to capture that moment and have that be what's recorded on the record and live forever, is more important than that vocal being perfect. And so it just goes to show how complex the relationship is with recording a vocal for me. I've then realized, okay, it's not so much about the gear, it's not so much about getting that vocal to sound perfect, it's more about capturing the emotion and what I'm trying to say in that moment any way that I can. And it's my job to just get better and better at it, rather than looking for someone to help me get it right. And then kind of this last record we just released, I produced it, and it was a big leap without having another producer kind of overseeing all of, making sure that everything sounded right. And it was scary to do so, but I think that it was a step in the right direction to make sure that we were in total control of what we wanted the record to sound like. So,
I'd say probably the drums for me.
All right, Brandon Webb. Brandon Webb. Hold on, get your time on the microphone. Come on now, baby, we gotta do this the right way.
I have a certain smell that I identify with my childhood, and I can relate. Did you ever find where your smell came from?
That's a good question. And that sounds kind of weird maybe to someone who doesn't know, but in several lyrics of my songs, I talk about like a smell can just snap you back to like a moment. My brother was actually visiting my grandparents' house in New Jersey a couple days ago, and he happened to just be passing through to get to I don't know why he was there, but he sends me photos. Do you remember this stuffed animal? Do you remember this chair? Do you remember that, like something about my grandparents' house that we would go to maybe once a year for Christmas? He's taken a photo of the basement that our whole family would live in whenever we were there for holidays. And he goes, "Can you smell this photo?" And I was like, "Absolutely, I can." And I don't know how to describe it for you, but it's hard to describe, right? But there's just that smell of that basement Christmas time at my mom's parents, so my grandparents on my mom's side. And that's one of the things that happened just recently that reminds me. I don't know, do you have a smell?
For some reason, when I'm like thinking about my childhood, it's like the fake root beer scent. It's not like actual root beer, but you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like
I don't really know what it's called, but I think I had a toy that like smelled like that or something, and that's all stuff.
Like root beer and candy cigarettes. so Josh's childhood was filled with fake beer and fake cigarettes.
Just trying to grow up.
All right, next question is for Sheila Hutchins, who's horrifically nervous. Sheila, I'm gonna make you stand up. She didn't want to ask the question, and I said, you're gonna regret this if you don't take on the moment. So are you ready?
Okay. I don't do public speaking, sorry. What would a world populated by clones of you two be like?
That's a good one. Probably pretty sweet. Or horrible.
Sheila, was it? Here's a question for you. How many people would need to leave until it no longer becomes public speaking and we're just talking to each other?
Everyone but my daughter.
Really?
I don't, yeah.
So you can't, like, just 3 people?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean.
Okay, 4?
It's just.
See, we're moving.
Staring.
Yeah, but now that we're actually having a conversation, isn't it a little easier now?
I was the same way for a really long time. Yeah. I hated it, and I couldn't do it in school because it was crippling. So I feel it. I don't think I've ever really struggled with that.
No, I think everyone, in a sense, struggles with that. There's a part of me that would rather play a show in front of 10,000 people than talk in front of you guys right now. But at the same time, I'd much rather have a microphone and be talking the whole time rather than sitting there waiting for my one question to say to a microphone. That's way worse. So,
yes.
Feel better now? I do.
All right, last question is for Brad Eller. Brad, stand up. He's the class clown of the whole day today.
Hi.
Hi.
Greatest day of my son's life, so I appreciate you taking the time. Question. How much has your faith and religion influenced the lyrics of your songs?
It's a good one. I think that we're so formed by the way that we were raised. Obviously, you're raising your son right now, and whether you like it or not, everything you're doing, he's, kind of taking a piece of. And it's not until I get older do I notice more and more how much we take from where we're from and how we were raised. I mean, I can feel it. Even the way I'm leaning on this table is the way that my dad would do it. He'd put his arm like this, and he'd probably hold the mic like this. Every day I feel it. And Josh and I talk about it all the time, that our dads, whether they meant to or not, they gave us so many things that whether we wanted them or not, we got. I guess that just kind of starts the conversation about religion and faith. And, both of my parents didn't grow up in a religious household at all. And they kind of came and accepted Christianity when they were around their college age, and that really changed their lives. And so when they got married and they wanted to raise a family, they committed to raising kids in a household that had those beliefs and those values. And so as someone who was raised in a kind of a faith-based, I guess it's a weird phrase, but we went to church, read the Bible. That was just a part of growing up. I mean, that was as essential as cereal in the morning. I didn't know that it was different than the fact that, our family, we get together with this side of our family for this holiday. There's certain aspects of growing up that you think that everyone does. Until you get old enough, you look around and go, not everyone does it that way. And so as I got older, some of those questions about, wait, what do I believe? What's my faith in? What religion do I associate with? And realizing that I had a decision, I still have a decision, just like my parents did when they decided that they were going to raise us this way. And when I realized that decision was mine to make, it was kind of all happening at the same time that I, moving out of my parents' house and trying to go to college, and what do you want to be with your, do with your life, and what's your purpose, and this music thing is something I'm drawn to. And so inside of me wrestling with a lot of the things that I think all of us wrestle with at a certain point in our life, as we leave our family, leave our parents and move out and become our own person, I was also writing music for the first time. So you kind of got to watch me become who I was inside of some of these lyrics. And yes, a lot of those lyrics had to do with the way I was raised in my faith, and my parents' faith, and what we believe in Christianity and religion. And I think that those topics, even though they're kind of uncomfortable to talk about, are some of the biggest things that we should be talking about. What do you believe? Do you believe nothing? I mean, that's just as important as believing in something. I guess I'm standing before you, or sitting before you now, saying I haven't figured it out. I'm still writing music, just like I'm still trying to figure out those big questions. I will say that as I've come around, become a little bit more of an adult, a little bit more, I realized there was something to what my parents were teaching me that I think I want to take with me, and I want to believe in as well. And you kind of learn that your parents are right a lot. I don't know, there's a lot of combinations of parents and kids in here, but my parents had such a great intuition. I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. Like who my friends were, like, you should probably not talk to him. I'm like, you're wrong, he's cool, he's fine. And then you realize they were right, he was an idiot. And there's just so many aspects of that time when I first started writing music where I felt like I was right and they were wrong, and then slowly realizing there were some aspects that they definitely were wrong, and then aspects that they were right. And yeah, I don't know, I could talk forever about that, but yeah, faith and Christianity and the way that I was raised and belief in God and what happens after life, I mean, those are all things that you will find in my music. And I don't think that I'll ever get to a point where I'll say, hey, I figured it out. You guys come and try this. This is it. But I at least don't want to be too afraid to tell you that I'm trying to figure it out. And that's what music has been for me lyrically, is a place to have an outlet for those questions.
All right, thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much. Give it up for 21 Pilots. Thank you guys for taking out the time. It was amazing. You had great questions too. Great questions. I think we're going to get ready to go take our photos. If you guys want to stay seated, we'll get ready to bring you this way.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Imari here with 101X and 21 Pilots for today's X session here at the Frank Irwin Center. So today we're going to be doing something super special for 21 Pilots' biggest fans in Austin. You all are going to get to be the interviewer and interview the duo with whatever questions you have. So let's give a round of applause for 21 Pilots, first of all. Hello, welcome. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Austin. So I don't know if you heard that today your biggest fans are going to be your interviewers for today. So the biggest.
Great.
Check. Check.
So let's get started with our first listener, Camilla here.
Hi. My question is, what makes you feel at home when you're on tour?
Tyler. I just wanted that reaction. That's why.
I just saw you for the first time today behind that curtain.
Yeah.
Candles. What else?
I think, man, I don't know. Good. I think Taco Bell, probably. That's like a universal. We could. There's been times where we've been like overseas for like a month or two at a time, and everything can feel very foreign. And then like we'll spot a Taco Bell in an airport or something, and then it is a little slice of home.
Yeah, but other than that, this does not feel like home at all.
Yeah.
It's not my living room.
Nope.
Hi guys, my name's Alex. First of all, thank you so much for this intimate thing right here we have going on. My question is, I've done a bunch of research on this question. Amazon Analytics has shown a 500% increase on yellow bandanas and a 200% increase on yellow tape. So clearly, the theme of the album has a powerful hold on the economy. How? It does. It's facts. It's facts. So how did yellow come as a theme, and have you given any hints about the next theme color? Thank you.
You're welcome. No, my dad did say, like, you're going to start a tape company?
Yeah.
Just
probably
always
should.
scheming, always hustling for the next idea. I don't know if those percentages are real. I feel like they're kind of conspicuously round. Exactly 500. Yeah, I don't believe it. Jeff. He's the guy who owns Amazon. And you think that the guy who owns Amazon knows those sorts of things. Sounds like you pinned him in a corner, asked him, and he was like, I got to get out of here. Let me just say the most round, ridiculous number I can think of. And he said 500%.
Since when also? When did the spike occur?
Yeah. Before the album released.
Before.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what's next, but I guess
there have not been hints.
No, not really. I mean, if you see Josh like become an entrepreneur of a specific type of color thing, then maybe that'll be a hint so that he can get ahead of the
Or maybe it's
curve.
random.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, my name is Miguel. Came out by Roberto. My question, y'all: what memory of the city of Austin sticks out when you come by here, if any?
I think there's a couple. We played ACL, and we did South by Southwest also. And that one was one of like our first. You remember we did that like it was like a showcase thing. It was on a really small stage, South by Southwest, and that was fun.
My cousins live here, so I actually just had a late lunch with them a little bit ago. So they took me to a cool spot. Don't remember the name. But he was asking me if you have any barbecue here yet? And I was like, well, I don't think I don't recall, but I know that we played Stubbs at one point, which I know they do barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember playing the piano and eating at the same time. So I probably didn't have any.
We have eaten at Stubbs.
While on stage?
Not while on stage.
Did we had it afterwards?
Yeah, we actually had lunch there one time.
Okay.
I do remember.
Josh is a little better at remembering places and things. Wouldn't you
He
say?
remembers people more than I do.
I do remember people. No.
His cousin, his family.
Absolutely not. No. Yeah. I don't know if you. How many times have we played here? What if you knew exactly, like 9?
Yeah. It's probably been like 5 or 6.
I bet more.
Maybe more. That Swan Dive was here.
Was it?
Yeah. It's renamed something else because I went to go find it and it's not the same. I don't know if it's a venue anymore or not.
We played a really small place called the Swan Dive. Is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
It's still around? Did it move? Is it still all white?
Oh, really?
And it's still.
I thought I walked by it and it was like called something else or maybe it just looked very closed.
Yeah. That was my first heckler.
Yeah.
So the Swan Dive. Yeah. Well, in his defense, we didn't have anyone at the show, so we were just playing to no one. So then just some dudes walking around like down the street kind of hear a bunch of drums. I'm sure that's all they could hear.
Probably.
They kind of popped their head in, and I don't know what he said, but probably or something.
Yeah.
And so I went down and rapped in his face. He didn't know that my tour manager was standing right behind him, which is why I had all the confidence to get into his face and rap. And I also find it funny that even though I was rapping at him and pretending to be all, I don't know, hard, if you were to hear actually break down the lyrics I was saying, it's like, I'm insecure and I'm trying to figure life out. But I did it really mean, right, right in his face. And he was like, whoa, bro, chill. So there's a few memories for you. See?
Yeah.
I'm Angela. I have this picture.
Yeah.
I work at Firehouse Subs. I'm a manager there, so I was wondering what Buz's favorite sub from Firehouse was.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Do you say, do you have something you say every time they walk into the door still?
Yes. We say welcome to Firehouse.
No. No.
You changed it.
You changed it.
What? No.
So how long have you been working at Firehouse?
3.5 years.
Really? 10, 12? You don't remember that?
Oh yeah, when people are coming.
Yes.
About to come in the door, not whenever they come in.
Well, they always used to say it when we walked in.
They would say 10, 12.
That means
Welcome to Firehouse. That means
yeah.
That's like code. That's like
Visitor,
firefighter code for
guest
there's someone in the firehouse, right? You don't know. We're telling you how your
Yeah.
job works.
You're a manager?
Yeah.
A manager? Like a senior position.
Seems like something you learn on day one.
So I don't
I
know.
was
Maybe
late,
maybe it's just the firehouse in Columbus.
No, we're supposed to, but we don't.
You don't do it anymore. So it's not like a mandated rule. You don't have to yell 10, 12. Welcome to Firehouse.
Now we do it every time we walk in.
Yeah, we walk in there. We're like 10, 12.
Guys, you got a visitor in here. We're letting you know. What was your question? Oh, what's the favorite sub?
Sub, man. I get the 8-inch Italian on wheat. No onions.
I just do the standard Italian. No mods.
It is one of the only places that I like wheat bread more than just standard regular white bread for some reason. I don't know what you do with your wheat, but you're doing something over there.
It's a secret.
Channeled all that extra energy yelling out 10, 12 into making that wheat bread a little sweeter.
I want that now. Sounds good.
And you have the machine that has like the infinite amount of like
Coke.
Yes. You call it Coke down here? Soda. Pop. Yeah, you're all over the place. Are those hard to fix? Like when they break down?
No, they're really easy. All I have to do is
Are
call a
you
number.
really a manager at Firehouse? They're really easy to fix.
Yeah.
No,
I don't believe that for a second.
I can show y'all.
Yeah? Okay. Well, thanks for your question.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Sam. So as you release new music, removing certain fan favorites from your set becomes necessary. How do you choose what stays and what goes?
It's a good question. I have one more Firehouse clarification. Are you aware that when I ask for water, that machine gives me like weird colored water out of your stupid machine there at Firehouse?
The reason it does it is because it uses so much flavor, so you're supposed to let it run for like a second, and then the water leaves.
No. I let it run. I sit there and I let it all drain out, and yet
It's because we've learned.
I look down in the cup and it's pink. And my mom taught me that if the water has a little bit of a hint to it, then you're allowed to go get whatever drink you want. After that. That's just what she taught me. I don't know if that's real. Set list. Good question. It's hard. I think we're actually still pretty excited that we have too many songs, because for a while it wasn't like there were many options. Here's our set, especially when things started taking off. We were playing longer and longer sets. We have to play everything because we don't have that many songs. And now to be able to be in a position now where we have multiple records and enough songs to pick and choose from, we're still excited that we're there. Yeah, it's hard to make everyone happy, you know. We try to put ourselves in everyone else's position, like what would they want to hear, but you know, at the same time, we've been to shows where we walk away like, oh, bummed that we didn't hear the one song that meant a lot to us or something, and it's just kind of it's a hard balancing act, juggling, puzzle piece. There's a lot of aspects to the set list that some people don't totally realize there's logistic things between transitions, and well, if that mic stand is down there at the end of that song, we should probably go into this song because the transition will feel nice, and every song is a different color palette. So in a sense, there are times where we intentionally want songs that have similar color palettes next to each other to make it feel kind of like a segment in of itself. And I'm talking about the lights and the production, but then there are other moments where, hey, if this song has kind of an amber hue to it, we don't want to do another amber hue right next to it. If it's a different instrument being kind of featured, we want there to be a separation. And so there's a lot of decision making, more than just, hey, here are the songs we think that sound good next to each other. There's a lot of reasons why we pick what we pick and in what order. It's kind of like our own, I don't know, little hobby, just trying to figure out the best set, and we still haven't landed on it, and it's not perfect, so we're trying. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Emma, and my question is, what's one thing that's changed your music the most since you've released your first album?
The thing that's changed my music? I mean, I guess you guys. Aw.
Dude, we both got one.
We both got an aw.
We both got an aw.
Yours was better.
I don't know.
There's only 3.
I don't think
Only
so.
3 people did that. I mean, that's true, though, because before we, first batch of songs, it was to no one. So, in a sense, there's nothing, you can't recreate that. No matter how hard you try to recreate the idea of releasing music to no one. It's a very special moment. But at the same time, there were a lot of, it's fun to reminisce and, fantasize about that time when, we weren't at the level that we are now, and kind of look at it as like glory days or something to be, I don't know, jealous of. Especially as a fan, that you look at where a band or an artist has come from, that idea of wanting to be there from the beginning. It's kind of glorified. And the truth is, it sucked. Being that little and not having any money and not being able to get to the next show and not knowing if what you wanted to do with your life was actually what you should be doing with your life. And so we look at some fans will look at the old songs or the old shows or the way that things were done way in the past and kind of I don't know, put that on a pedestal. It's hard for us to agree with you because it's hard. We didn't know it was going to work then. We didn't see what is now. So all that to say, I think that the biggest thing that's influenced our music, kind of outside source of inspiration, would be the fact that our fans are such a big impact on what we do and why we do it and the decisions we make inside of it. Aw.
Hi, my name's Dominic, and my question is, what are y'all's top 3 favorite desserts that Jenna makes?
That Jenna makes? Aw. Yeah.
You don't really. I'm the one that.
She does make cookies a lot.
She does.
I enjoy partaking.
She's a cookie.
What kind?
What kind? If it were up to her, I'm sure it would be way more exotic than what I would prefer. I think she'd want it to be she likes health stuff. Mm-hmm. So that kind of means she likes tricking me into eating things I don't know. She's like, try this cookie. I'm like, okay, cookie. I'm familiar. It's good. It's weird. It's good. It's great. You want, obviously she made something. You want it to be good. And then she says, it's got figs in it. Well, that's why I don't like it. So she's always trying to find some combination of, I don't know, replacement, like healthy. But then there are plenty of times where she'll just go yard and just make it amazing and unhealthy. And so, yeah, she's done donuts and pies and a bunch of stuff. So it's a lot. Oh, she will. I'm sorry. She does something interesting where there's certain desserts I like with ice cream, and
even to the point where I'll be like, I'm fine. If we don't have ice cream, I'm fine. And I just didn't know this, but I didn't know you could make ice cream that quickly. She was like, I'll just make some ice cream. I'm like, what? Isn't that hard? And then a few minutes later, we have ice cream. She just made it. I don't even know how it works, but yeah, we're up pretty late. We don't really come alive until 3 p.m., so that means 3 a.m. is prime for ice cream making. Anyway.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. My question is, how do you think your relationship to your fans has changed from the start of the band to now, and how has it impacted like your music, performances, touring, stuff like that?
What the heck was that noise? Well, you kind of just talked about that, I feel like.
I feel like I've been talking too much.
I think it's gotten, it's a lot cooler in some ways, and in some ways, you know, when we were playing in tiny clubs, it was like this many people or less, and we would just pack up our own gear in the trailer, and people would help us, and we would just chat and hang.
Yeah. Thanks for coming out. If you could help us.
Yeah. But people would like just be like, "Hey, do you want me to carry this case while we're
That'd be
talking
great.
about
Thank
something?"
you.
And so we would get done loading out a little bit quicker. That didn't happen all the time, but yeah, there was more time to just kind of like interact one-on-one. I think that's the cool thing about this. In a way, it's intimate, but still less intimate than even those days where we would just like sit around by the trailer until it was like we had to leave. So there is an aspect of that now that's kind of impossible to do. But in a lot of ways, I think it's, you know, I think with technology or Twitter, it still feels like, I don't think we tweet very much, but we see what people say and can keep in.
We think you guys are hilarious.
Yeah. And informative.
And informative.
And,
oh, I suck today.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Oh, cool. You zoomed really far into my face and then posted the photo. And whatever I did, it looks terrible. So, but yeah, and then I think, I don't know. Yeah, you guys definitely have an impact on us. So, I don't know. It is different from when it started, but this is cool. I like this.
All right. Hi, my name's Drew. What advice do you have for someone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Don't get in our way.
Nice.
No, I just. Aw. No, actually, I saw. I don't know. I saw an opportunity to be a jerk. I just took it.
That was pretty sweet.
You like that? Yeah. It's actually a Liam Gallagher quote.
Oh, really?
Yeah, ripped it right from him.
You shouldn't have said that.
I know, but they're gonna figure it out anyway. Yeah, no. Someone was like, "What advice do you have for bands that are like in the come up?" It's like,
yeah,
don't get in my way.
Yeah.
It's like that's so cool.
I think that we've learned that there really isn't a correct formula. I don't think we ever tried to follow anybody's formula. I think that if we went back in time, we've talked about this, it would be, knowing what we know now, it would be hard to do what we did again, because there is a level of sort of optimistic ignorance that we really had.
Stupidity, really, kind of.
Could call it that. But the thing that I know is that we believed in this, but we worked really hard, and I think that there was a lot of times where we would kind of just, we just kind of put our heads down and just push forward, and every once in a while we'd look up and see where we were, and okay, it's moving forward, sweet, let's keep working. And that's all I really know. I think that, yeah, I think we believed in it and we worked, but I don't know if what we did will work for another band, as you know, what other bands have found success in, wouldn't really work for us. So it's hard for me to say, here's what you can do to achieve success, but I think I think working really hard and being passionate is probably the first thing I could say.
I would also add to that you got to just get rid of your hobbies. You got to trim away everything else and just focus on it. I mean, now we have hobbies, whether it's, if you consider like Friends a hobby of yours, or I don't know, video games, or something that I guess now, in a sense, our families are kind of, I don't know, hobby just seems like a negative term, but what I mean is your time is being spent on these things, and if we hadn't put our nose down to the ground and just focused on the singular thing, which was making this better, working on songs, working on the show, getting enough money for the van, it was our jobs. We were working in, restaurants and food industry, whatever. All that money was just to put back into the idea. We didn't have time to put into anything else. I think that we see a lot of guys and girls that want to do something like this, and as much as we kind of think we just hit it really, I don't want to say lucky, but a lot of things had to line up for us to be in this position, and we're aware of that, and we're honored to be there. But at the same time, we see a lot of people, whether it's back home, in the local scene, that claim they want this as well, but then they don't live it. They have all kinds of extra curricular stuff in their life that's taking up their time. You can't be about trends. You can't sway from one thing to the next. You can't change your font. You gotta. I'm serious. You gotta stay true to what your vision is, all the way down to the tiniest detail. And if you do that, then you won't have time for any hobbies. And so that's when we vaguely say you have to work hard. I mean, there's a specific list of things you have to accomplish inside of the idea of like, yeah, I work hard. Because you can convince yourself you work hard as a local band, but you're not focused. And so, yeah. Thanks, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
See a 500% increase on Amazon.
Hi, so my name is Kaylee, and the question that I had was, what inspired the album cover for Trench? Yeah, I'm asking specifically because the vulture was kind of random, so I was like wondering like what inspired.
You have two glasses on.
I do.
Does one go over the other? Okay. Can you put the sunglasses over top of your regular eyeglasses? Oh.
But I usually put them on top.
I like it.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it's
pretty
great.
cool.
Yeah, the vulture is it's just an important part of the narrative of the record. In the city of Dima, the vulture represents so much to the inhabitants of Dima because it's one of the only creatures they see that leaves and comes back. And it almost becomes a sense of inspiration to see that vulture leaving the wall of Dima and being able to fly wherever it wants, and yet it still comes back. And so if you're from Dima, you look at that vulture as kind of something that represents who you want to become. But at the same time, when you see a vulture up close, I don't know if you've ever seen one up close, but they're terrifying.
They're tall too. Think they're like my size kind of.
Yeah, they're not pleasant. I think that's just the idea of coming face to face with the fear of leaving where you're from and how scary that can be. And so the vulture is a very important piece to the narrative of the record. And then also there's this whole other kind of deep dive into the narrative that really hasn't been talked about much, but the vulture represents a lot of the religion that's involved in the city of Dima and is important to its existence. And so in a way it kind of has this double meaning of inspiration but also kind of evil as well. And it's, yeah. I don't have time to get into it. Next. Yeah.
Hey, my name's Adam. What is Ned destined to do, and What will you do against Dima?
I will say that the Ned narrative is separate from, I guess the Dima narrative. So I don't think that those two things exist at the same time. I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Ned's he's a sly little guy. He might wiggle his way in. I don't know. I love Ned, and I hate him as well. I think I kind of talked about that in the lyrics of Chlorine. And he's adorable and scares the crap out of me at the same time. I'm kind of like you, Adam.
Flattered.
But no, I can't tell you exactly what this next step is for what Ned is going to become, or what next. But he represents for me something. When you talk to us in this setting, we want to talk about food orders and what we do for fun. I think that when you listen to our music and you dive into our records, you get this really kind of heavy, dark, I don't know, feeling, which is what music was for me, and it still is for both of us. The ability to go there, and then when you maybe meet us in person, it's not what we lead with. Hey, I'm Tyler. Here's all this darkness that comes with me. You kind of that's way back there. First, there's a whole other set of layers. Those layers aren't fake. It's really who I am. It's just you're not going to get through those. You're not going to skip all those and to get to the underneath part. I think for music, you guys have kind of been given this bridge past all that stuff to get to that deeper, darker part of the things that we're working through, we're struggling with, everything that music has helped me work through. And in the process, having skipped all the other kind of little lighthearted, fun, normal guys that we are, skipping those layers, someone like Ned kind of falls in those front layers that we're still proud of. That's who we are. He's a little more lighthearted. What he represents is a little more lighthearted, and that's why we wanted to introduce him to you guys so that you kind of got that side of us as well.
Gilligan?
Hi, my question is, if you guys were professional wrestlers as a tag team, what song will be your entrance theme?
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, I think. And we got to figure that out.
Photograph by Nickelback. Probably. Or Ball with the Ball.
I would go with that one.
Kid Rock.
Our buddy used to drive us around and tour manage us. Would put that on in the van all the time.
Yeah.
Not Photograph really. Put the Kid Rock one. I like either of those.
I'm down for some others.
Yeah.
Some Celine Dion
Higher by
instrumentals.
Creed.
Higher by Creed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instrumental.
Yeah. What did you say? Celine Dion?
Yeah, but the instrumentals.
Yeah, instrumentals.
I think, honestly, she kind of ruins the songs.
Yeah. I agree with that. Dude, that would be pretty fun someday if we just became
Who would
wrestlers.
start? Would you start and tag me in, or would I? I feel like I would start and then probably get hit once. And then be like, Josh.
And then I'll come in with a fold-up chair.
Mm.
Or a ladder or something. Throw a trash can in there.
Yeah. Good question, man.
Yeah, great question.
Cool. Hello, my name is Salami. Oh, sure, I'll stand up. What does the process look like to work with lighting technicians on tour to design the stage for each song?
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good question.
So
it's cool. No, it's. I mean, yeah. Like Tyler said earlier, I think even coming up with a set list, and then deciding what that's going to look like live. I think that's one of the most fun tasks. And so the people that we have kind of working creatively with us have been with us for a while, and I think they're still trying to figure out exactly what we want it to look like, but we work really closely with them, and really every night after every show there's 10 or 15 minutes of conversation on notes on, hey, why was this light like that, or let's change this, or it could be cooler if it was this way. So we have a meeting with like 5 or 10 of our people involved in the show, and I mean, yeah, we're trying to make it better all the time, and make it make sense, make it cohesive, and I don't know. I think sometimes we've been to shows where the lighting or the sound and the performance doesn't really all line up or make sense. Like there's just some lights moving, and I think that when you can have those all working together, and all strategic and making sense, then that's just making the show more powerful and just a cooler experience.
I would say one of my favorite aspects of music is performing it live. And as this gets bigger and bigger for us, there's more and more people to involve to help this big thing move. And something that I feel like is very important that we did on this particular record was, as the record was being written, and as the narrative was written and the themes were in place, the record wasn't even finished recording yet, and yet we had, we called it a summit, several of these summits, which is just a cool word for meeting. But we had all of our creative guys, so we have guys that work on our LED content, which are the screens. We have our LD, which is the lighting designer. We have a couple of different programmers on the lighting side as well. We have a graphic designer and all these different kind of creative minds that in another band or another artist would probably work separately from each other and do what they want and then throw their ideas in and try to make it work. And that's what Josh was getting at, where it kind of feels a little disconnected from each other. So while we were working on the record, we had these summits at my house. We would bring everyone in, and we would, and it kind of, I mean, does the lighting guy need to know what this lyric means? Probably not. But when he does, he realizes what the story is. He makes it his own, and then he lives that through what it is that he does, which is creating the lights, designing the lights, and the LED content provider, like that guy understanding what we're thinking about, what the record means, what the themes are, what's the story, and so to bring all the guys and girls that were a part of our creative team, bringing them in early and having them be a part of the conversations early on, then you saw it when the live show started to come together, where everyone had really bought into the story. I mean, there's still things today that I catch inside of the lighting that you don't realize, but I mean, there's a story being told. There's a trench. There's an escape. There's a return, and there, everything inside of the color palettes. It's all very intentional, and there's just something important about if you have a vision, casting that vision to everyone else around you, so that they own their own area, and then then they start to cast that vision out to everyone that they work with, and so it's fun when everyone is on the same page.
Hello guys, my name is Amanda. This question here is, you get sucked into the world of the last video game you played, and the only way out is to win the game. What game is that, and would you be able to make it out? It goes for both of you.
So we don't make, like, if we die, we're dead? Jeez. If there was like a lot of pressure on a specific video game that I had to do well in, I would probably pick Donkey Kong for the Super Nintendo. Donkey Kong Country, because I played that a lot when I was little, and now I can beat it in like 30 minutes. So, the whole thing, I can beat it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I understand the way that the ice works and those specific types of bees. I know their patterns, the way they're moving up and down. I think that the guy throwing the barrel, he's that the evil cousin dude. He's tougher to get around, but the hardest one are the treetops one, where the barrels are moving really fast and spinning, and you got to connect it. But still, cake for me. Minecart, that's the best one. It's the best music, actually. That one, there's one dude at the very end. You think you're done, and then they just throw one more Kremlin in there, and you have to remember him. So, yeah, I remember him. 4-year-old? Okay, yeah. Some people don't know what that is. It's one of the best consoles ever. But, Josh, you're not really a gamer.
Yeah, I've played like only a few games. I think one of the only games that I beat was like the original Metal Gear Solid. And I feel like I can sneak around pretty well. And the majority of that game, you're like sneaking and being quiet. So that's like one of the only ones that I know. So I guess I would have to do that one. Shoot surveillance cameras and stuff.
It's not as cool as my game. Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Tyler. So, ironically, I was planted here actually.
Yeah.
Really weird. So I'd love to hear what the inspiration or thought process was for creating the recent album, and then any ideas on what's next.
No. Just because I don't like your name.
Same, dude, same.
What's your last name?
Norton.
Norton? Tyler Norton? That's cool. Can I call him Norton?
That's cool.
Nort?
Thanks, guys.
Can I call you Nort? Do you have any nicknames?
Snorton. I got that one a bunch.
Copy.
Or just Tyler.
Just Tyler. All right. Yeah, it's. We're not ready to talk about where we're gonna go next with the next record, but touring is not the best place to be writing songs, but creating ideas that can eventually become songs with a narrative already kind of paved out is kind of where we are right now. So it's going to be hard for us to dive into any details. I don't remember the last part of your question, but
What's next? I think you covered it.
yeah, so no.
Right on.
So no.
That's our last question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for coming here.
Thank you, guys.
And thank everyone here for your questions, being brave.
Thank you for being here. But let's thank the real superstars for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh and Tyler, 21 Pilots. You guys didn't mind I put your name first this time?
No, you're fine.
Okay, great.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
I know that you're like, a lot of times he picks on you, so
Yeah.
I understand how important he is to you. All right, we're going to start in the back row. This is Carrie Hoggs. Please stand up. And what is your question for 21 Pilots?
Hello, my question is, many of your fans characterize you two as superheroes because of how powerful and meaningful your music is. But we want to know, do you feel like superheroes?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel powerful.
We're extremely important. Is
Great
that what you
question.
wanted us to say?
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
Yeah,
I don't know which would be a cooler answer though.
I think the higher the stage, the more important we feel. So we're much higher than you guys right now. So naturally, we feel more important than everyone else. Other than the camera guy in the back, we're about the same level as that guy.
He's kind of a superhero as well.
No, to maybe seriously address your question, in a sense, it helps to separate what we do on stage in the way that maybe some people view us when we're doing what we do, and then us as normal people. I think I had a thought the other day, and it's gonna sound odd because when you guys see me, you see the band, you see the songs, you see it all. And in a weird way, I have this healthy separation from it that no one else really understands, other than maybe my close family. And the thought that I had was, man, this 21 Pilots thing is really taken off. But the ability for me to view it as something as separate as like, oh, that thing over there is really doing well. I'm really excited about it. I'm proud of it. It is who I am. I take ownership of it. But that healthy separation of what it is and who I know myself to be, I think that because things didn't start happening for us until we were, in our mid-20s, was helpful. You see a lot of bands or artists get thrown into this way earlier, and they don't know how to make that separation. And it can really affect who they become because they're so tied to it. So ultimately, yes, we are superheroes.
This is Caitlin Witten.
If you had to pick another way to express yourselves besides in a song, what vehicle would you use?
Like a truck. But like one of the big trucks. Just drive down the street expressing myself.
I'd be I guess a model.
Really?
If you could drive a flatbed.
Flatbread?
Drive a flatbread.
I like that.
Yeah.
You're saying you would be a model that drives a flatbed truck?
I'll just ride on the back of the truck.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So I would drive you around, and you would strike your pose.
No, that would be
town.
terrible. I wouldn't do that.
This is a good question, but I don't think we're going to answer it.
I don't
think we're just going to dance around it.
The problem is I've thought about that my whole life. What else would I do? And this is what I've landed on, and there was really nothing else. So I don't think I could come up with another thing. Otherwise, I would have tried it by now.
Yeah. I don't really think that either of us had a very solid plan B, if that's what you're asking. We'd still be friends, right?
I think we would.
We'd be like losers, though.
Yeah, because what would we be doing?
You want to come hang out again?
Yeah. Try and express ourselves somehow.
just expressing ourselves in any way possible. But yeah, we don't. That's actually a terrifying question. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice to see them terrified. This is Molly Sinat.
How long have you been developing the idea of DEMA?
Next. The story has been around longer than Trench itself, but it's hard to say exactly when, because a lot of these things started to come to life for me at different times, and it's a story that I feel like has been around a while in my life, but being able to then name it, DEMA. I remember where I was when I first came up with that word, and I was actually in the ocean. And I live in Ohio, so I'm not in the ocean very often. But there was something, I don't know what happened. But that word came to me, and it just made sense with what it is that I was opposing at the time and working through. And this whole idea of treating your own psyche as this map that you can travel in. And you learn where you're trying to go, but you also, more importantly, learn where you're trying to leave, some areas that you shouldn't go anymore. And I think that, when we watch movies and we live in these, other worlds,
we forget that what we're going through, our own story right now, is just as dramatic and exciting and challenging as any other Hollywood fantasy movie that we all get excited about, or at least I get excited about. And to be inspired by my own story and kind of giving names to the opposition, and I don't know, it helped me work through something I was working through. So I guess I can't really specifically answer your question of how long it's been, but it feels like it's always been in a kind of weird way. So I'm just excited that people have kind of wanted to dive into it with me, and it's become so much more important now that we've been able to express it and show you guys that story.
Our next question is from Nikki Earls.
What's the best prank you've pulled on each other, and has there been a full-on prank war?
We're not really prankers.
We actually don't believe in pranks. And it's right?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever once pulled a prank on each
I
other.
think that if we were to prank each other and it would go back and forth, at some point, inevitably we'd be like, I gotta clean that up. So I think that pranks always end in some sort of like damage control that's just it wasn't worth the moment.
I also think that when we started traveling around a lot, we were just always together, and we were traveling a lot, and it gets very tiring to try and pull a prank, and you start to.
We're so not cool.
No, I know.
Pranks are tiring.
But I'm telling you, practically, it's terrible.
I think also when you prank someone, you're looking for the reaction. I think that if we were to prank either one of each other, our reaction to being pranked why would you do that? And that's it. And you just feel stupid.
Right. Yeah, there's not much of a reaction, I think, from either.
There's also a tradition at the end of tours, people like opening bands and other bands will prank each other the last day of tour. We've put a hard kibosh on that. That is not something that we allow. Correct. We got a couple of workers here today watching us. We're not allowing that. One, I feel like it's unfair for the city or place that you're in to watch the show, and then all of a sudden it's like, this is a weird version of the show where, the opening band is running up on stage in some weird, I don't know. It's a cultural thing in touring that you're supposed to prank each other the last day of tour, and we don't do that.
My other thought is that pranks, for some reason, when I think of like pranking or getting pranked, it like happens at nighttime, and we just really value our sleep. Like violently waking somebody out of a sleep is awful. So
why would you do that?
Yeah.
So no.
Yeah, no pranks.
Well, no, we did one time.
We pranked each other?
No, we pranked another band.
Okay.
And it was very early on. It was one of our first tours. Remember when we busted into their hotel room?
Yeah.
We did.
Which band was it?
It's old band. I don't think they're around anymore. Called Farewell Fighter, and we were on tour with them, and we were traveling parts of the country playing in front of no one, and some promoter got us a hotel. It was the first hotel that either of us had ever been in, because we were sleeping either in the van or trying to go home in between shows. And so this other band was in their own room. So we get 2 rooms between 2 bands. We got the better end of the deal because it's just 2 of us. But they had like 6 guys. And we knew they were next door, so we knock on the door and they open it up, and we bust in, and we jump on their beds, and we're going nuts. And we, all we had on was our skeleton hoodies, zipped up, and nothing else. So.
And that was when we decided to not prank anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that?
This is Maddie Johnson.
Oh, okay. My question is, what kind of headspace are you in when it comes to writing and performing songs like Car Radio, Hometown, or Jumpsuit?
I like to go back to that moment at that hotel.
Yeah.
This is a super inspiring moment. Man, what a segue.
Yeah.
I still got that visual.
Yeah.
We were getting some height on the bed. Standing over top of him.
Nothing on but a hoodie.
They loved it.
Yeah. What? No, I got it. Yeah, no. Inspiration, yeah, we got it. Why those songs? You just try to make it as difficult of a question as possible?
Yeah, that was actually the point. So I was thinking to myself, I want to stump you. I did.
Yeah.
And they're just so different songs. I felt like it was it's like 6 questions in one, so sorry.
Wow, okay, so it was Hometown, Jumpsuit, and
Car Radio.
Yeah, that's an odd group.
I know.
I don't think they would ever go get lunch.
They wouldn't.
No.
I don't think they'd get along.
They're not friends.
No.
Just pick one. My headspace?
While performing?
I want Hometown.
Hometown?
Please.
Hometown, I was actually not home. Fun fact, I was in a bus in Europe. So, an American tour bus. Let me tell you guys about tour buses. Tour by, we call it.
Yeah.
Plural for buses.
Bice.
Bice, that's right. Sorry. That's a good story. One of the first times we ever hung out, Josh I was like, yeah, come over to my house, we'll hang. He was on his way, he was a little late, and he got there, he's like, hey, sorry I was a little late, I was behind a bunch of school bikes. And I was like, what is this? What is that? He's like, well, that's plural for buses. And I was like, we're going to be really good friends.
We like to pluralize everything.
But no, Hometown. I was in a bus, and American Bice is all one level, so there's no like upper deck. And so I can specifically remember where I was in Europe. Actually, not specifically. I had no idea which country I was in, but I was in Europe. But I can specifically remember the room that I was in the tour bus above, and I'd set up kind of a little studio, and that's where I started working on that song. And I was bouncing around, and it was very uncomfortable because we're flying down the road, and there's. It was not a great environment. You would think for something. For inspiration to hit, but I worked through it, and that's what I've learned a lot about songwriting. Is it's something you have to, work on. You don't have to be inspired every time you do it, and so that was something I was just working on a track, and then inspiration did hit, and this idea hit, and the melody and the progression and everything kind of started coming together. And I don't know exactly. I was probably tired and hungry, but other than that, I was in Europe on a tour bus. Writing Hometown.
Our next question comes from Connor Olberding.
So throughout the different eras, there's been different colors and the different album eras. So blue, black, green, yellow. So how does that get picked for like the different albums, and how does like the psychology of that work?
Wow, I didn't know there was psychology behind it. There's a lot of reasons why we pick what colors we go with. I don't know how to answer that exactly right now. Are you trying to figure out what's next? I feel like you are. You're prying. I get the feeling that you're prying. Yeah, there's just certain color. I've always loved putting meaning into something that previously didn't have meaning or didn't have that type of meaning. Obviously, you take a color. People use that certain color for all kinds of things. When you use a combination of colors, some people think of certain things, whether it's a brand or a sports team or a restaurant chain. I've always been critical of restaurants' color choices. I actually won't go to some.
Font, too.
The font, yeah.
burger place called Flip Spot in Columbus that's terrible font and color choice. It's right next to GameStop. They're the same fonts and colors. I'm like walking into a GameStop looking for a burger. Get out of here. Anyway, so they're how did they get to that point where you can think of, well, red means fast food, or that shape means that brand. I think it's very powerful. It's very exciting to be able to put meaning into something that's the ultimate, I don't know, empowerment as a creative person, to force meaning into something that didn't have it. So when you think of the color red for blurry face and the color green and yellow for trench, it just makes sense to me. That's what I saw when I was writing those songs, and that's kind of the only way I can describe it, I guess.
You're going to like this next one. This is Sheena Patton.
What is your favorite pizza topping?
You guys didn't want to lump the hard questions next to the other questions. You wanted to keep getting us to
really go back and forth. Mine is cheese, and the reason why, I feel like
you could tell he knew he was going to get ridiculed. He went pretty quickly into the reason why.
Here's the reason why. I feel like generally I know the types of foods that I like, but I can adventure and try. I've tried food from all over the world, and I like doing that. With pizza,
I know where you're going with this, and I agree with you.
We've traveled so much, and especially for some reason, I think in the beginning days, and especially in Europe, and we're talking about Europe a lot, it's impossible to find any sort of good food really past 6 p.m. And so when you play a show and then you get done at around 11, there's really not a lot of options. So we had pizza for months straight. And I think we would start out just being put all this stuff on there. But then you just realize how badly people actually can mess up pizza, which seems very surprising. But then you would, in other countries too, you would find you would ask for something and then it's different there. It's some other type of topping.
We got so fed up, we're let's just pepperoni pizza.
Yeah.
And they gave us pizza with peppers on it.
Yeah.
Because they just completely missed the roni part.
So I think at some point I was you know what, just put some cheese on there and that's it. And so that's the safest bet when it comes to pizza. And I think that I've kind of been ruined now, and that's an area where I don't feel very adventurous anymore. I've lost the will to explore.
I'm so in agreement with you right now.
Sweet.
Our next question comes from Amanda Miller.
If you could have a song that describes your life that is not yours, which one would it be and why?
Ball with the Ball by Kid Rock.
Man, yeah.
I was ready for that one.
Higher by Creed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? All the Maroon 5 songs. All of them. At once. And
At the same time.
It would work. It would.
Describes our lives.
What's some other ones? We're a big fan of Celine Dion's instrumentals, but we'd like for her not to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Just her band.
No vocals.
Yeah. We feel like they get overshadowed most of the time. And if you were to just remove her, it really is something special. Probably describe us best.
It also would be the perfect soundtrack. If we have like a life soundtrack,
Yeah.
it just plays over and over. It goes from the Celine Dion vocal list to all the Maroon 5 songs mashed up.
Ball with the ball.
To Ball with the Ball.
Don't forget that. Do you guys know that song? Yeah. No. Some of you do.
It's an older song.
It's older. Of course, the lyrics mean a lot to me.
Yeah. Great question.
Our next question comes from Sarah Kaios.
Hi, what is your most useless talent?
Didn't we just
Yeah, we've
do
done this.
Sorry.
She wasn't aware.
We don't have any water bottles in here. That's right. Needs a water bottle. Probably figuring out how to answer a question as little as possible.
Our useless talent, I think. Well, I just learned. Well, see, it's useful for you, but it's not useful for me.
Which one? Oh,
this is a
yeah,
riddle. What is useful for him, but not useful for me? Next question. No, it's actually, I just showed him a video. I learned how to do a backflip off of my high. I have this like high thing over top of my pool that I just did. And so it was strictly there for me to learn to get the guts to pull off a backflip. It's like 12 feet in the air into a pool, obviously. And I finally did it. And I showed him a video, and he was like, "Nice, man." I was like, "Thank you." And I just thought, this is so useless. But Josh does a backflip. He can do it and land on actual land, which I would never be able to do. And so that's why he gets to pull one off during our show, and which is one of my favorite moments of our entire set.
Well, now
it's nothing to do with the songs or musicality.
We gotta get the double backflip now.
Yeah, I don't know about that. If we get a pool on one side of my piano, then I'd be down. So that's one I just learned, the backflip, and it's completely useless.
I think it's sweet.
Thanks, man.
Let's get it going on the ground now.
You really want?
I actually learned how to do a backflip. We were like one of our first shows was in like a kind of like a gymnasium type room, and we were, you get there super early, you set up your gear, and then you just wait. And so they had gymnastics mats that I like set down. And I was like, I think I'm gonna try and do a backflip off this stage. And so we spent like 2 hours, and he was helping me. It was really, I wouldn't have been able to do it without him.
I am a good backflip coach.
Yeah.
Maybe that's more useless.
That's less useful than
all you have
doing
all you have to do to be a backflip coach is convince the backflipper it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
You got this. You rotate.
Yeah. Jump.
With enough encouragement, he was able to land it. And then we got rid of the mats. That's important. Start with mats, then slowly remove the mats.
Yeah.
Gain confidence. And so, I don't know if that answered your question. There you go.
This is Sarah Crevinson.
Do your lyrics and songs still hold the same meaning and importance in your heart like they did when you played for small groups of people compared to now that you're playing for audiences of thousands?
You want me to say yes, don't you? But yes and yes. Can you imagine if we said no? They've lost their meaning now that they're in front of everybody. Now that we're making bags.
That's what they mean to me now.
That's whenever we talk about money, which is something we hardly ever talk about. If it's ever talked about, it's always referred to as bags. It's a rule.
It's just funny.
Bags. You get bags that costed bags.
Yeah.
I bet you a few bags that.
Yeah. I think we know bands that even admit that their songs really mean nothing to them. At the same time, I think a lot of times that you hear that, you kind of wonder how much time and energy or how much it really meant to them in the beginning. So I think that we've always just tried to make music that we really care about, and that means a lot to us, and that we've kind of believed in since the beginning. And I think that we've traveled around a lot and played a lot of shows, and but I think that I think that's one of the biggest things why we still tour and have a good time doing it. I mean, I look forward to the show every day, because I think that music has changed our lives, and I think that it continues to, and so it doesn't get old to me. I love it.
And I think though lyrically, obviously things change. The headspace that I was at when you write a specific lyric, especially the older songs, I'm not there anymore. But I wouldn't be here where I am without having done that or gone through that. You can look at that literally, like, because we released these songs that, it's grown and now we're here talking to you guys. But I think of that as kind of a chronological. Even more important than that. Like, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't done that. And so in a sense, the meaning of the lyric maybe changes, becomes less important of what it's actually saying, but what it represents becomes more and more important the further away you get from it. I look at a song like Holding On to You, and it's a song that we've played pretty much every show we've ever done. Man, it's so exciting to play every time. And I think lyrically is a big reason why it is exciting to play and still means something. And I know it's a bit cliche, but those lyrics change what they mean. Just like anyone listening to music, it can change depending on where you are, what season of life you're in. And so, yes, in a sense it changes, but in a way it also becomes more important too.
The drum beats stay pretty much the same, though.
No, they're inspiring.
Yeah. This is Tyler Davis.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Should I stand? Or?
You might.
Kneel before. Oh. All right. So you're both allowed to bring one video back in time to when you first formed the current lineup. Music video, live video, fan created, compilation, anything that you video on YouTube, whatever. What do you bring back?
So you're saying bring back meaning it's gone now?
Bring back to your past selves to look at.
Oh, you know what would be nice? You're talking about something in the past to show them?
Or
past,
from now?
Present, or yeah.
Oh,
Like,
so
be like, hey, this is what's going to happen in the
He's
future.
open for business.
Yeah.
He's just like, wherever.
Whatever.
Let's just bring a video somewhere. I'm going to say if we were to take a current video and show our past selves that video. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Oh, got it.
Got it.
I know which one I would pick. I don't know exactly if I'm sure there's a lot of them, but there's a compilation video of all the times that Josh and I have fallen on stage. If I could get a hold of that before said falls, I feel like I would have avoided those falls.
Alter the future.
But would we be here now? Like I changed that, and all of a sudden we snap back
changes.
here, and I've got more face tattoos. You don't know.
We could be in jail.
Yeah. My confidence just got so high.
Yeah, without the falls.
He stays at a drum kit most of the show, so he doesn't fall as much.
But I definitely have.
But he definitely has fallen.
Yeah.
I think it's important for all of you to fall and to be filmed doing it.
Yeah.
And you send that to your family thread, and you make sure that as many people as possible see it. It is healthy for you to send that around. And that's happened to us on a much larger scale, thanks to you guys.
A lot of my family get-togethers now are like, let's gather around the YouTube and search them falling. We watch me fall because they come to our shows and everyone's like, oh, Tyler and Josh, we love you. So my family gets a kick out of watching me fall.
That's what superheroes do.
Wow. It's powerful.
No video for you? All right. This is, well, you don't have to. It's okay. Jacqueline Carey.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to ask you, what is the most interesting rumor you ever heard about yourself?
A rumor's not true. Are they true? They're not true.
Well, I suppose they can be.
Really?
Mostly they're not.
So
I'm being very vague.
the way you're looking at me, it's making me want to look at you the same way. Well, the rumors. You know what? I got one. Yesterday, my mom, so we're kind of closer to Ohio, so I was able to drive home for like 12 hours in between our show and where we're here tonight. And so I was home for a little bit, and I saw my mom, and she said, hey, Grammy, her mom, so my grandmother, we call her Grammy. Grammy called me and was like, what happened? And I said, what are you talking about? Is Tyler going to jail? What are you talking about? No, he's not going to jail. But yeah, you guys should think twice before your jokes that you guys do. These adults don't understand what you're talking about. They don't. All the way to the point where my family members call me worried that I'm actually going to jail, which I actually get a kick out of. So you can continue if you want, but just know it's actually affecting my life. Yeah, poor Grammy. She was sweating.
Yeah, that's probably worse than going to jail.
What? Grammy sweating?
Yeah. I like rumors. Yeah, it's
fun.
I feel like people are coming up with stuff all the time, and we just like to read it and laugh.
Do you have anything that struck you as?
There was a pretty bad one a few years ago.
Don't talk about that one.
Yeah. Someone just made something up.
We'll tell you later.
Yeah.
We'll talk one-on-one.
Yeah.
While you guys are here, you can just start your own.
Start your own. Let's start one now.
Yeah,
actually, that's a great idea. What do you want it to be?
Josh shaved his head. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Tyler gave birth.
Hold on. Look at his face. You guys don't have your phones out, right?
No.
We can actually do this.
We can do this.
Let's start a rumor right now. I like the Josh shaved your head rumor. So how can we get that going?
I mean, that one's already happened.
But if you put this hat on, would it look you?
You gotta shave this out. Oh yeah, like full bald.
Yeah. Is there someone that looks like Josh in here?
That's bald?
Yeah. You look like Josh? No, you don't.
Who in here is willing to shave your head?
How could we pull this off? I feel like you're the side of your head shaved?
Yeah, I can shave the rest if you want.
No.
I'm dressed like it.
Yeah, you can shave the rest if you want. That's the best thing I've ever heard.
That is great.
Hey, if that's what you prefer,
I'll just buzz it all
I'm totally able to do that. Yeah, when you guys are done, you're out of here. You'll be like, hey, we just did, the press conference in Indy. Josh definitely shaved his head.
Full bald.
You tweet it, and then we'll look for it, and I'll like it, make it seem like legitimate or something. Yeah, Josh shaved. Bandito Indy. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if we did a close photo of like your beard, it would look like a shaved head. I don't know if that.
How do we get? Can we get
Photoshop.
somebody to?
We could
If you wore
Photoshop.
this hat though, you would see the sides, right? Like you
Yeah.
wouldn't.
If you put a bandana,
There you go. This is, yeah, that's true. This is turning to this is too much of a two-way street right now.
Just tweet it. Just tweet it.
Settle down, you guys.
Just tweet it.
We'll see how many
Yeah.
people
shaved his head.
Yeah.
All right, moving along. Samantha Fain.
Hi. If you could collaborate with any artist, dead or alive, who would you choose and why?
And be whoever designed your shirt.
I got it from Goodwill. Thank
Oh,
you.
so you don't know.
No.
Dead or alive? I feel like we have to pick dead when that's an option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine being given that option and you pick, someone alive?
Yeah.
What a
you would have
waste.
to go- You'd have to go dead.
So many things we could have figured out. Like, how does that even work? They come back.
Bob Ross.
No,
Yeah.
Bob Ross is a great keyboardist. Yeah. Big influence in my life. Bob Ross and that's it. That's it. I think. Yep. That's probably the only person we'd ever collaborate with. But how awesome would it be if Bob Ross created an album cover for our next record?
Yeah, that would be dope.
I mean, sell like hotcakes.
Yeah.
That's what would happen there. So.
Our final question of our 21 Pilots press conference comes from Ashlyn Wright.
If you had to pick one of your songs to represent 21 Pilots and what the band stands for, which song would it be?
That is a tough one.
A doozy of a last question.
Doozy. Whenever we interact with people that don't know who we are, which happens a lot more than you think, but like whether it's a taxi driver or, what are you guys here for? Oh, we're in a band. Oh yeah? What's the band name? 21 Pilots? Oh. What kind of music is it? What kind of music is it? If they only knew how tough of a question that is. I'm sitting in the back of the Uber, pondering my whole life. What kind of music are we?
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't know, man. I always say there's, another guy in the band, he plays the drums, I play the piano. And I just let that sit. He's probably sitting there like, that sounds awful. Like, where's all the sound? And I can't figure out how to describe it. And I think in a sense, what you're asking us to do is to pick one song to represent everything that we're doing. And I don't know if that's possible, other than a very small moment in the song Morph, my favorite lyric. Josh Dunn. I just think that
Very
would,
well written, well crafted.
You know what? I need to have that ready to go when my Uber driver's like, what kind of music you write? I'm like, wait till you hear this. Josh Dunn.
Yeah.
Who's that? I don't know. He's a famous painter, yeah.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Dead.
Rest in peace. Cool.
Well, hello. All right, so thank you very much. This concludes our 21 Pilots official press conference.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Tyler
you.
and Josh, thank you very much. And if you guys want to stick around, they're going to have a concert after this. You might want to stay.
Hello, Tampa Bay. I'm Tyler.
I'm Josh.
We're 21 Pilots.
'97X Tampa Bay Click, welcome to Tyler and Josh of 21 Pilots. Thanks for being here.
Check. Can you hear me? Yeah? Cool. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you guys.
It's usually kind of awkward to start out, but we'll warm up to each other, I promise.
I mean, we could just roll into number one. How about that? Our number one question of the day from Bella. Come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
How did you develop the character Ned?
In my head.
And we did the handshake like 5 years ago. I was
Yes,
wondering
you
if we
did.
could do it again.
Well, it was Josh, I remember.
Josh, yeah.
Well, now you can do it with
how old
Tyler.
were you when you were...
I was like 6 or 7.
You were.
Yeah.
I remember that was like, oh, this little girl knows every...
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah. When's the last time we did the handshake? It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, like 4 nights.
I know you guys think that 4 nights. I was
That's
gonna say
longer than normal.
I know you think that maybe every time Josh and I see each other for the first time that day that we do it, but we don't. We should.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or like a final thing before going to bed.
Yeah. Good night, dude.
I guess maybe I say that because that's how we came up with it. It was like just couldn't sleep one night and
Yeah.
we were like in some random city and hey, let's come up with a handshake.
Yeah. Do you remember it? Can you do it?
I remember it.
All right.
Do you remember
Yeah.
it?
I think I remember it.
Go ahead.
Where's all the cameras? We'll get it on the camera.
Make sure, get all the angles here. Okay, yep. That's right. Boom. Everyone, yeah.
You were quicker than I was, too.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, Tara.
Hey guys.
Tara.
Hey. All right, so my question is, if you could write one new law that everyone had to obey, what law would you create?
Oh, wow.
I hate laws. I want to get rid of some.
I love them.
All right, well, you write the law, and then I'll get rid of it.
Man, gosh, I don't know how deep I want to go here. I do think that there should be something installed in cars that like disables your phone in some way.
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
I'm tempted to use my phone when I drive, and I feel like I try to be smart about it, and I feel like if that's probably everyone. Everyone tries to.
It is a law to not be on your phone, though.
Right, but I'm talking about there's like aspects of your phone that you can still access.
Sure.
It's they make things for it to hang right in front of you, and I don't know. I think that there's just a lot of wrecks that are caused from that.
So make it more of a law?
You're saying, but what I'm saying is there's what I see in my head is a piece of technology that the car does to the phone that disables it, so it's not even able to be used, not just self-control. Are you arguing with me?
No, I'm wondering what the law is. But I like the idea.
That car manufacturers would have to install this technology.
Okay. I'm on board.
And you would somehow hack it, I'm sure, and break that law.
I hate stupid laws.
So
that sounds like a good law.
He would make a law against stupid laws, and mine would be the first to go, I guess.
Yeah. No, I like that law. I don't like the use of phones in cars unless you're taking a selfie. Then it's sweet.
Then it's sweet. It's sweet. This is sweet.
Yeah. Great question.
Thank you.
All right, Charles, and then Heather will be after him.
Okay.
You can move that thing.
Go ahead. Just rip it down.
Yeah. Just give it some force.
Way to lie.
There you go. Sweet.
Okay. This is an ongoing Twitter debate. Which goes first, the cereal or the milk?
I don't know if I know anyone who debates that. Right? I mean, I know that that's a interesting question. I appreciate it. But are you suggesting that you put your milk in first?
No, I put in the cereal because that's the most obvious thing.
Right, okay. Oh, well, then we're on the same page, my friend.
I think that
Yeah,
cereal goes first.
I've never really seen that debate either.
I think that it's actually very important, the ratio from cereal to milk. I'm a lower milk ratio than most people would think. I think that the over doing it with the milk kind of ruins the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
It's a lot easier to judge how much milk goes in after the cereal's already there than to judge how much cereal goes in after the milk is already there.
But at first, when you're pouring the milk, though, it's a mystery. You're like, I still see the cereal. It's not moving.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I'm putting in right now. And then all of a sudden, it starts to expand, and you're like, oh, no. That was too much.
I feel like some cereal is more buoyant than others, but you don't really know. So if you already have the milk there and then the cereal goes in, you don't know how much is floating and how much is sinking, and milk's not clear. So how much cereal is below the surface? Whereas before, if you put the cereal in, you know exactly how much cereal you're going to eat.
You're blowing my mind right now, man. Good question. Way to get things stirred.
Yeah. I hope we settled that debate online.
Heather. And then it'll be Thomas.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi. So I'm a mom. So and I know you're a new dad.
Oh yeah.
What do you love
That's
most,
right.
and what are you looking forward about being, fatherhood life, and you being like uncle life?
He's an uncle?
For having involvement,
We're gonna call him Grandpa Josh.
I go straight to that.
Yeah. Say hi to Grandpa Josh.
Yeah. We're the same age.
I know that that's a thing, to have aunts and uncles that aren't actually your aunts and uncles. I know that my wife's side of the family, she'd be like, oh, that's my aunt, Susie. I'm like, oh, yeah, how's she related? Oh, she's not related to us. So then how's she your aunt? Oh, that's just how I was introduced to her when I was 0. So I know that's a thing. I don't know if I'm going to do that. Like my friends, like Josh, am I going to say, hey, say hi to Uncle Josh? Like, do you want to be Uncle Josh? Or do you want to just be like, cool Josh? Grandpa Josh. I don't know.
I never had any aunts or uncles that weren't related to me.
Really?
So yeah, I also don't fully understand it. But I do understand like when if you have like a close friend and that's the easiest. I don't know.
I guess we'll figure it out when it happens.
Whatever feels natural when they start understanding life.
Yeah.
When she does.
It's a good question. I'll figure it out.
But I'm looking forward to trying to get him to pour milk first.
Well, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Okay, Thomas. And then Kat will be after that.
Hello, y'all.
What's up, man?
A lot of height differences.
Yeah.
A little bit. All right.
That works.
It's not
We can
expensive.
do it.
That's fine. Just kidding.
As far as y'all's preferred handshake goes, do you prefer like a formal handshake or like a fist bump?
That's a good question, actually. I prefer not touching people, honestly. If it's an option on the table, I'll take that every time. Just like the hi and back away. But a lot of times you see someone, you're like, oh, they're going to want to touch. And so you have to figure it out. Do you go in for the handshake? Do you hug? Do you bro hug, which is kind of like this and then this? It's like we're bros and now we're more than bros and then we're back to bros. I think the handshake is. I think people are putting too much weight into the handshake. Like I'm supposed to hurt them. Like I have control of my life. I'm gonna squeeze really hard to show you that I'm, superior to you or something. I do get my hand hurt a lot when people shake my hands, and especially if you wear a ring. I know, ladies, you've been wearing rings longer than I have, but when I wore my wedding ring, or I've noticed that. Well, actually, it's on my left hand. No one does that.
It's happened.
Why do I do that? Sometimes I'm holding things in my right hand and I'll go out with the left and then they squeeze it and then they hurt my hand. Anyway, this is such great topics of discussion, guys.
What I have learned is whatever you want to do, just you got to go first.
Yes.
Initiate it. Like I would probably start, if you were walking toward me, I'd probably start doing it now. Like I would be like, yo.
Right.
And then that way it's like, because
He
First
knows.
of all, there's so many times that
Yeah.
you like, there's like the, and
Yeah.
then if you do, like, I probably would go fist bump over handshake, because there's so many times where it's like,
Yeah, early broadcast. Broadcast as early as you can so that they
Yeah.
can pick it up and then they can.
then they just follow.
Yeah.
So,
That perfectly makes sense.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
We know.
yeah.
All right, Kat, and then we'll have Madison.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
First time I saw you was Midtown Music Fest, and
Oh, wow.
I'm sure it's going to be just as wonderful as tonight.
Maybe not.
Well, you know,
Yeah, you're not sure.
Yeah, you don't know.
it's a festival, but you know, I get to meet you, so it's
Right.
like a whole give or take.
Yeah.
So, what career path would you guys have gone into if you didn't make it big?
I hadn't thought about that.
Well, I guess you didn't have to.
I was working at Starbucks. That was my last job, so if I would have just advanced
That was
in,
your last
in the
job.
coffee business.
Yeah.
What is the top of that? Like inventing coffee flavors?
Yeah, what is the top of that?
I think you reached the top of that.
Yeah.
Barista.
Yeah. I think that's, I mean, I guess you become a manager or something. I wasn't a manager.
So you dive back into the game? The bean game?
That's what I'd probably want to call it. I'd probably tell people that too. I work with beans.
I'm in the bean game. You carry a briefcase around with
yeah,
beans
full
in
of beans.
It? Yeah.
Loose beans.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so no, good answer. I don't real estate. Something is like the least inspiring thing you could think of. So this is what
That's
I do
so
now.
boring.
Maybe in a different life I would be, no offense to real estate agents, it's just a very mundane job, which kind of interests me. That's it.
I can see that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I could see that.
right.
I probably, yeah, I would probably buy a house from you.
Thanks, man.
If I like got to a level with my business where where I buy a house.
Like when you're selling me coffee, I'd be like, "Are you looking for a house?
Yeah.
Do you want to start a band?"
And then here we would be
Yeah.
again.
Yep.
Madison, and then it'll be Chris after that. Chris A.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. So, what's your favorite Halloween costume you've ever worn?
Favorite Halloween costume we've ever worn. The first time that Josh and I ever went shopping together for a show, I was like, okay, what do we wear? We went to a Halloween store. I think it was June.
Yeah.
So it's not like they were putting out the most updated stuff. But that's where the skeleton came about. It's where actually Josh bought a gorilla suit first.
He bought the skeleton, I bought the gorilla costume, and then after like 2 shows, I was like, "You were right." And I switched over.
He almost passed out a few times.
Yeah.
In the suit.
Yeah, he made the right call.
And I actually grew up always being a football player, but it was because I was playing football as a little kid. My mom was like, "Just put your pads on, go ask for candy." And so I was always the football player. I never put too much creativity into it.
Yeah.
When you were a kid, did you ever dress up?
Not really. I think once I was probably a cowboy.
Maybe a barista?
I just put on a green apron and
A
run around the
briefcase.
neighborhood in a briefcase.
With beans.
Yeah.
Cool.
Chris A, and then it'll be Taylor.
Hi.
What is your, I don't know if you can hear me. What is your most personal song off of Trench?
Do you have one? Anthea? Isn't it Morph because your name's in it?
It's personalized. Yeah. That's always so hard when you're just kind of like asked to choose one.
I think for me it changes a lot.
Top 3?
Top 3.
That might be
Then
harder.
your one question just turned into 3 questions.
Yeah.
No, I think Leave the City is always going to be special to me. I like listening to songs like that bring you along, and then kind of drop you off and make you kind of come up with the answer yourself. I grew up loving songs like that sounded like that were kind of arranged like that, and then the lyrical content just kind of being exactly where I was in that moment as I was writing the song. I think a lot of Trench is personal to me just because I was in a position to be writing and recording at the same time. And what I mean by that is a lot of people who write songs and record songs, they'll write it in a different time of their life or different time of day even. They'll write the idea, capture the idea crudely, whether it's like on a voice recorder or just remember or write it down on paper, and then go record it later, whether it's in a legitimate studio or whatever they're doing. For me, I had the luxury of being able to record in a studio in my basement where I could also write. And so the moment that those lyrics are being formed is also the moment that I'm putting it down and recording it into a microphone. And I've always felt like those songs for me always meant more, and all of Trench was that. And so that's why it's kind of tough for me to pick just one.
Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Taylor, and then Cameron will be after her.
Hey.
Hi guys.
Hi.
What's the first thing you do when you get off stage?
Well, drink some water.
It's true.
That's
We
actually
do drink
probably
water
the
right
first
away.
thing, and then we just like meet in a hallway and talk with like 5 or 6 of our people about the show.
We have our road manager gives us water when we walk off stage. He's got water for us. And does he give you a towel?
I get a towel.
I don't get a towel.
But I also, I sweat more, and then I have confetti stuck to my back every night. So if we're standing I finally told him, because we'll stand for like 15 or 20 minutes in the hall talking about the show, and I'm like peeling confetti off my back, and also I'm still sweating. So I'm like, I should just like take care of this right away. And it took me a while to figure that out, but now I have a towel. I'll ask him for a towel for you too.
It's okay. I'll use yours when you're done with it.
Why don't you use it first? Because it's really not going to.
It's not. I don't sweat that much.
Yeah.
But the water actually I forget where it was, but there was a show that was almost perfect. Everything went right. I walked off stage like yes. I was handed the water. Opened it up, took a huge chug, sparkling. Ruined the whole show that had just happened.
Yeah.
And we were so close to having a perfect show, and then all of a sudden I've got that just insane. I don't know. I like carbonated drinks, but I don't like sparkling water. You like sparkling water. You're into it.
I like any water.
And there's water in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That's my
Pepsi,
wife always gives
Coca-Cola.
me, she doesn't like when I drink Red Bull. She's like, you need water. I'm like, there's a lot of water in Red Bull. If, my argument is if my body is like 80% water, whatever the stat is, then a can of Red Bull's got to be a lot of water.
Yeah.
It's got to be like 90 something.
Hopefully.
So we almost didn't have to have a meeting that day, but then we had one note.
Yep. Still not sparkling.
Yeah.
Ew.
So.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cameron, and then it'll be Donald.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
All right. Were there any classic rock stars that inspired you guys as a band?
Nah.
Oh no, we
Yeah.
watched a lot of concerts on whether there was a channel in my basement. I remember we watched a lot of different shows and pulled up stuff online. Yeah, I mean, bands like Muse and The Killers and Coldplay, like we watched them from afar. Never really went to. I did go to a Killer show, which was great. When you say classic rock star, it almost sounds like you're talking about like the '80s or something, and it's not. it doesn't really vibe with me, I guess. But but yeah, no, I think that Josh and I were very, I don't know, we wanted to learn, and kind of growing up in the age where you could look up videos of other people putting on shows, we did a lot of homework. We dove in. We wanted to figure out what we wanted to do, how we wanted to come across, but a lot of times it was what did we not want to do. There's kind of a follow the leader that happens in music in general, specifically in a live show, where it's like, well, that's how you open a show, that's what you do in the middle of the show, that's how you close the show, that's how you act on stage, that's something you do in between songs. And a lot of times the reason why you do all those things is because it's been proven to work, to go to black in between songs. It makes sense. It kind of cleanses the audience's palate and like gets you ready for the next, introduction of the next song. But then there's other things like just the type of set list and what you can say to a crowd and how to treat them and how to interact with them and how much control you give them, that we felt like, we don't want to just do what everyone else is doing. We want to do what we feel like we would want to see if we were to go to a show. So it's a healthy balance of, adopting things we've seen, but also trying to do something different, something that we weren't seeing anyone else do.
But I think it started out us watching shows and we're like, oh, let's try and take notes and learn from people. And then when we would have conversations and recap, a lot of it we found was just like, I wouldn't do that, or I don't really like that very much, or we should do something maybe say something a little differently or whatever. And it kind of just turned into things that we would maybe avoid, and then kind of circled around and it was like, oh, let's do it this way instead.
Right.
So I don't think we really necessarily set out to just be like, let's pick apart everybody the way that everybody does things. But yeah,
it's fun to be negative.
it's kind of easier.
It's kind of a blast.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Donald, and then it'll be Monica.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, after your first big music paycheck, what was the first cool thing you bought yourself?
I got a bank account.
Got to cash that check somehow.
First big thing?
Or first cool thing, your favorite thing?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I'm trying to remember.
I think the thing that felt the best, I didn't have I didn't really go to school, so I didn't have student loans, but I owed my dad a bunch of money just because he covered for me a lot. I don't think either of us had a lot of, it wasn't an overwhelming amount of debt, but I do remember the moment where it was kind of just here you go, and it just kind of covered everything that he had kind of helped me out with. And to me, that was the biggest moment, I think, when I was kind of just clear. And it was, I think, a moment for him too, where he was like, oh, you've been just banging around the drums in my basement, and now it's done this. So it was a cool moment.
I actually, not to piggyback off that, but the student loan thing was a good moment for me as well. And with my wife too, being able to, I actually offered to, neither of us had a lot of debt, but we were just dating at the time, and I knew I was going to marry her, and I knew that this loan thing was just going to build, and having the opportunity to get rid of that was such a cool feeling, but also made me mad that you expect to hand cash into something and then get something out of it, when really a student loan situation where you're not using the education. I went to school for 2.5 years in college, and obviously I'm not using any of it. What a waste of money. I did go about it as smart as I could, going to a branch campus and trying to pay for it each class separately. I don't know, man. College is definitely important for a lot of people, especially if you know what you want to do and if what you want to do requires that. But it really weighed on me to walk into class the beginning of each quarter with a check and then hand the check over to the lady at the front desk who was probably raking it in. and sit down in class and then be taught stuff. And it's like, man, this just doesn't feel right for me. So when I was able to drop out, we were able to quit our jobs. All of a sudden, we were able to, make money playing music. That was one of the things that, I don't know, was very rewarding. Almost like what Josh was saying, this thing that we thought was maybe just this dream, and we weren't sure how crazy we were coming across to people, especially our family, as we explained our dream to them. It wasn't like a told you so type of thing, like rubbing it in their face or anything, but it was, I don't know, a moment that felt validating.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right,
We bought validation.
Monica, and then it'll be Caitlin.
Hello.
Hi.
So describe the first moment you heard your song on the radio, and what song was it?
It was Holding On to You, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I think we heard that it was going to be on the radio, so we actually pulled up a website of that station that was streaming. So it wasn't actually like in a car.
Yeah, it
on
was
a
on
laptop.
a laptop.
But we were all playing a show. I forget which city it was. Do you remember which city?
Somewhere in Michigan.
And we all gathered
college.
around in this tiny room and pulled up the laptop. And was it? I forget who. They said, like, "Here's a song," and I don't know. It was a really cool. What's funny about the radio, and not to downplay, obviously, radio, because here we are. But when you hear your song on the radio, because you don't know how many people are listening, the endless possibility just seems infinite to you. Like, there's probably 5 million people listening right now. It's not probably that much, but it feels like that, especially. And so it was a moment that I won't forget. I can see the room. We were sitting in it was like booths or something, like weird chairs that we were sitting on listening to it.
I think I have a photo from when we were listening to it on my phone.
Okay, thank you.
Cool feeling.
Caitlin, and then it'll be Danielle.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys look great.
Thank you.
So
You
my
do
question,
too.
thank you. My question for you guys is, what comes first when you're writing? Is it the lyrics or the music that comes behind it? Which comes first?
I will say that it can be different. It can change. I think that any time that you hear me delivering a vocal in the style of rap, a lot of times it's because I've already written the lyrics, and I've kind of written a poem that has a kind of start and end to it. And I found that it was always tough to take a poem and fit it into a sing-songy melody, because you kind of don't realize how many syllables you're taking up while you're rapping or while you're writing a poem. And when you're singing something, obviously you're stretching that syllable out. So that's why I actually started rapping in the first place, was I had these poems that I wanted to get into these songs. So anytime you hear that style, it's usually the lyrics first. But a lot of times it starts with music. Any other time usually is starting with either a chord progression or just a simple demo version of an idea of a drum pattern or something. So it can change.
All right, thanks guys.
Thanks. I think I found the video. I think I found the video of the radio station that played it when we were listening to
You
it.
found it when?
Just now, when you were answering that question.
You were on your phone while I was talking?
Yeah.
That's so rude, dude.
I've heard you answer that one before.
Yeah, it's true.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Danielle. I used to be there, and now I'm here, and it's strange.
Yeah.
Could you build your favorite taco, each of you?
Yeah.
What would it be?
Yeah, we can.
Can you expand on that,
Okay.
please?
All right. Well, do you have taco gear?
Yeah. What do you want? Well, let's start at the base. Would you do a flour tortilla, or would you do a corn tortilla?
Flour.
Okay.
Soft. I actually had a hard taco last night. It wasn't that bad. But for a long time, I was very against them. I do think that when you're making your own taco or burrito, that you can mess up the ratio very quickly. I think that when you're selecting your meat or whatever your base is, whether it's rice and meat or just rice or just meat, whatever, you get really excited because you see this wide open space and you think, oh man, all this I can fill up with. That's where everything goes wrong. When you put too much of that base on, it doesn't leave room for everything else. And you have to visualize that burrito being rolled and you can't fill it with too much. You know, if you open up a burrito or a taco from somewhere professional, you'll see that's actually not a lot of meat, but it works. So don't overdo the meat or don't overdo the base is my rule of thumb.
You just get less and less of each ingredient as you go.
Yeah.
Because you've put too much in.
Yeah, like you were looking forward to I know this is a polarizing one, but sour cream.
No, it's not polarizing at all.
I
It's
think
delicious.
it is. Does anyone not like
there's
sour cream?
a few people who
Yeah.
quickly...
Usually if you don't like sour cream, you actually really, really don't like sour cream.
Yeah.
We just probably can't be friends. I enjoy it.
I start with the sour cream.
That's your base?
And then I roll up the
Yep, and I
tortilla
use sour cream to tape the tortilla to itself when it's too large.
Oh.
It's a good trick. You just dip it in and it holds
See,
it together.
I'm a big believer in when you're building the taco or the burrito to leave space at one end. So don't evenly...
Because it'll all fall out.
Well, what I'm saying is leave room for that extra fold at the end.
Right.
So your meat can start on one end, but don't take it all the way to the end.
Okay.
Your rice can start at one end, but don't take it all the way in.
Do you start it at the same end?
Well, what I'm saying is you want all freedom on one end.
Okay.
All things free on one end so that you can kind of give that extra so that when you're holding it, you don't have to do one of these. And when you're done, having a bunch of stuff in your hand, you don't want that.
Thank you.
So it kind of is more of a burrito than a taco in that sense.
Even tacos.
You do the fold?
I do.
But isn't the difference between a taco and a burrito is that just one of them is open?
That's way too deep for me, man.
Thank you, guys.
And Chris R. will be our last question.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
What's up? So how did it feel the first time you realized that your music was having a major impact on your fans?
Good.
Good.
Pretty standard feeling.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think that a question like that obviously warrants a compassionate answer, which is the truth is that it changes you. You kind of always had a sneaking suspicion of how powerful music could be because of what it did to you. But then when you create music that impacts other people, I think that's when you see the full scope of how powerful music really is. And we're lucky enough to get to see it from that side. And not everyone gets to. But other than that, pretty standard,
Yeah, man, I feel you. I feel you.
Everyday stuff.
Okay.
No big deal.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I will say also that I think it's been good for us. I think to realize that there is responsibility. It's kind of accountability as people to just kind of try and constantly make the right decision. As humans, you don't always make the right decision, but to realize that there are people that can rely on us sometimes, I think is good perspective for us to keep.
That's awesome. Hashtag deep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
One more time, Tyler and Josh, 21 Pilots.
All right, lots of energy, people. Let's give a big Greenville welcome from X98.5 and all of you for Tyler and Josh of 21 Pilots.
Check.
Yeah.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Hi.
Okay,
All right. Cool. See you, everybody.
So we're not going to waste any time. We are going to jump right in and let these eager members of the clique pick your brains.
Over the many tours you guys have had, who, if any of those, have you toured with? Do you feel like influenced you in the process of bringing awesome music to us?
So other bands?
Yeah, who like influenced y'all during the tour?
Oh, no, we don't like other bands.
Well, the Mute Math sessions wouldn't have happened without Mute Math, so
That's true.
Probably that band.
Yeah, no, actually, that is a band we like. No, Josh and I were fans of Mute Math before anything happened for us, and then to be able to tour with them and then become friends was something that definitely influenced us. So I have to pick them.
What crazy things would you like to do on stage again, or what crazy things in general? If it would be tattooing each other or playing Mario Kart again, we would both be in.
So which of those two would we rather do again, or anything like that?
Anything like that.
Definitely not the hamster ball thing. that was so tiring.
It was.
You had to do it the most.
It was a leg workout for sure.
And then Tyler was like, "Do you want to try it? It's super cool." I'm not as good at Mario Kart, so I didn't do it, but you did it. But I liked when you did that.
Thanks.
I could tattoo your leg while you play Mario Kart.
Just combine a bunch of ideas we've already had into one. I don't know. It is a good question. We're always kind of trying to think, what would we like to see on stage if we were to go to a show? And sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't. I think that we're really glad that we were playing music in front of not a lot of people when we first started, because we got to just try a bunch of stuff, some of which failed, but a lot of which stayed. And so whenever we see young artists kind of get shoved into a spotlight where they're playing in front of people, they're trying to figure out who they are, how they want to come across, what their shows want to, say, what they want to represent. And that's a tough place to figure all that out. So we're lucky that we were able to get a few years of just trying to figure it out in front of no one under our belt before we did this. So, and then the Mario Kart thing happened, and we realized we were still figuring it out.
So, Tyler and Josh, what's the number one thing you guys want to do on your bucket list?
Number one on the bucket list. Jeez. We just met.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've done a lot. Whether it's playing in front of more than 100 people.
That was number one for a while.
It was. It was. Play outside of our own home state was one. Mm-hmm. Outside of the country was one.
Twitter jobs.
I think the idea of playing more than one show a weekend was very exciting for us, because when we were still working, at a restaurant or wherever we were doing, I think we pretty much could only book during the weekends when we could call off work.
Yeah.
And the idea of being able to play shows through the week was such a foreign concept, but we knew that it kind of represented the idea of, success, or at least moving forward in your career. And so that was a big one for us. So we've been fortunate enough to check a lot of those off, as far as...
Still feels weird to play on a Wednesday.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, I guess starting a family would be kind of fun. That's what I'm gonna be doing soon, I guess. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll regret that, but we'll see.
All right, my question is, if you could start a supergroup with musicians from any time period, who would you choose to be in the band, and what kind of music would you make?
Well, it's easy. Celine Dion's band. But we want nothing to do with her, just her band.
And we would just play their music, probably.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Alright.
That would be a super group.
Cool.
Yeah.
What moment do you wish you could relive again because of how awesome it was?
Quitting our jobs was great. It was just, I think it was really just because it meant that we get to spend more time doing this and travel more and play, and because at that time we were just like, to us the only way to move the band forward is to try and be in front of people and
playing shows. And we needed our job, the jobs that we had at the time. But to be able to kind of rely on this, it was just a great feeling. And then there's like hometown shows that are just meaningful, playing in Columbus, Ohio. It's like tonight's gonna be really fun, but our moms aren't here, so it's different. There's definitely every night something to prove, but tonight's just a little bit less.
Our moms are very critical. It's all right, they would say to us after we played. I think a moment for me is just riding off the quitting your job thing when we knew that we were able to quit our jobs to pursue music, signing a deal and working with a booking agency and like really having a plan as far as going out and playing music and giving it a real shot. When I put in my 2 weeks at the place I was working, I think it was a catering company or something in the food industry, we call it. The response, my boss was like, okay, well, just know that if you ever want to come back, you got a spot. I remember thinking at the time, like, thanks, I appreciate that. Usually when an employee decides to quit, kind of don't want anything to do with them after, but the idea of having a job, if I wanted to come back, was a good feeling. If I were to relive that moment, I would realize now that he had no faith in me making it in music.
He was planning on you.
Yeah, he's like, I'll just keep the spot open.
Yeah.
Why don't you hang on to your shirt?
Yeah.
And so maybe at that moment it would have been a more, grandiose and flamboyant farewell. I think I would have liked to have that one back.
What do you think about the conspiracy theory for the albums in the Reddit subgroup?
Next question, please. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I think that, jeez. I don't know a ton about Reddit, but I know that it's pretty insane. I knew that when we had the platform to create something, whether it was an album or a song or multiple albums, I always felt like there was such an opportunity to tell more of a story, to fill those things with more, meaning and purpose. And so when we dove into, the story of Blurry Face and into Trench, it kind of working together and the narrative that runs throughout, I wanted to make sure that there was deep enough of a narrative that however far anyone wanted to go, there would still be meaning and content and things to understand and uncover. And I didn't know if it was going to be all for naught, because I just didn't know if people would care enough to dive into it. But I think that, the community of people who've tried to figure out exactly what the story means and the little details of it, but also trying to figure out how does that best relate to what I'm going through or what the listener is going through right now. And, something as simple as, giving a name or a place or a characteristic to an issue that you're having personally can help you wrap your mind around it a little better. And so everyone that in our fan base that have decided to dive in and really try to figure it out, I don't know, it means a lot to us. And I guess we're relieved that people wanted to, or else there would just be this whole thing out there that no one ever discovered or figured out, which would have sucked. And only our moms would know about it.
So if you had to live in one of your music videos for a day, which one would it be?
I think we maybe have decided My Blood.
Because we weren't there.
It's really easy for us, that one. I think we make things harder than they need to be sometimes for our music videos.
Yeah.
Jumpsuit, he's laying in a that stream in Iceland was freezing. And he was in there for half the day. And And then also Heavy Dirty Soul was freezing. It was in like January in Ohio.
I don't know why we do freezing.
6 degrees.
You think of it, it's like it's one thing if it's like, yeah, maybe you'll. It's not like we look any better when we're cold.
Yeah.
you look terrible when you're cold.
Yeah.
We're like, we want more of that.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it outside.
Freezing cold.
Really cold.
Can't feel my yips.
Heathens wasn't too hard.
Yeah. I mean, I was in jail.
Yeah. But so yeah, I guess it's.
I don't know about that, man.
Do we want to live in the filming process, or do we want to live in the world of the? Okay, yeah. It's tough because like you get done with like shooting something, and then you want to watch it and enjoy it, but all you can think about is how hard it was to shoot it.
House of Gold would suck.
That wouldn't.
We're pretty much dead there.
Yeah. That's not sustainable.
Relying on those last
Living.
synapses that were sparking right before you die.
Yeah, my legs are off somewhere hitting a tire. Yeah, so probably not Heathens then, if it's the world.
Actually, they all suck.
Yeah, none of them are that fun.
We will say that
My Blood.
Yeah, My Blood, man.
We're just a band.
We do think that the closest thing we do to manual labor. I mean, the shows are, in 2 hours of. I don't know. It's more of a. It's not that difficult where you wish you weren't doing it anymore.
Right. Yeah.
But I drive by. I used to do landscaping. Everyone's had a job like that. So lucky now that that's not something that I have to do every day. There's so many jobs that are really tough. But the closest thing we do to manual labor, something that's really hard, is a music video. If you think about a show, you have 2 hours to, perform this part in this song and these groups of songs. But in a music video, it's literally upwards of 14 to 18 hours of performing the same song and trying to make sure that every time you do it, you're just as committed to the part. It's hard. I mean, I'm sore, freezing, cut in half, everything. So
I think another thing that I hate is not knowing when I'm going to be done with something. I mean, everything else in our life is pretty structured to where it's like, from this time to this time, we're doing this. And if there's an ending in like that I know, even if it is 18, if somebody's like it'll be 18 hours, and I mentally prepare for that. But with a music video, you kind of just don't know. You have to just go until you're done, and so that makes it a little harder, at least for me too, because I really don't know. But yeah, it is hard. My Blood or The Hype is cool too, because we're just playing this song. And the roof collapses, I guess.
those were real things in our chests when they exploded. Those are actual explosions. I don't think it came off as scary as it actually was recording that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we're gonna put these tiny firecrackers in your shirt, and then on the count of 3, they're gonna go off. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was like a stunt. There was guys there that were, official. They told us they work with other stunt people, and yeah, there was actually explosives under our shirt.
Wires connected behind us and everything.
Yeah, we were totally wired in.
It's called a squib, and it's what they use in movies, if someone gets shot or something.
Yeah. They're like, it won't hurt that much. It's like if someone were to take their knuckle and punch you. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want any of that.
30 times at the same time.
This is not what I thought of when I wrote this song. I don't know if we answered your question, but there you go.
If you were able to travel back in time to play your music in a different decade, what decade would you choose and why?
I think that it's kind of weird even now, our music. So going back as far as possible would be cool. This would just be confusing.
As far as possible, drums?
Yeah.
What's that?
Probably make more sense than a piano, though.
Yeah.
Just hitting stuff at least, but.
Yeah, they've probably been doing that for a while.
But yeah, like.
I think
like this 60s.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying a number. I know you. Why the 60s?
No, he's right.
The 60s.
When would we be cool? When would be cool? When do you think?
80s or 90s? That's smart. That's fine. Yep, we'll do that.
Sure.
An ongoing theory states that Josh is a figment of Tyler's imagination to protect him from blurry face. Can you confirm or deny this?
Have you ever thought of the fact that, like, maybe we're all a figment of your imagination right now? Like, you're literally standing in a room by yourself. And the only person is the guy in the back that let you in here because he knows you have something wrong with you. Like, okay, I'm gonna let her do this. You never know. It's all. Have you ever seen The Truman Show? It's a movie.
1057's 21 Pilots press conference. We have some friends here. Hi. It's good to see you.
Whoa. These are
Fancy, right? Yeah. We went all out. We wanted to get you a nice pleather, something comfortable. All right.
Check, check. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us in this gymnasium. This is fun.
It's kind of a press conference / pep rally,
Yeah.
sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Where is Brianne? Brianne, did I say it right? It's Brianne. Okay, cool. Let me give you your microphone. Go ahead.
Hey.
Hi.
My question is, when you are writing a song, what do you prefer to write first, the lyrics or the melody?
It can change. When I first started writing music, I started with the music and the melody first. And then I wanted to challenge myself to be as intentional as possible with my lyrics and trying to write poetry. It's tough to take a poem and just fit it into music. Sometimes it doesn't work, which is how I started just rapping instead. So anytime you hear something delivered in the style of a rap, it was probably the lyrics were first, but a lot of times most of the other songs all kind of started, whether it's on the piano with chords or a melody first, and then trying to find the lyric inside of that.
All right, where is Katie? Katie, coming around to you. Katie, your microphone.
Hey guys, happy Saturday.
Hello.
All right, this is kind of a toughie. If you could create a new menu item at Taco Bell, what would it be?
I'll tell you, they just took the fiery shell off of the menu, so that was frustrating. Did you know that?
No.
I keep up to date on this stuff. So I would put the fiery shell back on because I like to put it in the what is it? Cheesy gordita crunch. Sometimes you get all those syllables mixed up.
There's really like five ingredients that they even have at Taco Bell, and it's just different combinations of that for every item. So it's kind of just choosing between those 5 things.
Yeah. Also, fun fact, there's an item on the menu called a chili cheese burrito. It's not in every state. It is in Ohio. I don't know if it's here. It's not. Because what it is Taco Bell's chili doesn't pass a lot of what it's supposed to. So most states are like, nope. But in Ohio, where we're from, they're like, sure.
But it's not even at every Taco Bell in Ohio, though.
It's everyone I've been to in Ohio.
Really? Yeah, there's been some that I've gone to. They're like, we don't have that.
Maybe they ran out because we're all ordering it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would make the chili cheese burrito worldwide.
All right.
Thanks.
So my next question is from Haley. Right in front. I did remember where you were. Okay, cool. There you go.
If someone has never listened to your music before, what non-radio song of yours would you show them to get them interested?
Non-radio, mean like not a single one of
Not a single.
like our less popular songs.
Yep.
So which song of yours that sucks would you show them?
So you're saying that because they've probably heard the ones on the radio and not liked it?
Yeah.
It's just some are not known as well as.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah,
I
I understand. I think I'd probably go Ode to Sleep, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Off of the new record, maybe a song like Morph is something I'm really proud of, and obviously it's not good enough for your standards, so. But yeah, that's where I'd start.
Okay. All right, so where is Jada? Aces. All right. Come around.
Hey guys.
Hey.
So I was just wondering, how did the idea for Ned come about?
Sometimes it's hard to explain where things come from. Sometimes I'll just walk around in my backyard until something hits me, and yeah, Ned's I don't know. I've always had a relationship with I think we all do, a relationship with our creativity or what it is that we are passionate about. And a lot of times that relationship is complicated. There's a tension to it. It's not all positive. It's not all good. I do think that it's interesting how it feels like all musicians and artists, whenever they talk about music, it's always positive. They're always, I love music. I always love music. I grew up loving music. I continue to love music. Sometimes they even say like the love of the music is what keeps them doing what they're doing and all this stuff. And I don't know. I guess maybe for me it was, I don't know, liberating to admit that sometimes I don't like music. Sometimes I don't like what I'm creating. I don't like what I've made. I don't like what I'm currently making. And kind of having a love-hate relationship with that passion of mine. And I don't think that's something that you should be ashamed of. I don't think that's something that you should hide, because ultimately, when it does land, when you do create something that you're really proud of, when you're reminded of why you do what you do, it's that much sweeter because you've wrestled with it. And so the concept of Ned, kind of this character, as innocent as he may seem, kind of represents that struggle for me.
All right. I am looking for Emily. Emily. Okay. Let me circle around.
Do you guys associate any of your songs with a color? And if you do, what color?
What color? Like all of them?
Any of them, yeah.
Just any song, any color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we actually have conversations about colors, because you have to answer the question. Obviously, each album will have a specific color scheme that means a lot and has a lot of meaning behind it. But when you play a song live, a lot of times the question is, what does this song look like? What does it feel like live? And we have conversations with our LD, our lighting director, all the time about what is this song supposed to feel like. And you'd be surprised, like these cyans and these, I actually don't even know what cyan looks like. What is it? Blue? What's the purple one? There's another word for purple that's like magenta. That's the other one. I'm not good at colors, I guess. But yeah, you'd be surprised some of these songs kind of, I don't know. I think people say that they feel and see colors when they hear music. That's something that I don't necessarily, it doesn't happen for me, but I understand the relationship between the two. You'd be surprised how much
where the song is in a set list influences what the color is. Just trying to keep the stage fresh, trying to keep the show fresh. You obviously don't want to. There's some songs we don't want to put next to each other because we know they have the same color palette and they always will. And so when people ask us about what songs we decide to pick, and there's everything from the logistics of, well, that mic stand is in that spot at that time, so it would be really good to make sure that our transition is smooth into this song because the mic stand needs to be there for that song. But also the color palette of the song we just played compared to the one we're about to play. Does that work? All these things kind of go into it. And so I can't really pick a specific color, a specific song, but it gives you a little background into how important the visuals are to what it is that we do live.
Thank you.
All right. Next question is coming from Grace. Where's Grace? Haha. All right. I'm going to come from back here. Here you go.
Hello. At a majority of your shows, fans tend to hold you up for certain songs, like Trees Are Holding On You. If you had to choose an artist to hold up in a crowd, or if you had to choose any artist to hold you up in a crowd, who would it be?
Any of the Dixie Chicks.
So in this is, stay standing. We have some questions for you. So
They're just at the barricade.
They're at our show?
Yeah.
So ultimately you're asking, like, what artist do we wish was a fan of ours enough to want to hold us
Pretty much.
up in the air?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think all the Dixie Chicks would be great.
Good choice.
With no help from anybody else. Though.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
if you ever see them in the pit, let them do all the work.
Yeah. Because it is a group effort. It's not like there's one person holding Tyler up or me up. It's definitely a teamwork situation.
Mhm.
So that seems like a good group that could really
Strong.
rally together and.
They seem strong.
Yeah. 2 to one leg, 1 to the other.
I don't know what you're saying. Oh, you when you're holding me up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thorough answer. I knew that was going to be the answer. I had a feeling. Andrew, there you are.
Hello.
Hey.
How did you come up with the idea of Dima? Like everything, not everything, like just
Everything.
everything. I want all of it.
You want to
now,
know
right
everything
now.
right
3
now.
hours.
In this gym.
Yeah, in this gym. Perfect place. And do you think like a work published will ever come out of it, like a book or like a movie?
Man. Anytime we're asked that, we're always flattered that, there's enough there for anyone to think that that's a next step. That was never our intention. We don't have any plans of necessarily publishing something, whether it's a book or a movie or a show, right now. But the idea of being able to create something that has enough depth to it that people would want to dive further in is exciting. It's something that I definitely crave as a fan or a someone who enjoys other people's music. I think that I knew for this record, Trench, to further unveil the deeper story was important for our fans to follow us. Like, hey, as far as you want to go, we can go that far. Like, there's enough information and enough background. And ultimately, it was building a story where, in the same way that I was kind of not distracting myself, but building things that were representing real things in my life, in my psyche. It helped me understand them. It helped me learn how to cope with them, how to live with them. Because not everything is something to solve, but it's just something to manage. And for me, storytelling and songwriting was one way that I was able to do that. And I thought that if we could share that with the people who listen to our music, it would at least give them an opportunity to join us in that and hopefully be inspired to create their own story, whether it's a part of the one that we've introduced or a brand new one. And so we're just happy that people have figured it out.
You've most certainly inspired me.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, I'm looking for Peyton. Peyton.
Josh, I got your drum head in Raleigh, North Carolina. What made you want to start giving them out? And Tyler, do you ever want to do anything like similar to that?
Well, I'll help Tyler out and just say there's a lot more disposable parts to drums than pianos.
Yeah, obviously.
You can't really like rip off a key and or throw a microphone in the I mean, I guess you could.
I feel there's got to be a point when we're doing well enough.
Yeah.
Where I could just throw wireless mics into the
It's like even cooler than a mic drop.
Yeah.
Like after the show, thanks. Chuck it. Yeah, I mean, that stuff just gets thrown in the trash. And I've thought about...
Yeah, you think it's special, but it's just garbage.
It's recycled garbage. Turned into something very special.
Right.
Yeah, it just, I mean, well, it felt like a waste to throw it away. Sticks get broken and thrown away, and I felt like if I went to a show of a band that I really liked and then got handed something from on stage, that'd be pretty cool.
It was very cool.
So, I mean, it's no skin off my back. It's going in the trash anyway, so.
Way to really drive home the importance of...
No, I used to keep them, and they really meant a lot to me, but now...
Now he's decided to give it away to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah,
it meant a
you're
lot to me.
No, I'm not trying to belittle that. But that is, you asked me where that started, and so I said, hey, let's not throw them away and let's make use of them. So cool. I'm glad you got it.
All right, Bella. Where's Bella? Bella. All right.
Was it hard to structure the Dima Trench storyline since Blurryface was so abstract?
Bella. I think that it was a good starting point. Blurryface being abstract, like you said. Even though we knew the details of the character and the story behind it, we didn't know exactly. It's different now. Our relationship with our fans is different now than it was back then, especially when we were releasing Blurryface. We were still very much feeling out what our back and forth was going to be like with our fans at that point, wanting to, strengthen it, but not sure if it was going to come off too, forceful. And so the idea of the character of Blurryface and it being kind of an ambiguous figure that represents something, even more ambiguous, was a place to start and kind of a litmus test of how is this going to come across? Is this gonna get in the way of people just enjoying the music? Is this gonna get in the way of someone finding their own message inside these songs? Because if you so strongly brand a song or an album, sometimes that can be too clunky or kind of get in the way. It loses its ability to, mean something to a lot of people. So, but it was perfect because the response to that was exactly what Blurryface represented. Our fans stepped up and really understood what we were trying to say. You have to understand, we don't know if anyone's going through what we're going through either, And it's a feeling like I can't describe. Seeing response to that, putting down in song, in lyric, something I'm going through, and then seeing a response to that is one of the most amazing feelings, and I feel so lucky that I'm able to see that and be a part of that. And but I guess what I'm saying is Blurryface was important to be that kind of invitation to want to be a part of this story. And then once it was, accepted and received as a, yes, we know what you're going through, or we kind of relate to it in a sense. To me, it felt like now is when we just start rolling out more of the details of it. And so I'm glad it worked out that way.
All right, my last question is from Jeff. Is this over here? You're not Jeff. No, I'm her daughter. Okay. Your name is?
I'm Kristen.
Okay, Kristen is asking a question.
Okay.
I'm going to call you Jeff, though.
Okay. So it seems like the majority of your song titles come from the song itself. What is the process for picking the word or phrase that defines the song?
That's a good question. Sometimes you I don't know, songwriters and bands may try really hard to be like, okay, the tradition is to whatever word is said the most should be the title of the song. And you can kind of go against that. And sometimes it's fun and cool to do that. In a lot of ways there are song titles for me that add meaning to the song, even if that lyric isn't necessarily said in the chorus or if that lyric isn't said at all, but it kind of, it positions the entire song in a way that you'd never thought of before. Almost like when you go see a movie and you don't know why it's named that, and then you kind of learn why it's named that after you've watched the movie. Song titles can kind of be similar. But then a lot of times, as I was writing songs and showing maybe my family or close friends, and I wanted to name it something interesting, I think "Holding On to You" is a good example where the lyric, I say it a lot, but the people, when I first showed people close to me that song, they always called it "Entertain My Faith" because I was singing that part in the bridge, and it's like that is the part that just stayed with them, or looks like Kaleidoscope or something. And I remember my mom always like calling it the wrong thing. I'm like, Mom, it's not that. It's "Holding On to You." Come on. But so sometimes you just, as you're naming songs and you're picking a title, you don't want to fight what is the most, natural sounding title, unless there's a good reason that the left field song title actually adds to the meaning of the song. So that's usually the balance that we're trying to figure out.
All right. I think
Thank
that
you,
wraps
Jeff.
up our
Thank you, Jeff.
questions from the members of the press. Jeff, good question. So we really appreciate all you guys coming out there. Any last-minute thoughts from you guys, how you, since it is a press conference and we are at a gym, how you plan to attack the game tonight?
Well, I will note that I think this is the deepest Tyler's voice has sounded to me ever through this PA in this room. It's got some nice boom to it.
What do you mean?
So I'm just going to use that as energy and fuel for the show tonight. Just realizing I got a manly best friend.
Manly. So I guess we'll use that. Now you have me thinking about it.
You hear that? Listen to
it. Listen to that. No, we've been watching a lot of game film, game tape. Been looking at our opponent, and we're gonna, get everything we have week by week. Georgia lost, so I'm pretty pumped about that. I'm sorry, I'm a Ohio State fan, and we're ranked right below you. So that was really. Well,
doesn't
bad.
seem like anyone here is too bummed about it.
They had a prior engagement.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, good hustle. We'll see you in the locker rooms.
Yeah.
We appreciate your time. And seriously, thank you for coming back to Atlanta on a second date on the Trench Tour. It is always good to see you guys. And I guess we will meet up shortly.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for coming to the Alt 1057 press conference.
Friends? Can I call you friends? Yeah, friends of DC 101. Thank you. I think we're going to begin. And again, I know it's a super personal question, but have you ever heard of a band by the name of 21 Pilots? Yeah. Okay. Because Josh and Tyler are here, and they're going to come out now, and you get to ask them a question. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Hi.
Oh, actually, I'm going to give you this one.
Oh, great.
And I'm going to give you the blue one. And I'm going to take this one for your guests.
Cool. Check.
Perfect. So welcome. We have beautiful water.
Okay.
Before we
Delicious.
get in to questions, I have just one thing, because I want to. This is called an icebreaker. And by the way, these guys are going to play in just a couple of hours tonight. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is there anything magical about the water you drink?
No, not usually.
Because I feel like whatever's in your brains that comes out on stage and on records, vinyl is my preference.
Yeah.
It has to be the water.
No, it's the dessert.
That's where the magic is.
We only eat dessert. We don't eat normal food. We just eat brownies and pie.
You would be the coolest dad in the world. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. We might die soon, but at least we're making good music.
At least, yes. We're so glad you guys are here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, stop. We haven't even done anything cool yet. You don't have to clap yet. We'll see.
I have an observation before we get to Austin's question. Isn't it interesting that your speaking voice is so similar to your singing voice?
Is that true?
It's not always the case, too.
Really?
No.
So when on a song, I sound like not very intimidating as well?
I think you're welcoming on your music. I feel like
Welcoming?
we are part of the club when we listen to 21 Pilots music.
So I have a welcoming voice.
Yeah.
Is that just a nice way of saying feminine?
That would never occur to me.
No. I don't know. I think when I call people on the phone, or when I talked to Jenna, my wife, for the first time on the phone, and she wasn't sure where to place me. Is this a guy?
Now I'm always going to be thinking about that.
I don't know. I just think some people are born with lighter voices.
I think you're a pretty damn good singer.
I know.
Is Austin here? Austin, do you have a question for these guys right here? Oh, yeah, I'm going to get you a microphone. Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Do I sound like how I drum?
That's a good question.
Wait, say that one more time.
Do I sound like how I drum?
I think so.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
I don't know what that means either, but
No, that's a compliment. Austin, say hi to 21 Pilots.
Hi.
What's
up?
Wait, one more time. Hi.
Hi.
Is your mic on?
Hi.
Oh, that's cool.
It's on. He's not.
What's your question?
If you weren't musicians, what would you be doing instead?
That's a good one. What do you think?
whatever I want.
I'd want to probably, do something really creative and something inspiring, like real estate. It's kind of what I would do.
I'd sort of like to see your listing on like Zillow.
Yeah.
What would your listing look like? Because there's been some crazy ones over the past 6 months,
I guess I would write a song for each house I'm trying to sell.
There have been crazy listings on Zillow.
Yeah, did anybody see the listing of like an S&M type photo shoot to sell the house? Yeah, for real. I'm not going there. We have younger people here, but yeah, did you not see that?
No. I don't look that stuff up.
Maybe you're not in the market.
I got to learn.
Austin, thank you for your question.
I would buy houses for a living.
That's it?
Your houses.
Yeah. You would buy my houses. I would sell to him. And
Would you make a full price offer?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be looking for a discount?
Rent discount?
I mean, I'm trying to help out my bro.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Your money's, well, I don't want to talk about money. I was going to say your money is his money and vice versa, but none of my business. Valerie, are you here? Valerie, hey, do you have a question for 21 Pilots? Come on up. No, come on over here and I'll give you the microphone. This is Green.
Okay.
Say hi to 21 Pilots.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm a little nervous, but
Don't be.
What inspires your writing processes, and what new up-and-coming artists do you guys like? Be honest.
Be honest. What inspires us, it can be all kinds of things. It can be something as simple as a simple kick drum or a sound, or a lot of times, because we play a lot of shows, we tend to write songs that we wish we could play live. What we know of our music, even though there's a recorded version of it out there and people know our albums and songs, what we know of our music is what it looks like live, because we do that every day. Which I guess in a sense is why we always cater to the song being more interesting, having an element that we know we can kind of visualize what it would look like live. So we're inspired by playing shows. Like we have a show tonight, and always thinking of different ideas, always hashing out something new. And so I think we're mostly inspired by the fact that we're playing shows in front of people every night. It's probably the biggest inspiration. As far as artists today,
Up-and-coming artists?
yeah, I don't listen to music. I'm just working on my real estate job.
There's no time for music in that.
Yeah. Yeah. We could do our own real estate podcast, I guess.
Yeah.
What would you call it?
I don't know.
Wow. There we go.
Valerie, thank you very much.
Wow.
Just calling out the competition.
Yeah.
One of our biggest fans, his name is Brody. He's right there. My man Brody. Come on up, dude. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how tall you are.
What's up, Brody?
Which song that you wrote is the most fun to play in front of a big crowd and why?
It's a good one. You have one?
It really does change, but we recently started playing Heavy Dirty Soul again, and that song is really fun to play.
Yeah. I think Jumpsuit for us was the first song that we worked on for the last record. We knew it was going to be the song that we, is first on the record, but also one that we wanted to open up our shows with. We feel like we like to tie those together. So I always enjoy playing Jumpsuit live because you kind of get a feel for what the audience is going to be like that night. So it's a good.
You think that's like a gauge?
Oh yeah, for sure. And honestly, our headline shows are almost all the same. But we've been doing festivals where you're playing outside in front of maybe a lot of people who don't know who you are in different countries, and so there's a whole moment where you're just trying to read how's this show going to go. And Jumpsuit's a good song just to kind of a litmus test, see what you're going to be working with. So it's a fun one to play.
That's a great question and a really cool answer. I love hearing that, especially about the European shows. You guys have been busy this summer, so without your semi trucks filled with cool toys,
yeah,
and you're over in another country playing those songs and getting the gauge on that first song. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Brody, do you want to give him a fist bump? You can do that. I didn't ask him in advance, but I think it's cool. That's a great question, man. Thank you. Is Kelly A here? Kelly? Oh, Kelly, say hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
It was lovely seeing you guys up in Boston and last year at the
Cool.
My question is, what song is your current earworm and or guilty pleasure? I'm going to go with guilty pleasure since you said you don't listen to music.
Oh yeah. Guilty. What do you think? Can't Be Our Song?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
ABBA or something.
Yeah. I'm guilty of listening to our music. It's not cool, but it's not cool to say that.
I think that's a fine and acceptable answer.
I listen to our own music, in my car sometimes.
I want to know what other bands listen to their music too, because I think most probably don't.
I know people have been next to me at a red light, recognize me, and hear that I'm playing my own music.
That's awesome.
It's a great combination of things all happening at once.
Yeah.
And I hope they never forget that. I think that's something that'll be ingrained in their memory forever. I'm trying to think.
I feel like guilty pleasure is something you're ashamed of, but I'm not really ashamed of anything I listen to. So.
Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
Tom Jones.
Yeah.
My mom loves Tom Jones. So, yeah, I like listening to Tom Jones.
Kelly, thank you for the question. Very interesting. Thinking about, or when you guys say you listen to your own music, I love that point because, the joke has been, oh, you should never wear a T-shirt of the band you're going to see that night. And I remember asking maybe Corey Taylor from Slipknot that question. No, it was the guys from Social Distortion. We were in Boston a couple of years ago, and I asked them about it, and I was asking on behalf of somebody else, And they were pissed about it because they were like, you know what? I think it's pretty damn cool that people would wear the T-shirt of the band that they're going to see.
Yeah.
And if you look out, have you been outside lately? There's a real long line.
I haven't been outside in like 3 months.
They're all wearing 21 Pilots stuff.
Yeah.
And so when you say, you listen to your own music and you think there's nothing wrong with it, I think that's a good answer.
Yeah. I'd like to think that if our fans were to be writing their own music, they listen to it as well.
Yeah.
That's right.
You gotta like it.
That's a good question. Is Bree here? Bree. Hello, Bree. Oh, Bree, come on up. Oh, I like your T-shirt. I don't know if you've looked at your own T-shirt lately, but the guys that are right in front of you.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
That's cool.
So, since your music doesn't have like one set vibe, you play instruments that a lot of rock bands don't usually play. Who were your musical inspirations?
It's a tough one. The influences one is a tough one to break down into a quick answer. There's so many influences, all the way down to video games I grew up playing. The soundtrack and the music inside of that influenced me, and my mom trying to figure out how to play the Star Spangled Banner on the piano, all the time was something that influenced me. I don't think that I could really break down exactly different bands, that everything that they did directly influenced me in a way that I was trying to emulate them. I think that there were songs. It was very, I don't know, I think a lot of times today people, they don't want to admit that they listen to the radio or what's popular. But when I was little, that's driving in my mom's car. She'd always have the local station on. And so just listening to whatever was fresh then was always happening. I would say that there are specific artists like Billy Joel and Ben Folds. These guys kind of gravitated towards the piano. And for me, I guess I saw that an instrument like that was something that could be cool, could be inspiring and exciting. A lot of times you see a piano in your grandma's living room and it doesn't strike you as something that you want to go, pound on and create a song on. But it was artists like that kind of showed me that it was exciting and, I don't know, a fun tool to write songs with.
I love that answer.
I'm on fire today.
You are. That's a great question because, like, my grandmother had a piano, and my older brother was the victim because he'd go down and sit next to her on that little bench.
Yeah.
And I think as a little kid, I'd be like, "Oh my God, my brother Chris is playing piano with Grandma." Like, but that's so interesting you say that about writing songs around it or bringing a piano like up a notch.
Yeah.
That's a cool question.
I wish my grandma had drums.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Your grandma has drums? Grandpa?
Oh.
Does he still play? That's awesome. See? You can do it when you're old.
Good. That's encouragement to me today. I feel inspired.
There you go.
Will that inspire you to bring it tonight?
Yes.
How many drum sets do you have at your own house, your private house, your own house?
2.
Are they in like the living room or a garage?
Yeah, it's like the garage is kind of like a studio thing.
Where's the second one?
Bathroom.
Yeah.
That would be so cool. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Oh my God. Just sitting there working on its fills. Yeah. Sitting on the throne. There you go. Yeah. The drum throne.
Yeah. They're both in there. One's just kind of stacked up in case someone wants to come over. And if you guys want to come over, I got an extra kit.
That'd be sick. Is there ever a day that goes by that you don't play drums?
It's pretty rare, but sometimes. But I mean, like when we're home, I'm like in there all the time. Yeah.
Drums are more of a workout, so it's kind of a cool thing just to see it as cardio or
That's
whatever.
True. Yeah, I can just cross it off my workout list for the day. But when I was young, my parents let me have a kit in their basement for a while, which was extremely generous. But when I got a little bit older, I had a friend who had a warehouse in Columbus for some reason. And so I rented like part of like a loft in that warehouse from him to put my drums, but there was no heating or cooling. So in the winter I would go and play, and it was really cold,
and I broke all my cymbals.
Oh
like
my
I was
God.
always breaking them.
That happened to
Really?
my ukulele all the time.
Yeah.
Just strum it so hard.
in the warehouse.
Snap the ukulele in half. Punk rock.
Mauricio, are you here? Oh, yes, front row, Mauricio. Here you go. Say hi to
Hello, hello.
21
Hey.
Pilots.
Knowing that your music has made a huge impact in other people's lives, including people in really dark places, how has your music changed?
That's a good question. I think that there is an aspect of the songs have become, I don't know, self-aware. Like they know people are going to listen to them now. And obviously at first, I didn't know anyone was going to hear any of it. And so you create in this vacuum where the truth is I was actually living in a vacuum where no one was going to hear these songs. And now I kind of have to create that vacuum, almost a synthetic idea of these songs are just going to live right here in this studio in my basement. Because once you start letting those influences creep into the space where you're creating, it can definitely change the direction of something. The smallest idea can be changed or manipulated based off of the smallest feedback. I use the example that maybe a friend of my parents might say something like, I love your record, I could work out to the whole thing. I press play and I can work out to the whole thing. You would think that just giant success that we've been so fortunate to see would be more of a, something to fight and, keep at bay. But it's really the small things, the small comments, the small interactions with fans that stick with me when working on a new song. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. So if I'm working on a song and it crosses my mind, wait, can Cindy work out to this? Like, that's so silly, but that's how delicate creativity is. It can be swayed so easily. So deciding what influences you let in and which ones you block out is really important. I do think that the one influence we always want to allow to have a voice in the room as we're creating is our fans. And I think we're lucky enough to have fans that trust us with what's next, where if we were to ask them, what kind of music do you want to hear next? They would say, we want to hear whatever's coming from you, whatever's next from you. And that's something as a songwriter I don't take for granted, because not every band, not every group of fans actually believe that. They get stuck in a certain, whether it's an era or a time frame, and they want music just like that always. And I've always respected and appreciated about our fans encouraging us to grow and wanting us to build on what we've created and excited to see what's next. And it's a really freeing feeling knowing that that's the influence we let into the room when creating, and not something that is bearing down on us.
Awesome question, man. That's really interesting insight. Like pulling that curtain back.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Eric, are you here? Eric. Of course he's here. Why do I keep asking that? Come on up, Eric. Glad to have you here, dude. What's your question?
What's up, guys? Hey. So I'm not sure if you guys remember it, but first time that I saw you guys perform was in 2013. You actually opened for a small college venue here in Towson, Maryland.
Okay.
You guys absolutely killed it. You blew it out of the water. You blew the headliner out of the water that night. I was just curious, looking back, what do you think was the most memorable moment of your career since then, and what moment are you guys looking forward to the most in your future success?
I feel really cool now.
We blew a headliner out of the water?
I don't know if you guys classify yourself. You opened for the set for, I don't know if I want to say it was for AWOL Nation, and you guys crushed it.
Wow. We do enjoy doing that. No, I think that we, even at a local level, we played so many shows with so many different bands. AWOL Nation, those guys are friends of ours now. I don't think we knew them that well at the time, but we've since toured with them, and Aaron's such a cool guy. Strong, creative mind, and really, really fun to talk to. But we, even at a local level, I don't know how it works now, but when we were playing in small rooms, just kind of scraping together other bands to play with, we'd have to get 9 bands to play at one venue just to get enough people in the room to watch you play. And so we started with this sense of, I don't know, rubbing shoulders with other bands that were way different than us, that kind of approached the idea of a live show way different than we did. And there was a sense of competition there. And it was our goal that when we were done, that the place would clear. And other bands would be like, wait, where did everyone? It was like, well, we actually went and sold tickets. We would, hustle, and our moms would help us sell tickets, and we would I remember my mom standing out in front of the venues and just waving people down and be like, come inside, my son's in there. Somehow it worked.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Oh, your son? Okay. Here's $5. I don't know why it worked that way, but so yeah, it was always fun to. I think that there's a healthy sense of camaraderie inside of the musician, band, artist world, where, hey, you do music, we do music, let's pull for each other. And Josh and I are always feeling like we want to destroy you, and we want to do better than you, and we want to. Really, it's just pumping each other up to go be the best that we can. And that's why we like festivals, because we get to play next to other bands. Someone's going to rise to the top. Someone's going to be remembered. And we try to just attack each show that way. Back to your question about, you said the most important moment, or
the most memorable moment.
Memorable
moment since then, and what you're looking
forward to.
I do miss those times. I think a lot of times when we reminisce of, when we think of a story, it's around that time period when we were in a SUV with our buddies traveling around, and there is that competition and trying to at the very least stand out. And but I think having a little bit of the competition allows you to throw in something that's different and not really just be like, well, that's kind of weird because nobody else does that. It kind of gives you a fearlessness. But I also do think that since we became friends and started talking about what we wanted and what our goals were in music, we always dreamed pretty big. So I think probably our first arena tour was really fun, and it felt like it was a real accomplishment from kind of traveling around and playing in venues where sometimes there were 2 people that would show up, or where the promoter told us that the venue burned down because we didn't sell any tickets.
That's true.
And so to be able to play in venues that we grew up just looking at and have mystery, having no idea how we would get there, and then to kind of perform in those rooms was and is really special.
I appreciate the fact that you said that you guys always dream big.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, because I think it's maybe you're just on the cusp of it starting to work out.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Catherine has a question, and I've got a microphone that's green. Say hi to 21 Pilots.
Hi.
So if you were to get into a fight, would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
We actually get a variation of this one a lot. Yeah. And I think we boiled it down. It's pretty easy. We would take the 100. Easy. It's not even a question, actually. If you disagree with me, then you're dumb.
Hey, Wyatt, do you have a question? Wyatt? Oh, wait. Oh, am I could be out of line. I don't know. How did I get Wyatt from Sarah? Got it. Got it. Ask away. All right. I love your hat.
Hello.
Hi.
So, how did you come up with the creature from Chlorine, Ned? And what inspired you to make him, and what was the idea behind it?
So, yeah, Ned represents this, I don't know, I've talked about how music for me is something that I'm,
both of us, we're so passionate about, we get so excited about it, is it just so happens that we get to do it for a living and we love it so much, which is, we're so lucky. But at the same time, I do feel like my relationship with the creativity that is required to write a song is a bit of a love-hate relationship. I think that when I hear other artists and other bands and other songwriters talk about music, it's almost like they brainwash themselves that they always love music. I always love music. Is always my escape. Music is always, I've always like, and I don't know, I just felt like, am I just different then? Because I was worried. Like, sometimes I don't love music. Sometimes I get frustrated with the song I'm working on because I can't get it to do what I want it to do, and I'm wrestling it into submission and trying to figure out what it's trying to say, what I'm trying to say inside of it. And I've always looked at songs as this kind of like its own thing, and I'm trying to capture it, or I'm trying to wrangle it, or however you want to say it. And because of that tension there, I don't always love it. There's times when I'm finished with a session of working down in my basement, and I come upstairs and I'm mad. I just walk around the house mad because I didn't get it right. I didn't like anything that I worked on. I felt like it was all terrible, and I felt like there's something wrong with me. And no one should be mad working on something they love. And then I realized that that's not wrong, because when it does go right, when it lands, when you finally get that idea figured out, you finally wrangle it, you understand it, you get it to do what you thought and you always knew it could do, it's that much more special. And so the idea of Ned representing this character that you kind of need to coax out, to please, he's kind of a moving target as far as what he likes and what he doesn't like, kind of representing that tension that I feel as I'm writing a song. I like the idea of taking an emotion or a frustration or a feeling and giving it a character so that I can kind of really stare at it and understand my relationship with it and how I can get better at interacting with it. And so he basically was manifested in order for me to wrap my mind around that struggle, that push and pull that happens inside of songwriting. And it's helped. So he kind of helped me through some of those moments.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
That's super cool. Great question. Gavin. Is Gavin in the house? What? Gavin, what's up, dude?
Hello.
Hi.
First, I have a friend whose name is Enzo. You want me to say hi to you for me? Hello, Enzo.
What's up, Enzo?
Hello.
So my question is, like, any tours you've done in the past, however long, like, what is one of your favorite things you've done?
While on tour? Maybe other than music? Or
anything.
anything?
Music. Probably one of my favorite things we've done.
It is nice. We went on a helicopter ride once.
That's probably the coolest thing we've done.
You think it's the coolest?
Yeah.
Was it your first helicopter ride?
It was my first helicopter ride, which I didn't know how I felt about it, honestly, to begin with. Because
headset.
Yeah, headset. It was in Vancouver, so we went like north to all the awesome mountains and stuff. I don't know. It was really pretty and awesome. But I can't help but think as I approach this helicopter that my chances of dying in a helicopter are pretty much zero if I don't get into the helicopter.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm trying to do this new age math.
So my chances of dying in a helicopter are 0% chance if I don't get into the helicopter. As soon as I get into the helicopter, there is all of a sudden introduced this percentage. Is it really worth the thrill? I kind of felt like no, but Josh convinced me that it is worth the thrill, so we did it.
Did you see a bald eagle?
No, I was looking.
Eagles.
We're looking for bears.
Yeah.
Polar bears.
I bet that in that part of the world was incredible in a helicopter.
Yeah. Great Wi-Fi.
That's a good question,
We were
dude.
just checking our Twitter the whole time. I didn't even look up.
No, don't say that.
All right, thank
Serious?
you. Thank you.
We're looking up photos of
where we were.
Yeah.
Do you remember the color of the helicopter?
I think it was black.
Yeah. Ooh. Stealthy. Yeah, very.
Oh, yeah.
Alexander's in the house. Ooh, that's you, dude. I love that T-shirt. Yes, thank you.
I teach elementary school PE, and
Cool.
we play your music all the time.
Oh, sweet.
The kids. Yeah. I knew I recognized you.
Oh my God, we taught the same school.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So my question was,
She's freaking out about that.
what's your favorite memory of
Elementary
elementary school PE?
school PE. Fantastic. I don't know about you, but I went to a smaller school, so we didn't really have a gym attached to our elementary school, but we did have a barn/garage thing that was like carpeted, but like a hard carpet, so you could still play basketball and stuff. And I remember specifically every day for PE going in there, our whole class would wait to see what our gym teacher, Mr. B, we called him, and what he would say we're doing. And sometimes he'd be like, we're running, around the school a million times, and I think he just ran out of ideas sometimes. But if he were to ever say, we're going to war, we would freak out because we knew we were going to do war ball, which is, I guess, dodgeball. So we loved dodgeball, and it was in this little garage. So it was like, you can't hide, and you're about to get pegged and double teamed, and it was amazing.
Dude, dodgeball's the best.
It is good. That's why I do it for my birthday every year.
Yeah. I think as soon as you said that, I just thought of dodgeball too. Especially, probably especially as like young boys, it's just, you just get out a lot of aggression. It's fun. You like dodgeball? Nice.
He normally wins.
I think everybody knows exactly what the sound of that ball hitting your face sounds like.
Yep.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Caitlin.
Yeah.
Caitlin's in the house. Awesome T-shirt alert.
Hi guys.
Hey.
So I know Madison Square Garden was like a top venue. I heard it in a interview years ago, and I know you guys played there. So what's your next dream venue?
Like the next one that we're excited to play?
Yeah, like you really want to play there. Even if you don't even have it like on your tour, like you really, really want to play there.
You got one?
I don't think I know any other venues.
We did play one in, I forget, what was that festival in Europe that was in a Coliseum?
Oh, yeah, in France.
Yeah, it was an actual Coliseum-like style thing, and it was really cool. We've done a lot. We've played a lot of places now. I don't know if there is a specific one. I mean, we would always love to play like a giant stadium or something at some point, which I guess is kind of the next step, if that's even a reality for us. Not a lot of bands get to do that, and it might not pan out for us because you have to get so many people in there to even make it worth it. But I guess in a sense that would be the next step, is to play at some outdoor stadium thing.
Good question. Yeah. I don't want this press conference to end. Julie. Hello, Julie. Okay, cool. Awesome. Hi. Say hi to, these guys make music under the name 21 Pilots. Yeah. They're right here. You're 5 feet away.
Okay.
If you can remember back in 2015, you guys were well known online for creating the same fun challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, if you guys had the opportunity to create a new challenge for fans, social media influencers, and just for kids in general, what kind of challenge would you create?
Jeez. Yeah, phone pinching.
Yeah, I think a lot of
that whole thing was just a joke.
Yeah, it was. It really stems from being just driving a lot, and I think probably a lot of people have an urge. I think we were talking about just like,
I don't know if everyone has this. But
not everybody.
We may
but,
have just
but,
created
yeah.
this.
A lot of time in the van with nothing to do but to talk.
If you're like standing on the roof of a tall building, I always want to like throw off like a laptop or like my phone or something, just valuable, and I don't know why.
I think physics, so we gotta do that.
Yeah. No,
I want to take physics.
Yeah.
So we started. It's just kind of a rush to just hold something that kind of like dangle something, and also almost fantasize about it actually falling and breaking.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird fantasy. But
It's really weird. It is.
We'd have to go to the Apple store.
Yeah.
Get it fixed.
Yeah. Fix your shattered screen.
Yeah.
So
only if you had Apple Care, bro.
Yeah, well, we're signed now, so that doesn't matter to us.
But it was never an intention to be like, let's make a viral thing. I did see it in the wild once.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, it was
in the wild.
H&M, and I was like in line, and there was a couple kids that were doing it. There was like you could go down a level, like walk downstairs, and so there was like a thing that you could, and they were doing it, and I don't think they knew that we were there.
Yeah, actually, in fact, I think you told me that you wanted to be like, "Hey, I invented that."
Yeah.
And they were like, "Shut up, old man."
Yeah, whatever, dude. But I felt pretty accomplished in that moment. But yeah, I don't.
New challenge. I mean, takes a lot of thought. You can't just spitball new challenges like that. But we could do get a tattoo of a baby cow on your calf challenge.
That would be cool.
Right.
Yeah, calves on calves.
Awesome question.
I hope to see some of those tattoos soon. This is the official challenge.
I
now.
do not. I do not.
I just want to thank you guys for taking time, because I know that your day is a very long one, and you're pulled in all these different directions, and that's even before your concert. And I will tell you this, and I'm going to wrap it up. I've only seen 21 Pilots one time. That was in D.C. earlier this year.
Okay.
It was one of the best concerts I've ever seen. I'm not just saying that because you guys are here. The production elements were so incredible, and in my mind, I was thinking, where the hell do you guys go practice that stuff? I mean, I guess they have big venues and wherever it is, right?
We do go into an arena somewhere and work it out for a few. We make sure that we're prepared on a technical, like our musicianship is ready, and so I'm not learning a song for the first time on stage with like a burning car behind me. So you want to be smart about the order in which you prepare. So we'll prepare individually, and then if it's like the beginning of a tour, we'll usually get together with some of the guys we work with and just work on the sound and the sonics of it. And it's not really on a stage; it's more in a room. And then we'll put it all together with the production and everything, and it's a work day.
So you rent a venue?
Yeah, we do. For this show, we were in Tampa. So our first show was in Tampa, and so we rented it out a couple days early, and we ran some things there, and then had a show the next day. So.
We'll wrap this up quick, but one follow-up question to that. When you guys see it come to life after it's been in here, and then it's played in smaller rooms, and you see it come to life, and you've got all the kinks worked out, do you just love it? Is it just incredible? And you're like, holy shit, I can't believe we brought this to life.
It is a crazy feeling. The idea is, I think that we've gotten really good at just visualizing what we want, not only the show to seem like, but what is someone in the audience, how are they taking this in? 'Cause sometimes you can plan little details of a show, but then you have to consider, okay, someone who's maybe up in that top balcony, are they going to really get that detail? And what can we do to make sure that detail is communicated, whether it's a placement of a microphone or a specific emotion that we're bringing out in our performance, and utilizing things. It's called IMAG, which is the guys with cameras that show us on the screen. We've dove pretty deep into that. Like, what do we want to show people? When do we want to not show them? Maybe we, in between songs, we're transitioning. Maybe we cut it there. But I tell our guys that work on that stuff, we're we got to make sure that people all the way up top and anywhere in a room feel like they're a part of this. And that's what's so hard. As we were growing, how do we create elements and production ideas that still involves everyone and still keep, because everyone's been to those shows where it really doesn't matter if you were there or not. It's kind of the feeling you can get as you leave. And we didn't want anyone to feel that way. We want them to try to feel a part of it. But it gets harder and harder as the venues get bigger and bigger. A part of us miss the smaller rooms, because they're right there. But yeah, no, it's something that when it does come together is a really cool feeling.
Josh, Tyler, 21 Pilots. Thanks. Give it up for these guys. This is really cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Make some noise for 21 Pilots! You gentlemen can have a seat. We have water there for you as well. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it.
Hello.
How are you guys feeling so far today?
Good.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we want to hear. So we're just going to kick things off with Talissa, right? She has a question for you guys, Talissa.
When you're writing music, do you already have the melody or what it's going to sound like in your head?
That's a good question. Do I already have the melody in my head when writing music? I would say that I usually have to use an instrument to kind of develop that idea. I know a lot of musicians and artists can hear it first. I don't know if I necessarily have that ability. I kind of have to make it come to life to realize it.
All right, the next one's coming from Lindsay.
What is a conspiracy theory that you believe in?
In the world? Anything? You've been watching documentaries lately? Yeah, it's tough because I do feel like documentaries can make you believe anything. That's their job. Conspiracy theories. I mean, I believe that we've known about aliens for a long time. If that helps you. Yeah.
All right, next up, Kelly.
Is there or has there ever been a band or musician that you would wait hours in line to see like your fans do for you?
We didn't really grow up doing that. I would do it for us, for our band. But I think that we just didn't really realize until people started waiting in line for our band that was even a thing. Because I think that we would just sort of buy tickets and then show up and stand where we stand. But there's a lot more thought put into it by a lot of you guys than
I think also there's something to be said. When we were younger, our world was littler and smaller because we didn't have the internet in a way that it lives today, where we just seem to be more aware of the people around us and to understand that there are people who, are fans of a band or believe in a band. Even if there was a band that we were a fan of, I don't think that we could count very many people that we knew personally who were also a fan of that band. So there was much less of a community naturally back then, which I think is probably one of the few positives from the technology of just social media, is being able to bring people together with, like-mindedness, which creates the ability to do something like this.
Yeah.
And on the internet, you could also find new conspiracy theories. So you could do that.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
Megan, what's your question?
Trench is a concept album unlike any of your others, built around the imaginary city of Dima. Are you considering doing something like this with future albums?
I don't know.
We have another Megan. Megan, I'm not gonna. I'll hand you the mic.
What was the most challenging song to write and produce from Trench?
Maybe it was the song Bandito for me. It was actually one of the oldest songs on the record, meaning that the idea was around for a while. And there was all these parts and all these things we were trying to say, trying to communicate inside the song. And that one was the hardest to crack the code, whether it was sonically cracking that code or just the right production to ramp up into some sort of drop, but not really a drop. It, just, I don't know, it was hard to articulate exactly what we wanted to accomplish. And so it was a lot of searching, a lot of kind of experimenting and trying different things. And then we finally kind of landed on it. And it was one of the last songs that we finished, even though it was one of the first songs to be written. So it kind of spanned throughout the entirety of the record. And I guess in a way, emphasized a lot of the themes found in that single song and spread itself out over the course of the entire album in a way that we actually grew to love, which is why, we've always liked the idea of playing that song live and branding the tour with that name and really kind of driving home how important that song is to us and watching it kind of reverberate off of our fans back at us. And so that was probably the most rewarding, but also one of the toughest.
Matthew, what's your question?
All right, my question is, if you could have anything come out from your pointer finger, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. Is it on command or is it just always happening? On command? That changes everything.
Yeah.
Slim Jims?
Nerds ropes.
I guess
Just
we
food.
think it needs to be long and like
Yeah,
thin.
yes, you can fit in there.
Could be anything though. He said it's anything.
Mine could be a little thicker than yours, probably.
Yeah,
Like
like a
I
used
I
car.
have chubby fingers. A used car.
You never know.
Um,
You never, you don't need an Uber. You'd be like,
Yeah.
I need a ride.
yeah.
There you go. It's right there. Where's your car? You just be like, it's right over there.
All right, up next we have Lillian. What's your question?
What's your favorite way to discover new music?
I think, word of mouth is always the best way to do it, I think. So there are, I think with streaming and radio has always been around and is great.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And but look, when we were kids, we did listen to the radio until our favorite song came on and then hit record and play at the same time and make your own playlist on cassette. So yeah, we've loved the radio for a long time, but there's nothing better than when somebody that you know and trust shows you a cool band or a song. I think that initial memory that you have of listening to it and experiencing that is kind of unbeatable.
Sarah, I'm just going to give you the mic.
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
I haven't really thought about that very much.
So you believe in aliens, but not Bigfoot. Just to clarify.
So, well, we're talking about an entire different,
I get it.
endless groups of species versus one animal.
I understand.
Right?
I understand.
Or are we talking about is there a species of Bigfoot? I guess I don't know.
Big feet.
If it's stuff like Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot, this lore has been around for so long that I feel like they're probably just dead now. Unless part of the lore is that they live forever and don't get noticed. So yeah, I do.
All right, Brenna.
What was your favorite Halloween costume you ever wore?
I haven't really done.
Did you ever do that?
Not really. I was like a cowboy once.
2 years ago?
Yeah. I think the closest that that I've really been is when we started this band, and then we went in Halloween costume stores to just like find, you know, that hoodie. And so he wore it, he bought that day, the skeleton hoodie, and I bought a gorilla costume. And we played in those live, and then I quickly realized that he was right. And I went and returned the gorilla costume.
They didn't want it back.
It smelled way different than when I first bought it. And I went with the skeleton.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite Halloween costume.
Chris.
What is your earliest memory related to music or otherwise?
Wow. Well, some people say that it's proven that you can hear music like while you're in the womb. So I remember my parents arguing. Well, it's not really musical, but
man,
I'd say a lot of my musical, when I hear certain songs that take me way back, it's usually a soundtrack for an old video game. Because you spend so many hours playing a video game, especially when you're younger, and I don't know, it's just this epic trying to overcome something that you can't figure out, and then you finally do. And it's obviously like very exciting when you do that. But then as you get older and you look back at those games or even those moments, you realize that that's not that big of a deal. But the feeling of how important that moment was is forever tied to whatever song was playing while you did it. And so my brother and I will send each other, songs of old video games that we used to play, and it'll just shoot us right back to how amazing that moment felt. So yeah, I guess like Donkey Kong Country and Super Mario and stuff on Super Nintendo. Those types of songs.
Yeah, those were so good.
Ashley.
What's your morning routine while you're on tour?
Well, it's, I guess, technically afternoon, usually when we wake up on tour.
No, it's not true. We get up at 6 a.m. and jog.
Yeah. I mean, schedules do shift on tour, though. Like, we don't eat dinner until, like, 12:30 at night. So it's hard to, like, get off stage and go to bed. Like, off stage into a bed. Can you imagine? Brushing your teeth is good.
I don't think she's asking for suggestions.
Are you looking for things to do in the morning? I mean, that's a classic wake-up move.
Yeah.
Brush away the sleep.
Something I never get used to is obviously I know our schedule. I kind of have an idea of where we're going, kind of. That cliche that you hear about, whether it's a movie or a commercial or whatever it is, where the band or lead singer specifically, like, doesn't know where he is and says the wrong city name. And I remember seeing that and thinking, there's no way that that's real. Like, obviously he knows where he is right now. But that brings me back to one of my morning routines is getting on my phone and literally looking at my map and going, where am I right now? Which I never thought would be a part of my routine, but waking up and not knowing exactly where you are is kind of a weird feeling. Because you fall asleep on a moving bus and it drives somewhere, and then you wake up in a completely different spot. It's an odd one, so yeah, I check my maps.
Brianna, who's here from San Antonio, she made the drive. What's your question?
If you guys were stranded on a deserted island, what 3 things would you bring with you?
Are you assuming I'm on the island for a certain amount of time, or am I trying to pick things that would help me get off the island? Or have you not thought of this far?
I haven't thought of that, but I would say to get off the island.
To get off the island?
I'd bring a plane then.
Plane would be nice. plane, a
Cell
pilot,
tower.
cell tower. Like they're just in our pocket.
Yeah.
I bring like a really outdoorsy friend. First, I'd have to meet them. People who've like always dreamed of that. Like, this is my moment.
Yeah. I know exactly what to do.
You'll also have a used car.
Yeah.
Because of the finger.
Whenever you want.
Slim Jims for days.
Slim Jims.
The next question's coming from Shelby, because I'm on this side of the room. Shelby.
Other than music, what are some of your creative outlets?
Like coloring.
You guys still want to answer?
I don't know. We're gonna make this awkward for you.
You cracked a smirk. I won. Dina, is that your name? Dina?
All right. You're stuck in IKEA during a zombie apocalypse. What's your next move?
IKEA, I guess you could just stay there, right?
Yeah, just stay in IKEA. Lock the doors.
There's a lot of wood. You can use it to make steaks, to go through the hearts of the zombies.
Oh, was she asking you? I'm sorry.
1-1.
I would use him as bait.
The last question is from Brenna.
Do you find yourself becoming more or less like your parents when you're getting older?
Definitely more.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a weird feeling.
It makes me wonder if I've always been like my parents, or if I'm like just realizing it. But I definitely we've talked about this recently too.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Can't stop it.
Yeah, and having siblings too. Like I see like my little brother's mannerisms. He does a lot of stuff that my dad does, and I'm like, do I do that too? And then I'm like, yeah, I do. It's so weird that you like can't get around it. As much as you try. But yeah, definitely more the older we get.
Yeah, I think it's a balance. There's certain things that you take from your parents, or at least you've witnessed your parents do, that you, I guess, in a sense, want to actively not do. But the harder you try to change or do things differently than how you witnessed, you start to take other things that you didn't even realize existed. It's almost like there's always going to be the same amount of stuff you take from your parents. And whatever you focus on not taking is more stuff that you're going to take. Like whether it's a certain philosophy that you want to, change, you want to oppose your parents and how you were raised, then that's when you're going to start like leaning on a table exactly like your dad does. So it's just going to happen. So
we're always getting more handsome, like as time goes on, and I realize it's just we're getting more and more like our dads. Very handsome dads.
Just hot dudes.
Yeah. So
yeah, we have hot dads.
We do.
Cannot deny it.
On that note, one more time, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Show some love for Josh and Tyler of 21 Pilots.
Hi.
Greetings.
We're on a stage.
Yeah. We've like played stages this big.
Yeah. We have.
Well, shall we commence?
Yeah, man.
Let's do it. Okay, so Roxana from Lakeville, where are you at?
Hi.
Hello.
So my question for you guys is, hello? Hi. What's your favorite prank you've pulled on a significant other?
I'm not a huge prank guy because it's coming back around. It's actually kind of a touring thing. A lot of bands, last day of tour, we'll prank each other. I don't know who started this, but it seems to
Beatles.
be the Beatles. Seems to be a universal thing. There's actually a strict no prank rule on our tour, because they usually take it too far. Like the opening band will come up on stage and like ruin a part of the song, but we have like fire up there, and they shouldn't just be running up there without talking to us first. So it's just never a good idea.
Yeah, and if it's like a significant other, then also when does it, like who wins? When does it end? It's just forever. You're getting pranked the rest of your life. Yeah, neither of us have really liked pranks, so we just kind of do no pranks.
Nixed it. There is a rule. I don't love being scared either. You know, just like the pop around the corner and scare you. Some people love doing that to people. I have a strict no scare policy in my house, but anywhere else in the world is okay. And my wife, Jenna, takes full advantage of that. So anytime we're traveling, she'll try to find any corner she can find and pop out of it. She thinks that she's getting away with it because the thing that she yells to scare me is, "I don't mean to scare you," which in turn scares me. So very frustrating.
All right, Steffi in Minneapolis.
Hi. My question is, if you created a personal YouTube channel, what would be your niche, and music can't be an option?
Probably prank channel.
That sounds perfect. I would love to get into YouTubing and get into pranking. Yeah, it could be a channel on like figuring out how to prank.
Yeah,
Like
pranking for dummies.
Yeah.
101.
We'd learn how to prank and then teach you.
You would see from the beginning of our YouTube channel us being really bad at pranking, and then years later we become masters.
Like we go from like popping around the corner saying, "I don't mean to scare you," to like years later being like, "Totally mean to scare you." We've learned.
Big shift.
All right, Megan in New Hope, where are you at?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
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 Congrats on your new nephew.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my sister just had a baby last night.
Yeah, she posted it this morning. So.
I didn't do anything, so
No.
I don't know.
Congrats.
You don't have to clap for me.
Congrats. Well, my question is actually about your significant others, sort of.
Okay.
So we have a couple songs that are in honor of your wife, Jenna. I know, Josh, you don't sing, but we have no songs in honor of Debbie.
The
So
drum beats are.
The drum beats
Yeah.
are. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
excellent. But my question is, under what circumstances would you allow Tyler to sing a song for Debbie?
The song what?
For Debbie.
Oh, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, I would probably say zero circumstances.
Yeah, I would say probably zero. Yeah, I don't know. I think that
When you play the drums, though, if you were to put a mic, like if you had a headset mic on, which eventually,
Maybe someday,
when
maybe.
we're older, and that's cool to do, with every time he hits a drum, he's saying a syllable that's in her name.
yeah.
Yeah. D.
Or like the snare's a D.
Yeah.
The rack tom's a Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So
That's
we'll work on it.
Yeah. Throw something in there.
All right, Taylor in Plymouth, where are you at?
If you could be any member of a TV sitcom family, who would it be and why?
I might be Ross. I feel like I relate to him in a lot of ways.
That's a good one. Maybe I would be Peter Griffin.
What a bright guy.
I don't really feel like I relate to him that much, but it just seems like an interesting life.
Mm.
Next up, we got Lincoln from Minneapolis.
What's up, Lincoln?
Hi.
Hey.
What inspired you guys to keep your lyrics clean?
Our what?
Your lyrics clean.
Clean?
Yeah.
Oh, we curse all day long, right? So we needed a moment where it's like, let's just not curse here. It's getting too dirty. The paint's coming off the walls. No, actually, that is a good question, Lincoln. I think that a lot of times profanity or cursing, I wouldn't say that it necessarily offends me. Surprisingly, I grew up, even though I was I grew up in a conservative, great household. That does not mean that I was not introduced to cursing and swear words early on and really my whole life. But I kind of always thought that swearing was something that you use when you've run out of ways to describe how you feel. It's almost like a last resort. And there are moments where it feels right to let one of those words out. Maybe it's anger or pain, but when you're creating something like a song, where the whole point of you writing that song is to explore new ways of explaining or talking about something that you feel. The idea of using a swear word or curse word or whatever you would call it, it feels like a cop-out. It feels like not taking advantage of exploring a better way of describing how you feel. So
They're all in the drum beats, though.
yeah. And believe me,
Listen closely.
if you ever get that headset mic, it's going to be dirty.
Curse City.
Next question.
No one who actually curses a lot says Curse City.
Throwing them off.
All right, next question's from Justin in Minneapolis.
When you guys get ready to make new music, what is one strategy you always seem to take?
Did you come up with that question? Yeah. So you spoke for your dad there. Okay.
Did you ask about the cursing, too?
That was all him. That was actually
all Lincoln.
Strategy. There's a lot of strategies that we can take when wanting to write new music. A lot of times, lyrics can come first when I write poetry. Most of the time, for me, a melody or chords on a piano come first. The excitement of learning a new instrument is usually met with new songs. So I started learning how to play the bass guitar not too long ago and wrote a bunch of songs because I was learning a new instrument. I think a lot of musicians and artists feel like they need to convince you that they're really good at what they do. I've found when you're okay with understanding where your limits are, like maybe I'm not the best bass guitar player or the best piano player or the best songwriter, but inside of that, I know that what it is that I'm doing, no one else is doing. And Josh and I both kind of bonded over that, where we aren't necessarily technically the most skilled musicians or know the most about gear or different ways to record music better. I think that when you start playing music in a local scene, that's kind of that can be intimidating. You feel like, well, I don't deserve to be playing music on this small stage with other local musicians because they seem to think that, they're really good and they're an amazing guitarist, or they know all about the microphones and what their names are. All these things that I felt like I needed to, back away from. And then when I met Josh, I really felt like my, boldness, fearlessness really stepped up, where it didn't matter if I knew what the best guitar tones were, or I knew the best way of writing a song, or I could play my instrument the best out of anyone else. My value from what I was bringing was the songs that we were writing and the things that we were talking about and the shows we were playing were different from anything else that we'd seen locally when we were playing just in our hometown. And so I always encourage local artists and musicians, don't let the fear of thinking that everyone that's around you is in some way more talented or more educated get in the way of you creating and writing a song that would not exist if you didn't do it yourself.
Next one we got is from Sarah in Minneapolis.
Hi.
What's up?
What's
Hey,
up?
Sarah.
Hi. I'm going to read this verbatim, sorry. Guys, the people want to know, how did you actually meet?
Did you write this? It's kind of a long story. But it's boring.
Well, just tell them. It's at the mall.
Yeah. So we were both working on like starting up separate YouTube channels.
Yeah.
And we both like had similar ideas to go and do like pranking videos online. And we would like prank people. And so
I worked at Annie Ann's.
yeah.
And that's kind of, you were working at, was it Hollister?
Yeah.
And so whenever you were on break
Yeah.
to get lunch,
I
you
always came over to.
You always swung by,
Annie Ann's.
and I was always like, "This isn't lunch. This is like a snack."
Yeah.
And you
But
were
to
like,
me it was because I ate like six,
a
seven.
lot, a lot of pretzels.
Yeah. Yeah, we would like we kind of like would say hi a
Yeah.
lot.
I knew he was starting a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like it was mostly how to fold clothes properly.
Yeah.
He was just cranking those videos out all the time. I remember being really, I don't know, intimidated by how many videos you were able to release.
Really?
Yeah, and all I was doing was like pretzel folding strategy.
Yeah. Which I'm still.
But I only
impressed.
Thank you.
Like they look.
Thank you.
Really tough.
Yeah, I only released like 2 videos.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of the different type of folding.
Yeah.
Clothes, but a pretzel just like it's like kind of the same classic pretzel
Right.
look.
Yeah, but there's many variations of. See, what I love about this is you guys think that we are crunched for time because we have a show tonight.
I mean, there's hours to go.
We're going to go to our room and sit around and wait. So we'd much rather be up here talking about a story that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, and then we decided to start a band.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then I deleted all my YouTube videos.
Yeah, me too.
I think we all know how to fold a shirt.
One of my favorite things to do is when the host of these events is trying to move things along, literally start talking right when he starts talking.
It's a good bit.
Yeah?
May I?
Yeah, go ahead. We can do the next question.
Next one's from Anne from Northfield.
Ann.
If you had your own reality TV show, what would it be called and why?
If we had our own reality TV show.
Folding with the boys.
It'd be riveting.
Yeah. We've already learned that nobody subscribes to that. Reality show?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess
2 happy boys.
something about, just live, like, how long could you live in a mall? And just, kind of like Bear Grylls style, but it's just in a mall.
Yeah.
You like cover yourself with mud for some reason, but you're just in a mall and you're eating bugs, but you're in a mall and you shouldn't be eating bugs.
There's plenty of.
So it would be a reality TV show where we think we're in the wilderness when really we're just in a mall.
The mall here, though, would be perfect one. The Mall of America.
Yeah, probably staying there for weeks.
Easy.
Yeah. Anyway, glad you guys are asking such great questions.
Yeah.
We got our next one from Haley in Wisconsin. Where are you at, Haley?
Oh my gosh. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Don't mess up.
I won't. What is one habit the other has on the road that drives the other crazy?
I hate when Tyler sings.
Can't help it.
No, I don't.
What is it? What do you think it is?
Um,
I mean, there is a reason. People have asked us about, do we fight? And, what are the arguments we would have? I mean, the truth is there's a reason why this worked. It's because we're pretty like-minded. We don't fight all the time. We don't have a lot of differences.
Yeah. Yeah, we also, I feel like we do things pretty similarly, too.
Yeah.
Also, over the years and figuring out what gets annoying, we've just fixed those things.
Yeah, like he used to not like Russell Crowe.
For no reason.
For no. I fixed that.
Yeah, it's all fixed. It's all good, and I like him now. So that annoyance that you had is gone now.
I used to not love candles. Fixed. I love candles now.
Done.
So we just, every night after a show, we light a bunch of Yankee candles and put on Gladiator.
Yeah, throw on a Russell Crowe.
So.
Madeline in St. Paul.
Hey.
Hello.
So if you could live inside a video game, which one would it be?
Live inside a video game.
Like we never get out, even if we win the
Forever.
video game.
I would pick Zelda Breath of the Wild. Seems like you could live there pretty peacefully. Most video games would not give you a peaceful existence. There's usually something trying to eat you or something. Breath of the Wild was a game that I enjoyed because I found there's actually this is so nerdy. There's like really great sound design in that game where when you're in a forest, you can hear all different types of birds and, creatures. And there's one bird sound in the game that they must have taken that's probably I don't know what kind of bird it is. But that same bird also makes that sound in my backyard. And every once in a while, I'll nudge my wife, be like, "That's the bird from Zelda." She'll be like, "What are you talking about?" I don't know. It's the bird. And so in a way, I guess I kind of already feel like I kind of live there. So I like the woods.
That's like one of the few video games that I've played.
Breath of the Wild?
It's good.
Yeah. So you would pick that too? We could be neighbors.
Yeah. We could go listen to the birds together.
Yeah. Not get any of the challenges done.
Yeah.
Just listen to birds.
Yeah. But if you win though, then you're just dead, I guess.
Carlin from Plymouth. Carlin, where are you at?
Hi. What
Hello.
emoji best describes you or your personality?
I'm not an emoji guy.
We don't really use emojis all that much.
I don't use them a lot.
It's just like such a hassle to search for them.
I don't use exclamation points very often either. I'm just rattling off things I'm not.
You're just a period.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Done.
That's cool.
Finished with what I'm saying.
Dude, that's cool.
Thanks, man.
I'm probably I guess I'd probably be the emoji with the huge hard eyes.
Yeah. I might be the one that has is kind of smiling. Like one side of his face is smiling.
Like a smirk.
You don't know if he's constipated or happy. He was just about to talk again.
I did it. I knew.
Are we in a standoff?
I'll just be the United States flag.
Okay.
All right, now our next question is from Aaron in Richfield.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, if you could invent a new holiday, what would it be celebrating?
Milk.
Milk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it doesn't get enough attention.
At this point, we might as well have a National Milk Day.
Yeah.
There is like a day for everything else.
It'd be called MILK Day. I think we should celebrate electricity. I don't think we realize how important that is until it's gone. So maybe one day we don't do any electricity.
Yeah, just turn it all
to kind of remind us
So we
of
can
how
appreciate
awesome it is.
Wow.
What would it be called?
Electricity Day.
See, that's why we're such a good team. Cool.
Yeah.
We'll see you there.
What day is it?
What day is it?
Yeah. It's got to be when it's warm, I feel like.
Yeah.
Spring. Not too hot, not too cold, because you want the temperature regulation. Or maybe it'll make us appreciate it even more. It's February 3rd.
Yeah, I don't know about that. May 4th. No one talks about that day.
Yeah. May 4th, Electricity Day. That's your birthday? I'm going to enjoy no electricity on that day.
Yeah. Hope your birthday party consists of just wilderness.
Our next question is from Allie from Bloomington.
Hi, love your
Hello.
sweatshirt. You guys look great.
Thanks.
You look great too.
I mean,
This isn't going so well. For you.
Go ahead.
If you guys had to name your own secret language, what would it be?
I guess it has to have like ish on the end of it, right?
Yeah, probably. We only know it.
We have not created our own language. That just seems like a question out of left field. And honestly, you seem to think Josh was looking better than me today, so I am not going to answer. Good luck.
First, we'll come up with the language, and then we'll come up with the name. So we haven't come up with the language yet.
Ticklish.
I'm in.
Just a laughing language. Just laughing at different intervals and
Pitches.
Yeah.
Speeds.
It'd be hilarious.
I like that.
We got our next one from Josh from Lakeville.
Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks.
If you could choose a Halloween costume for each other next week, what's the most ridiculous one you would choose for each other?
For each other.
I think I've celebrated Halloween like 2 times.
I would make you dress up like me in the blurry face era.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time after the show.
Do you got one for me?
Maybe that bird from Zelda.
Okay. Just a giant bird costume. There you go. Happy Halloween.
Yeah.
And then we got our final question from Hannah from Plymouth.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. How often do the two of you get together on breaks, like just to be buddies? That's my question.
First, can you tell him that his jacket looks good?
Thanks. Whatever.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Wow.
Buddies. Actually, just the other day. We
Yeah,
had a
we
day
had-
off, and you
Yeah.
came over to my house, and we hung out. Didn't talk about music once. It's great.
I
And then
ate spaghetti at your parents' house.
You did. You came over to my parents.
And I had like 6 plates of spaghetti. And we talked about how like every time I get like invited to have dinner somewhere, I don't know why, but I eat so much of it. And then I had like 3 or 4 cookies.
Yeah, you had a good time. So,
yeah.
Yeah, we're still friends.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh and Tyler. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Going. Everybody got their questions ready? All right. Now 21 Pilots.
Check. Hello. Thanks for coming. You're welcome.
Ready for some questions?
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with number 1, Christine. Where are you at, Christine?
If you had the world's attention for 30 seconds, what would you say?
I think we did that with Stressed Out. And taking our pants off. That's how we used our 30 seconds. Never to have it back.
I was happy with that.
Yeah, I loved it.
All right. Where's Gabe at? All right. What made-up animal would you be and why? And
What would you name it?
completely made up.
We've answered this before, actually. I think we have. Verbatim. Sorry. You're not that creative.
Good try, though.
What was that?
I already forget what I answered.
I think mine was like a spider monkey, but because it is two animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? You take a regular monkey and then you add a spider and you get a spider monkey. And so, I guess that already exists though. So, something with a monkey, like a octopus monkey.
That's cool.
It's terrifying. You get the flying squirrel.
I think I would want to just be a fly, but super strong.
Like a rhino fly.
Still the same size though, but could like.
See, I think it'd be interesting if you took a fish and you kind of like combine it with a cat.
But this made up one would be called a fish cat.
Fish cat. Very different.
Yeah.
It's a land mammal.
Yeah.
Good answers. Where's Miranda at?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I have to think. It's in front of you.
Don't mess up.
Okay, so I really enjoyed all of your remastered versions of the songs that you guys have put out lately. So I want to know what songs would you consider remastering and turning into lullabies for your daughter?
Go to sleep as the
It would be terrifying. She would never sleep. Yeah, I guess go to sleep is perfect. Coming through in the club.
Sounds like a lullaby.
It does. It's not.
All right. Presley?
Okay, what is one experience that changed your life involving a fan?
There's been a lot of really cool interactions. Sometimes it's maybe like meet and greets kind of can go pretty quick, but there are often like cool stories told, or just even like on the street, we'll kind of like have interactions. I feel like seeing people with tattoos of lyrics or something, that's a crazy feeling. It's just something that meaningful that you put it on your body forever. I also have Tyler's name tattooed on me, so
I'm a huge fan.
pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that as many interactions that we have about our music that is, extremely powerful and profound. I think one of the most powerful things that we get to interact with, or at least witness, is the relationships and friendships that are created because of this music, but between fans. It's one of the things that, I guess in a sense, we never really imagined or planned on. It's not like we wanted to create something intentionally that felt like a community. We were just writing songs and making music and playing shows, and that happened seemingly out of nowhere and kind of out of our control, which made us feel like it was that much more organic. It wasn't forced. And it's you guys who do that, and watching that is easily the most inspiring part of what it is we do.
Pretty deep.
I know.
Jeremy?
What is the smell that reminds you of your childhood that you would want turned into a can?
There's a lot.
I hear it.
I think there's certain seasons that remind me. I mean, all of the seasons. Specifically fall for some reason. When it starts to turn There's certain smells. I know that it's just plant death. For some reason, it hits home for me. Storms have a certain smell. I remember, I loved storms growing up. I still do. But was so excited about whether it was sitting at a window or on a porch watching a thunderstorm. So I guess those would be two of them. Some sort of like outdoor thing.
Do you want to?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think related to the fall, like a fire.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't really have like a fire in the summer because it's hot. I mean, sometimes you can, but like a fall fire is the best, and then it like smells specific in the fall as well.
And I think probably your own house has a smell.
Yeah.
You don't even realize exists. You've all gone to your friend's house and you're like, I know this smell.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to your friend in class and you're like, I can smell you.
Yeah.
It's not creepy and it's not even a bad smell. It's like a specific smell for some reason.
That's always been so weird to me.
It wasn't until I've never smelled my family's smell until I was older and I moved out. And I went and made my own smell. And then you go home to like your parents' house or whatever, and you're like, I remember the smell.
That's got to be the number one to the answer.
Your parents' house?
Yeah, your parents' house.
You smell good, by the way.
Lots of smells. Suzanne?
We're just over here. You should have stayed here. Thank you.
Well, first, I want to say thank you for taking time out of your day to meet with us. I know we all appreciate it.
You're welcome.
My question is, if you had a talk show, who would you want to be your first guest, or who would you most want on the show?
If we both had a talk show,
Like,
we
that's
could
together?
Together or separate? Both of you.
It changes everything if it's separate. If it's separate, I would have my show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You would have your show Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. We would take Sunday off, and we would just constantly interview each other. Because it fits with the schedule.
Yeah, I'm free on.
I'm free.
We'd probably have Will Smith on there because our talk show studio's in one of his houses.
Yeah.
And I think he would probably want to
be part of the deal.
Yeah, be into it.
So that's it.
Yeah.
All right. Amanda?
So everybody's put a lot of thought into their questions, and they're really good. And I just want to know, what's your best joke ever?
Best joke? Oh man,
that's pressure.
Has anyone? Do you really create jokes? Don't you just hear them and then?
Well, repeat one.
Say like repeat your favorite one?
Yeah. There is no brand new joke. They're all just very.
I don't know any jokes.
We have a friend who tells us there are no jokes. Which is basically his way of saying, like, you mean everything you say. It's like, wow, way to suck the fun.
That's probably my favorite joke.
There was a time when I was younger that blonde jokes were a thing. I don't think they're a thing
Oh,
anymore.
yeah.
I don't know if it's even like PC, but whatever. But one of my favorites was there was
I totally forgot though.
Remember blonde jokes?
Yeah.
Childhood. Yeah, there was a blonde in a boat, out in the middle of a field, and she was rowing as hard as she could. And off in the distance, this other blonde was yelling at her and said, "You know what? You're why we have all these jokes about us. You're why everyone makes fun of us. And, you know, if I could swim, I'd get over there and kill you." Sorry. My wife's blonde. I can say that.
All right, where's Stacy?
Hi.
Sorry.
This one chose to be blonde.
Yeah. I have a question for you, I'm sorry, before you get to your question. Are there true blondes? Because I was talking to blondes. They said that no one is actually like a true blonde. They actually either decide to kind of like keep it blonde and try to keep up with it, or never mind. I feel like I'm in too deep at this point.
I thought you were alluding to there's truth in every joke.
Oh yeah, there are no jokes. There are no blondes. There's blonde in my heart. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
All right, so speaking of jokes or funny things, what's the funniest thing you did as a kid that your parents still talk about to this day?
One that my mom brings up a lot is, I don't know how old I was, but I was young enough to make, like, while eating, just make a huge mess all the time. So I got done with dinner. Actually, I think my parents have learned just tell me to take my shirt off when I eat. Because I would just like have like spaghetti all over my shirt. So,
hold on, how old are you?
I'll text my mom after this, but probably like 8.
Shirts off, man.
Yeah. Which is probably why I still eat dinner shirtless.
And play the drums.
Yeah. Gotta make a mess. So I finished dinner and still just was running around the house with no shirt on. And I started blowing my nose on the couch. And my mom's like, "Why would you do that?" And so I was just like, "I don't have a shirt on." So that was my only other option.
Man, you are a terror.
I'm not allowed back over at their house.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
You made that up. That's a joke.
It really happened.
I'm like crying. I didn't know that back then. There's not a lot of this left.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah. I don't know if I can follow that up. I guess mine's actually an eating one as well too. I don't remember, maybe at 12 or 13, and I'm the oldest of 4 kids, so I was always trying to show off and lead them on the right path. My younger siblings, and I was like, "Hey guys, watch this! I can eat this taco in one bite." And you know what? I think I was older than that. I definitely knew better. I was like 16 or something. And I tried to eat a taco in a whole bite. It was a soft taco, and I almost died. I choked. I was choking. I had to stand up. My mom was so mad at me. Started hitting me, but she was hitting my back to try to, unlodge the said taco. But I knew there was also like anger behind her hits. So it was like she was trying to save me, but also hurt me. But yeah, I scared the whole family there. And at the end, like I'm crying because when you choke, you just like your body just freaks out. And I think at the end of it, I was just like, "Gotcha." Like I had prepped them.
Yeah. All right, Brianna.
Hi. My question was if you could be anything
If you could be any what?
Any day of the week.
Day of the week. Oh, which day of the week would we be? Anything come to you quick or no? We kind of have an odd existence where it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. A lot of people's schedules, whether it's work or school, what day of the week it is very, I don't know, important to what it is they're doing. And I've tried to explain this to people before, and I've had a friend or family out traveling with us for maybe a week or so. And by the end of them being out and traveling, doing what it is we do all year long, they end up losing track of what day of the week is it? Because it doesn't matter what day it is, we're going to do this, And so we lose track of time. I think the 7-day cycle is important as you log kind of how life is going. Well, it's a new week, or well, last Wednesday I was doing this, and when you lose track of that week, it adds to the weirdness of touring for a living. So, what day would we be? I mean, it doesn't matter, because for us, the day of the week.
It's like probably the least important thing in our life.
Yeah.
What day it is. But maybe like Monday, so we can miss traffic or something.
Wait, miss traffic? Isn't traffic on Monday?
Well, not in the middle of the day.
Oh, well, okay.
We're not going to be waking up and,
That's true.
hitting that morning rush.
Yeah. It's morning for us right now.
Yeah.
So, I guess Monday is the most boring one, I think. But we'll go with Monday.
What's the least boring?
The least boring?
For us.
For us? Well, right now I like Saturdays a lot just because of football. But other than that, it doesn't matter.
All right, I'll hand it off to Dan. Kind of have two questions for you guys. Tyler, what is like the most significant thing in your life that inspired you to write a song? And then for Josh,
Being an artist or songwriter, the moment is when you get signed, to a label. We didn't really know what a label meant, what that partnership is supposed to do, especially that young in our career. But we did know that when we signed with a booking agency, that meant more shows. And like Josh was saying, like for us to email bars and clubs and say, hey, we actually had to lie. Like, I represent this band. My name is, and we would make up a name. Because if you're the band yourself reaching out to try to play shows, they're not going to listen to you. So I came up with this like alter ego guy that represented us. And that's the only way we would get answers. But it was just very tough to try to put a tour together. There's a lot of planning, making sure that there's enough time in between shows that you can drive there, and just all the logistics. And then, so the day that we knew that we were going to start working with a booking agency was like, okay, this is what we've always wanted. We wanted to play more than, 2 shows a week. We wanted to go out and do this. And they made that possible. And we were excited to go earn it. So I was happy. We hugged our agent, and he was like, what are you doing?
Steph?
Hey guys, so my question is, if you could describe each album in one emotion, what would they be?
One emotion. It's not fair. Emotions are like, you can't use one word to describe an entire emotion. It would take me a week to come up with one word to describe each album, so that would be very difficult for me to do. vessel would be gray. Color of your face would be red, and trash would be yellow. And for me, those colors represent emotion, so I guess that's the answer.
All right. Juan.
I feel like he should have gone first.
Hi guys. So what's the funniest thing Jen Dunn has gotten into or done while on tour?
He's a really good boy. I don't think he's really gotten into anything on tour. But when I first got him, really try not to leave him alone. But sometimes you gotta go run errands. I would come home and there's toilet paper all over the house because he would just like grab it and start running.
He was like, I don't have a shirt on.
That's a better go-to than what I did. That's probably the worst thing. I feel like I haven't really. He's my first dog, so I was kind of like bracing for terror. It really was not. It's not been that bad. So.
He's out of his humping phase, right?
Yeah. He does it every once in a while. But he was doing that for a while. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. He ate half the pizza once.
Haven't we all know?
I mean, the only reason he ate half is because the first half was already gone. We split a pizza.
All right, we got one more. MK.
Hi. You've played in some of the biggest arenas and have reached levels of success most bands only aspire for. What is your next big dream that keeps you up at night?
I mean, it is kind of a scary idea that you've obtained what you've always dreamed of, you know. Obviously, our dreams, from the smallest to the largest, something as simple as Josh already mentioning quitting our jobs when we were working in restaurants or whatever kind of hourly job we were doing at the time. That was kind of the dreams, you know, play music, do it for a living. Not necessarily make a bunch of money doing it, but just be able to focus on it. And then obviously with each of those goals or dreams in line, those dreams got bigger and bigger. What I always appreciated about Josh and I's friendship was we were very open about talking about the biggest of dreams very, very early on, when most people would probably think that you're kind of crazy. You know, that was like our secret. We talked about what we wanted to accomplish. And we couldn't say this to everyone because it would just sound insane. But the idea of playing arenas all around the world, as much as a lot of bands and artists maybe that find themselves doing that, are constantly playing catch up to try to wrap their minds around their reality. The truth is we were already there in our heads a lot sooner than when it happened. Which is why we felt like, maybe like a blind ignorance that we could do it, that actually in fact helped us materialize it. I wonder if, knowing everything we know now, if we were just to go back and try again, having to start from the ground up, we might give up. But because we didn't know how many other bands were trying to do this, you know, how we're just a very small fish in a gigantic ocean, the chances of it happening, of everything falling into place, were so slim, but we didn't know that. What we thought was if we worked hard and we got better at our craft, then we would make it. the truth is, there are a lot of bands and artists who work really hard at their craft and are very, very good, and they don't make it. And I think that looking back on it now, we realize how lucky we are. But at the same time, we realize that we were given the shot, the chance to be here because we were ready, we were prepared. We felt like we were constantly working to get better at every aspect, whether it was songwriting, lyricism, live show, sound, everything. And I guess back to your question, like what's next? I think that we're constantly trying to outdo ourselves, trying to stay ahead of ourselves. We don't want to kind of succumb to any sort of routine or a rut or to fall back on what has worked in the past, but wanting to continue forward, whether it's the way that the songs sound or how they're recorded or what our shows look like and sound like and feel like. So in a way, we're not really able to point at a building like we used to and say, we want to play there someday, because we found ourselves playing all those buildings. And it truly is an amazing feeling. But there's this whole other psychological staircase that we're trying to climb, which is constantly trying to continue to get better and outdo ourselves and to progress and hopefully create something that our fans and everyone who's kind of really been invested in what it is we've been doing want to kind of go on that journey with us, want to climb that staircase with us. And it's a hard thing to do. It's one thing to write a song, it's another thing to release it. It's one thing to write a hit record, it's another thing to follow it up. And in a sense, we feel like anyone can do it once. Almost anyone can do it twice. Can you do it 3 times? Can you release 4 good records? Can you go on 20 good tours? Put together 20 good shows? That's where our drive comes from, is constantly trying to grow and to make sure that we're not plateauing in any way.
Good questions, guys.
Do you want me to say something else?
No, we're out of questions.
I appreciate a man who likes to sit in silence like that. Very awkward.
Yeah, I'm very awkward, I would say. Man, a few words, except when I'm on the radio.
Okay.
"21 Pilots, everybody. Awesome.
Wow. Dude.
The wheels. So they've done this enough times already. We were kind of warm up last year, just a smattering of these, but now you've done plenty of these.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Still don't really know what we're doing, I don't think.
All right. Well, work your way through it. That's all
Yeah.
right. So at first, I just want to, a couple things. One, congratulations since last year, both of you guys. Like big life moments between last November and now. So just congratulations on both of those things. And I think it's pretty cool over the last several years, kind of seeing you guys grow into like the people that you are right now. And yeah, it's pretty neat for me as well as everyone else here too. And I want to acknowledge that as well, just how cool this is right now here, that this extra little thing that 21 Pilots is doing for you guys, that they've had for fans all around the country. And just welcome to what we have going on. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
So since I haven't said it yet, and I know we're filming all this, hey, what's up? I'm Steve with Channel 93.3. We're kicking off the 21 Pilots press conference here for 2019 here in October for their show before the Pepsi Center. All of our folks in here have won their way in one way or another here for their chance to ask 21 Pilots a question. And so we're going to get to it just like that. You guys also have your numbers, your sheets there that have a number on it. And I believe number 1 is right up front, if I believe. Am I wrong? Okay. Oh, I believe number 1 is in the second row.
Yeah.
And Andrea's going to come around with the microphone so you could be heard a little bit. So if you could scooch as she makes her way in, feel free to grab the microphone, stand up if you feel like it. All right. Or not.
So I teach middle school. I teach 7th and 8th grade. So I was wondering if you could tell me your favorite memories from middle school so I can bring them back to my students.
7th grade. And 8th grade. Man, I think maybe one of my favorite things about 7th and 8th grade was the moment where you didn't know if you needed like recess or gym class anymore. You kind of slowly started growing out of it, but secretly you needed to go run around. And so there were a lot of things I remember. Did you have recess in like 7th, 8th grade middle school? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think it probably ended after 8th grade.
Yeah.
But yeah. That was the best.
Yeah, there was a few classic moments. I think one of my friends kicked a ball as hard as he could across the gymnasium we were in, and it hit a girl in the head. I don't know why that's the first thing I think of when I think of all of 7th grade, but that was a big moment.
That's definitely something for her to take back to her students too.
Yeah, take that back.
Yeah.
I forgot we were supposed to be giving advice.
That's
Do you have
probably,
any
that's the
advice?
best advice. Jeez. I kind of blocked that time out of my life, except for recess. That was about it.
I don't even know if we have anything in common with them anymore. Do you guys even have books?
I try to force them to.
Yeah, but isn't it all on like iPads now?
We have computers. We definitely still have books, and I try to force them to use books as much as possible.
They like don't know how to open it or anything.
Yeah. What is this thing?
So yeah.
Get a backpack that has a strap on it if you
Across
do
the
have
front?
books.
If you have back problems, it helps.
Yeah, I think that might have messed me up when I was in middle school. My back kills now.
Well, they only have an iPad in their backpack.
Yeah,
now,
I know.
so
Now it's fine.
you're fine. Their backs are fine now.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
It's good. All their answers are physical in nature. You can pass that on. Everyone can do that.
Yeah.
Question number 2. Where are you at?
My name's Jeremy. I was just wondering what. Hi, my name's Jeremy. Just wondering, what do you feel was the best advice you received in your pursuit of your careers? And what's the best advice you'd pass on to a young person that wants to be an artist?
That's a good question. Besides the backpack advice.
Tyler once told me to hit my drums harder.
It's funny that as a drummer, you don't realize it until, when you're in a band with only a drummer, you get to see it happen all the time. But the drums are something that, whether it's a small coffee shop or maybe a small club, small bar, the drums are so loud because it's when you're playing these small rooms, it's hard to find a sound system that can overpower the acoustic, drums that are coming off of his kit. And so Josh was always worried about, like, I don't want to overdo this because I know that this room is, the size of our bedroom. It's not very big. And I just told him, don't ever worry about how hard you're hitting your drums. Just go for it. And then he took that to heart.
I love that, though. I think that's it as far as advice.
No, not more cowbell.
No one ever. Yeah, I guess that's why we have so little cowbells. No one ever really gave us that advice. It's hard to give advice because I think every person is different. Everybody's going to create differently or be drawn to something different. And so when you're giving advice on art, we've learned that there really is no real correct formula because everybody is. You can do it however you want, really. There's different ways, different versions of right for different people. And if we would have just tried to do things exactly like somebody else, then this wouldn't be what it is. So I guess then the advice would just be to try and find the best version of the art that you want to create and really pursue that and work really hard at it. And you got to be passionate about it, though.
I would say specifically in a music career, maybe this translates to other artistic pursuits, but specifically with music at a local level, I think that there's this idea that you're gonna meet someone who's gonna be your connection. You know someone who knows someone who's gonna introduce you to the right person, and then you know everything's gonna line up from there. And I guess in a sense we fell for that a few times because most people at a local level aren't actually who they say they are. Maybe they say they have a connection, or they can get you a deal, or can get you shows. All these things that you want. I see a lot of local bands putting all their eggs in a basket instead of something that Josh and I learned pretty early on was we need to do this for ourselves. We need to grind. We need to work every day to get better and better. And there isn't going to be any saving grace. There isn't going to be some random person who comes to a show that just accidentally is there, that is able to give us a recording contract and make us rich and famous. And there's always that intrigue as a local band, like maybe that'll be how it happens. And we actively avoided that sort of philosophy.
That was good. That went from like hit the drums harder to like way
gotta give us a
deep.
little
That was
time.
great. Yeah, it was worth it. Thanks, guys. Number 3. Where's number 3 sitting right now? All right, just got the mic for you.
All right. Hey, I'm Joel. I was hoping that you guys could explain some of the imagery in the video for House of Gold. It's such a happy, upbeat song, and then there you guys are kind of torn in half. I have a theory about it, but I'd love to hear what's behind it.
That was a while ago now. I think that really what the song was saying, it was this very, the song itself is upbeat, the tempo is quick, the chords are all mostly major, so it feels happy for some reason. And then even some of the lyrics strike you as a positive, encouraging, message. But if you really dive into the lyrics, it's talking about how our parents are gonna die, and how do we cope with the reality that that's coming and you can't do anything about that? And how are you going to, help them through that process? How are you gonna cope with it? And so you looked at a song like House of Gold that is so, cute on the outside, but when you peel back the layers, it is kind of morbid. It made sense to go with a treatment for a music video that kind of, toyed with that line. It's like cute. Josh is playing the drums on a tire, but also like he doesn't have half of his body. So it's the best way we could do it.
The fall at the end that Tyler had to do, he had to do it like 15 times, and I felt bad for you every time that you had to do that.
That hurt.
Landing on your kidney.
Yeah, I land on my head most of the time.
Yeah.
He's not sure where the kidneys are. So.
Somewhere in the head, right?
3, let's find 4. All right, perfect, easy.
Hi, I'm Allie.
Hi.
My question is, what is your biggest inspiration for each album and why?
Biggest inspiration for each album and why? Is there anything else you want to know? That's extremely loaded. I'm gonna answer a different question. I like cookies and cream. Like a waffle cone.
Dude, I ate ice cream last night at one of the outdoor. Our friend on the crew was like, "You should come get ice cream," and I was like, "Well, it's getting pretty cold, but we could sit inside and enjoy a nice cone, and there was no inside.
Oh.
So we were standing outside eating I don't know what the place is called.
Was it
but-
Little Man with the big?
Yeah. But I did have like a salted Oreo flavor that was nice. So
Yeah.
great question.
Funny thing about it, I was actually outside. We were driving past Little Man, and there's like a huge crowd. And
was.
I was thinking, just like, is it always like that, or is 21 Pilots there today? I was like, oh,
I heard that the line was a little bit shorter than normal, but it still blew my mind.
Such a nice day. Man. All right, are we moving on? Moving on. Number 5. Guess you don't need the mic, but it's pretty cool visual.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name's Micah. Hi.
Hi.
So you're already a dad to Jim, and you're gonna be a dad to a person. So what are the most old man things you've noticed you've started doing?
Man. I mean, let's just set it straight. I'm not a real dad yet. But I am old now. In terms of humor. Old man. I do think that we've talked about it recently. That the older we get, the more we realize how similar we are to our dads. Mannerisms or ways of saying things or ways of doing things or ways of thinking about things, and it's so frustrating. But I don't know. I guess sometimes I wake up a little bit earlier
To pee.
than I used to. Yeah.
Me too, man.
I put water by my bedside. I don't know if that's like an old man thing to do, but
Most of my life, I've felt like warm milk has been a disgusting idea. And every day that goes by, I'm like, you know what? I feel like that's something that old people would think is a good idea. It's old, warm milk. That's it.
This is good. We're getting real deep on the dairy stuff. What is that? 6 in the house. All right. It might take her a second to get there if you need it. Right.
We got audio.
Oh, yeah.
We got
Apparently we
levels
need
to
it. Sorry.
maintain.
I'm going to make you do it every
Hi,
time.
I'm Emily. I have a really serious question for you guys. If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
It's pretty serious. I think mine would probably never get full.
I don't see much like defeating of evil with that one. That would be amazing though, man. You know, they say that you get more like the endorphins that fire off in your brain are actually more intense when you're about to eat than it happens when you are eating.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know what that means exactly. I just thought I'd throw that out there for you.
Do I need to change it, I wonder then? Maybe
See,
my power is that I'm just always about to eat, but I never do.
You're always you're always riding on a high that you're about to just dive into some nachos or something.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I would a yin to your yang, just always be full. Not have to worry about what I'm going to eat next. That or flight.
Similar. I guess that's already close to true. Not the flight part, but I do eat more than you.
I don't
for
know.
sure.
I don't think that's true.
I get full way later.
You eat more food when it's time to eat, but you'll skip meals.
Oh, you eat more frequent.
Well, I know I eat normal. You you'll go like 40 hours without eating. You're like, I'm not really hungry. I mean, it'll bother me. So anyway, good
invisibility. Yeah, that'd be cool.
There's no way you guys haven't thought about this before. Everyone else has thought about this before, what superpower they've had. So I think you both were honest at some point because everyone wants to fly or be invisible. And the people that want to be invisible are kind of weird because they just want to do it for weird things. And so flight, invisible. We know it now.
Yeah.
You could do weird things with flight too, probably.
Where are we at? Number 7. Right up here.
I would like to know the significance behind Ned and or how Ned came to be.
Well, which one, and or? Both and or? Yeah, Ned. I've always felt like it's been an effective tool for me to create some sort of persona for the things that I'm trying to figure out. Whether it's, an insecurity or something I'm struggling with, or maybe in this case, Ned kind of representing the flow of just being creative. It's a very tough thing to capture and wrap your mind around. There's certain creative processes that I try to go through, and I think that I have it down as far as I need to do this, and then I'll be inspired, and then I'll be able to create this, and then we'll be able to deliver this. And it never is the same every time, which is kind of frustrating. I do feel like a lot of musicians and artists talk about how they love music no matter what. It's almost like they feel obligated to say that because they do that for every day. Like, oh, my love of music hasn't faded. I don't know. I would challenge that. Sometimes creating music and writing songs is something I don't like. I'm frustrated by it. Maybe I can't solve that puzzle of an idea. And when I haven't solved it yet, it plagues me and it frustrates me. But also that's the very emotion that keeps me going after it. And then when it lands and it does get figured out and it comes around full circle, your appreciation and your love for what it is that you've just created is so much greater because you've kind of toiled with it. You've pushed and you pulled it and you've struggled with it and you've wrestled it. I don't know, and it kind of, it just started to remind me of a character or a creature that I couldn't quite understand or wrap my mind around, but was constantly trying to please, was constantly trying to wrangle and tame. And so all of those things going into what it takes to create something is kind of my internal battle that is manifested in the form of this little character.
Awesome. Was that 7 or 8? 7? So where is 8? All right up front.
Hi, I'm Bridget, and I'm here with Christian, and we're good friends of Mike and Leanne O'Donnell's, and they say hi.
Oh, cool. Hey.
My question is, what would you say is the most important message you hope to get across through your songwriting?
We're just a couple of hot guys.
If you can get that across in a song, then you're good. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
But I listen to our albums and I'm just like, dang.
These guys sound hot. Almost as hot as their dads, but we're getting there.
Yeah. As we get older.
We always try to find at least once a day to reference our dads being hot. We think it's the funniest concept. They are very cute guys, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's not really weird, but it is really weird to say that.
Like that our dads are hot?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like it's almost tough to say.
Yeah, like as you're saying it, everything in you is
Feels
just like,
so wrong.
Stop saying that.
Yeah.
It's like way worse than cursing. I forget the question now. But no, the message that we want to get across. I don't know where we came from and how we were, brought up, where we were born, where we were raised. I feel like a lot of people around the world feel like because of where they're from and where they were born and where they're raised, it could be a hindrance to them, breaking through some sort of ceiling, whether it be making it in some way, accomplishing certain things. I think that if there was one thing we would want to encourage people with when you see our career is that we came from a place that really was as normal as it gets, and it wasn't because of, I kind of hit on it earlier, because of a connection or someone we knew, or because we, moved to a music town or, closer to the industry or whatever it is. And all the while that we were trying to get to this point, we didn't know if it was going to work or not. And I guess it would have been really nice if someone came along and said, you don't need to be from a certain town, a certain place. You don't have to have a certain worldview or a certain, history to be something, to succeed at something. And that's, I think, ultimately what our story, one of the things I'm most proud of is being able to encourage people with that.
Cool. Number 9.
Hi there, Mackenzie. What has been your favorite moment of this tour so far?
Not eating ice cream in the snow.
It was cool to see snow today.
Yeah.
This was my first snow of the year. Is
And it
this
was
your
like
guys' first snow of the year?
Wow, conflicting answers.
So when did you guys first get snow? 2 weeks? Man, it's crazy.
It was like 70 degrees yesterday.
Josh and I were gifted pogo sticks a couple days ago. That was insane.
Man.
Won't forget that.
Yeah. I mean, the show has been great. It's still something that I think that we don't take for granted. Like we've been to Denver before and played in way smaller rooms, and it's always been fun. But it's cool to come back to a place and be in a bigger space. Or I know that we were here last time, but seeing you guys still showing up is awesome, and that's the goal. I mean, that's what we hoped for when we started playing music together. Is that something would resonate or make sense, and people would enjoy it enough to come out here and in the snow early or whatever, or just come to the show. And so I think every night getting to play is it's a blast.
So pogo sticks in the next video.
Yeah,
So you
we'll
guys
see.
will know they came from Denver. We're so abouts.
Yeah.
The big wheels you guys had in Stressed Out. Those are from Lafayette. So here, basically, right up the street. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you know. 10. Where you at?
Okay.
I'm Delaney. My question is, do you feel pressure to continue creating complex storylines like past albums?
No. Next.
All right. 11. Where you at?
Hi, I'm Chris. How long were you guys a band before you were known worldwide?
We started playing in 2011. Is that right?
Yes.
And we were friends in 2010. And then we stopped being friends and started playing music together.
Started being business partners.
There was a moment when we got a kick out of talking about our business. because there was no business at the time. But, when having interactions and conversations with adults, they would ask you, what are you doing now? You feel like you always have to tell them your plan. And, well, I'm working on this, and I'm going to be this. And so we always talked about how we should carry a briefcase around and talk about our business. We would say, like, people ask, well, what do you do? Like, well, we're businessmen. Well, what are you in the business of? Like, well, we're an unsigned local band. It's never made any money, but we've got a great plan.
Yeah.
So we still should get those briefcases, though.
Yeah, I think I've still never had a briefcase.
Briefcases are just kind of creepy now, I think.
I only imagine that there's like bricks of gold in there. And it should be handcuffed to your wrist.
Yeah. I don't know
what else do you have in there? We got iPads now. You don't need
a briefcase.
Yeah.
See, when we were in school, we all carried briefcases around.
It still feels like we're not known sometimes, but we are. I guess, what was it? Probably Stressed Out, 2015. So 4 years. It's not that much time, but it felt like a lot of time went by. We're traveling around the country in a SUV.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah.
Was that 11? I'm really bad at numbers. All right, so it's 12. Where are we at? 12 right up here, buddy. Hang on for the microphone. We want to get your voice for perpetuity.
My name is Isaiah, and my question is, which song on your new album is the most meaningful to you, and why?
Good question. Most meaningful, it can change all the time. I think that's what's so great about music is it can adapt to the situation that you're in. I think that's why we all can communicate through music. It has the ability to ebb and flow and kind of adapt to where you are and meet you where you are and mean something to you where you are. And it's the same for us even with our own songs. So I guess right now Jumpsuit's one that still means a lot to me lyrically. The content definitely brings me back to a place. We start the show with that song, and it's a great song, not just energy-wise and musically and technically, but also just lyrically. It's a good way to start a show to make sure you're in the right headspace to be up there singing about what you're singing about. So I definitely use that song every night.
Awesome. That was a great question. Lucky 13. Where are you at?
Hi, I'm Amanda. So my question is, throughout the music videos for Trench, there seems to be a lot of specific colors used. Do these colors, like the red, the yellow, and the black, hold significant symbolic meanings to either of you personally, and is that why they're used often?
We've always felt like visuals tied to the music was going to be important. I say we were playing music in 2011. We also had met one of our good friends now. His name's Mark, who still travels with us. He does all of our videos and was designing for us from the beginning. Even when we were a band without a budget, without the ability to hire, art directors or graphic designers, we felt that it was important to try to create a visual that went alongside of what we were doing musically. And that along with I don't know, I love telling stories, and it felt like a good way to marry those two things was to make sure that the narrative and the story behind the music also gelled well with the visual and the way that we were kind of branding the idea. And so I guess when you get all the way down to the core of why is Trench yellow and why is Blurry Face red, and go down the line, It's really hard to explain exactly why that is, just because for me those colors always were that. You know, it's just that's what hit me when the character of Blurryface was developing and I was coping with things. It was always the color red, and that's something that it's really tough to explain. And then the idea of yellow and the fact that we would use yellow in this world to communicate to each other and to signal to each other a sense of like-mindedness and safety. It was always yellow for me, and I don't know why it always was, but I knew that it was okay to go with these gut instincts that didn't necessarily have a lot to back it up, because if it really meant something to us at the beginning, then anyone who really wants to kind of go down this path and be a fan of the music, a fan of what we're trying to say, and the story behind it will also feel like that it all makes sense and falls into place. So it's a bit of an ambiguous answer for you, but it's something that's kind of always been.
Cool. We're at 14. Oh, that was it? We had 13. Awesome. Well, hey, thanks everyone for coming out today here to the press conference. Thanks, Tyler, Josh. Thanks for everything that you've done.
You finally
here
remembered what number we were on, and then we were done.
I know. You know, I just realized too that your hair is like a normal color today too. It's like the first time for me, at least. So it's a very special moment for myself as well. So thanks, guys. Thank you for that.
Happens when you get older, I guess.
Yeah. So thanks everyone. 21 Pilots Press Conference 2019. Let's get ready for a big show tonight.
Thanks so much for being part of this. This is our 21 Pilots press conference from X1075. My name is Ross Mahoney. Please welcome from the band 21 Pilots, we have Tyler and Josh. Welcome, guys.
What's up?
Hi.
Are those the AirPods Plus? Those the new ones?
The Pro.
Yeah, they're
Pro.
called
Yeah,
Pro.
those are nice.
They're called Pro.
iPods Pro, nice. So we're going to get started. If it's cool with you guys, unless you want to say something first.
Did you hear what he said?
I did. Okay. I got transparency mode on. So I can hear there's a microphone in the AirPods that are telling me what you're saying. So they just came out today. So
you can probably hear better than I can now.
What?
All right.
Are you gonna perform with those in tonight? Those new in-ear monitors? What?
Are you going to perform with those?
Yes, I am.
All right. First things first, we are going to have Jason ask you a question.
I was just wondering, when Josh dyed his hair yellow for the Grammys, was that any type of like teaser for the new era?
Next question. Maybe not intentionally, but maybe it was intentional. We like to keep it fluid up here. You never know, man. Just got the new AirPods today. We walked to the Apple store today.
That's all I can really think about.
And I'm just really excited about it. So,
big supporter. Next up, we have Daniel.
What was your favorite video to record?
Like music video?
Yep, that you guys did.
Oh, hey.
Can hear pretty good with these things.
I know.
Music video to record?
They're all pretty. They all kind of suck. Because usually music videos, the people playing the song are in some sort of predicament that they need to like overcome. And the predicaments we always select are either cold or cut in half, or I don't know.
There was one that didn't seem so bad, which was fairly local, but there was like a bunch of fake snow in the air that I kept choking on. And then like 2 days later, I was like coughing up like little pieces of the
it's
fake
like
snow.
fibers. It's not snow. So that one was the worst. Was your question the worst? Our favorite?
The one that was the funnest for you.
The fun was fun.
We were Yeah.
My Blood was fun because we were hardly a part of it.
Yeah. Barely in it.
You know,
I'm listening to that song right now.
Right now you are. No, you know, we are so lucky to not have to do manual labor for a living. I think that both of us had jobs growing up, whether it was mowing lawns or landscaping, that it was just, man, now what we do for a living is so, I don't know, we're really lucky to not have to do that. But I will say that the closest thing that comes to manual labor for us is music video day. If you think about it, even us playing a show tonight, 2 hours, we're going to focus, we're going to give everything we have. It's physically demanding, mentally demanding. But the truth is, it's 2 hours, and each song is a passing moment that you can, you know, manage your energy for. For a music video, it's one song, and it's all day long. They play the same song over and over, and everything you're doing, every tiny detail of your performance is being captured. It's on camera, and so you're overthinking everything. And like I said, we're usually, you know, laying in glacial water or something, and it's very cold, or you've got a tank top on, and it's -4 degrees out in the middle of the street, and it's the closest thing that we do to manual labor is music video day, and so we love it.
It buys us AirPods.
AirPods Pro, by the way.
Pro.
If life was a video game, what would some of the cheat codes be?
Some of the cheat codes.
Unlimited cheese. like food cheese.
What did you think we meant?
Money.
Money?
Money cheese.
Unlimited cheese? You call it cheese? We're pretty good friends, but I learn something new about this guy every day.
I don't call it cheese, but I don't want to get it confused. I don't want people thinking that like my first cheat code would be unlimited
money.
Yeah. So I mean actual cheese.
Queso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guacamole wouldn't cost extra.
Are you hungry?
I think so.
Josh is always hungry. Maybe that's one of them that you just, I don't know. I've always debated whether or not it's better to never get full so that you always are able to eat, or that you're never hungry and you don't have to eat. They both have their pros and cons, and I still haven't figured out which one's better.
But if you're never full, there's like no effects to your body. You can just eat and nothing really happens.
Wow, that would be an amazing cheat code. One that we have cracked the code for is if you find a vocation or a job that allows you to wear sunglasses inside, it's one of the best parts of what we do, easily. And I would recommend it.
The last time that you guys were here, I think you did a Mario Kart thing with a winner on stage.
Yeah.
And I think our winner actually beat you, Tyler, and I think you were pretty pissed about it.
What? I don't want to talk about this.
Next up, we have Hazel, right?
My memory.
Can we expect any potential collabs in 2020?
No.
Okay. Thanks.
What do you mean collabs?
With any other musicians or bands?
Oh, no, we don't like collabs.
Okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
thanks. No, I get. I'm sorry.
No,
we're supposed to be answering these very kindly. I do appreciate you guys being here, but I don't know. We've always felt like collaborating or featuring, and we're extremely picky about who we make music with, and I don't know. We feel like we can just tell when it was some sort of industry equation when people do a song together. We feel like it's pretty imperative to have some sort of natural and organic relationship with someone before you just start making music. And the truth is, that probably means we would probably collaborate with someone that you probably don't even know, because we don't really know a lot of famous people.
All right, next up, Jared.
Can I defer to
My question is, how does it feel to go from hometown heroes to worldwide role models?
It's amazing.
Dad, are you still hearing all this? Okay, cool.
Is your dad on the line right now? What's that hot guy doing right now?
Did you hear that, Dad? It feels cool. No, I don't know. I think yeah, there's that serious question.
It's serious. Yeah,
with our AirPods in.
We're wearing AirPods. It's not usually good to answer this type of question with AirPods in. Something we couldn't have prepared for necessarily, but I don't know. We like the challenge. I think a lot of artists, when they find themselves in a position, I don't know, one of their scapegoats is, I didn't ask for this. I don't have to be a role model. I don't have to set an example. And I don't know. I kind of think that's weak. And so we accept that challenge, and we want to try to be, some sort of role model if we can.
We both we're the oldest of 4 kids too, so we're like the older brothers, and so now I guess we're just older brothers to more people.
There you go.
Giving wedgies to everybody? Like older brother stuff?
What was that?
You giving wedgies to people?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like older brothers. Where's Cody at?
That's me.
All right.
Hi. This is Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Hi.
So I am just wondering, if you weren't doing music, what would you do?
That's
do you
a
have
good
other
question.
passions?
If we weren't doing music, what would we do? We'd probably be moguls of some sort. Got one.
We would still be business partners for sure.
Yeah.
Different. I mean, I guess it'd be a different sort of business. It would for sure be successful.
How can it not? When we're both
Well, when you're
wired in.
young, did you have, this was your dream, or did you,
Have a dream other than music?
6-year-olds, so I'm curious,
Yeah.
from their view. Is that?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I always wanted to play basketball growing up, but then I realized I didn't have the skill. So that died. But thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the trouble actually is a lot of people don't know what they want to do. To have, I don't know, we don't take it for granted that we found something that so quickly became a part of our identity, music. And not a lot of people, or not everyone, finds that, especially early on in their life. And it takes them a while to kind of figure out exactly who they are, what they're going to be to the world, what they're passionate about, what they want to increase their own skill in. And I think, in a sense, we got lucky that it worked out, because if music didn't work out, like it doesn't for a lot of people who love music and are just as good as us, if not better, that question honestly scares us. We don't know what we would be doing. This solved a lot of issues for us. And we're really, just proud and honored to be able to do something like this for a living.
I don't think we really thought about it all that much either. Sometimes we'd be like in the van and be like, what if this doesn't work? And then we'd be like, I don't know, let's go eat something.
Josh is hungry.
Where's Josh at? Josh Wilson. All right.
My son.
When was the moment or performance that you think is the most important as a band?
I'll always remember the first time we played together, which I think we've talked about it before, but we pretty much got like a song and a half in, and then the cops shut it down because it was in some fraternity hired us to play in their backyard, and it got too late, I guess. So they shut down the whole show, and it was was pretty memorable. I just remember it, and I was like so pumped to play. And then after the first song and going into the second song, I realized that I pretty much used all my energy on that one song, so I was a little bit thankful that it was shut down, because I would have been too tired to play the rest. That was a good time, though. Yeah, but there's been a lot of good ones.
There's a venue in our hometown called Newport Music Hall, and it's just a small theater. Maybe 1,200 people could fit in it. But as a local band, that was like the promised land. If you could play a show there, if you could sell out a show there, if you could headline your own show there, that's almost everything to you as a small local band. And so the show that we'd played there several times, but we always played with like 8 or 9 other bands. It's the only way you can play a venue of that size as a local band is to just throw as many bands on the bill as possible. And I remember the first time that we headlined it, we were the only band to play, and we really took the chance. Like, I don't know if people are going to show up. Is anyone, you never know. And I remember there were friends and family reaching out saying, hey, I'm looking for tickets, and they're not available. I'm like, wow, that doesn't make sense. They have to be available. Like, I think you just go up to the will call area and buy tickets. And like, yeah, no, I'm at will call. And that was the day we realized like we'd sold it out, and it was just this amazing feeling. So I think that was probably a pretty pivotal show in our career.
What is the meaning behind the band name and logo?
The meaning behind the band name and the logo? The band name is inspired by a play by Arthur Miller called All My Sons. It was a play that I studied when I was in college, which I dropped out of. So I didn't finish the play. No, I did. The main character of the play was creating airplane parts for the current war. And when he found out that his parts that he was sending off for airplanes were faulty, he had a decision to make. Do I send these parts out? Or do I recall the parts? And for him, recalling the parts meant swallowing his pride. It meant losing money. It meant tainting his own name and his brand. But ultimately was the right decision because it didn't put people in harm's way. He ended up sending the parts out after succumbing to the pressure. And as a result, 21 pilots died. His son was also in the war and was a pilot. They weren't able to connect the two stories, but ultimately when his daughter found out that her brother died and her father had sent those parts out, she blamed him. Didn't end well for him. Actually, it was a very tragic play. But I took that story, and Josh and I always knew, like, there's going to be so many versions of sending the parts out for our career. Very early on, there's people who maybe want us to sign this deal if you give away this much of your music, if you give up this much creative input, if you sign away this part of your life, if you take this much money, we'll give you this. All of those things were happening. And it was so great to have a band name that continued to remind us not to take the easy way out, not to take a shortcut, but to continue doing what we thought was the right thing. And we use the band name all the time, even today. There's decisions we're making where the band name itself is a bit of a guideline and an inspiration.
All right, one final question. Here we go. You're last.
What's the craziest thing that's happened on this tour?
Oh, man. I think you're looking at it.
We went and bought AirPods today. That was pretty crazy.
Number one in my book. I don't know, there's a lot of people who think that tour is a lot of crazy stories and insane stuff. It's really not. It's mostly, what's the password to the Wi-Fi? And can our bus driver empty out the tank of crap underneath our bus before it starts stinking up the bus too much. Sorry. I can keep going. Did you know that there's a reason why the water rises up in your toilet to a certain level? It creates a natural seal so that everything underneath it, the fumes, don't come up and into your house. And right now, my bus, the water's too low, so I have direct access to everything that's going on down low into my bedroom. And so it smells like Tor. I don't get to use my own towels, something that people don't think of. But when you travel, you have to use random towels all the time. You don't know who used it last, and then as you're drying off, and you see the places you're putting that towel, you wonder, where did the previous person put this towel?
It didn't get handed directly to you from them, though, after they used it.
Thank goodness.
So, at least there is like a...
I'm glad I don't know what they look like, at least. Things like that. Crazy stuff. Is that what you expected? No?
That's what you got. That's it. So thanks so much to Tyler and Josh for doing this press conference, and for you guys for being here and being part of this, and your contest winners. It's great that you're listening to the radio station and try to win.
Thank you.
And got the chance to do this. We're gonna have everybody line up against the back wall here. We're gonna go out. We're gonna get some photos with the guys. And once again, give it up for Tyler and Josh.
First of all, thank you guys for being here. Welcome. I hope you enjoyed the cold cuts and water and cookies and stuff.
Made those.
Yeah. But we'd like to thank Tyler and Josh for being here. These guys are on the road constantly. They do a lot of these things. And it's funny, I was having a conversation with somebody while everybody was eating your cold cuts. And it's really cool that you guys still do this stuff for your fans. There's so many bands that are doing paid meet and greets and,
Are we not what? There'll be someone with a hat at the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've always tried to come up with different ways to fill out the stage, whether it's with sound or visuals. We were a firm believer from the beginning that our talent and our songs alone aren't going to be enough to get people to turn around from the game that they're watching at the bar that we're playing. We got to do something to get their attention. And at first it started like that, but then because we did that so often in front of almost no one for a while, it started to become just how we approached every show, even though now people are paying attention. But releasing a new record, it's kind of, I think with this record, we tipped into a part of our career, which is a very lucky and fortunate part of our career, but where we have more songs than we can play in a single show. So now all of a sudden we're having to pick and choose, what's the set list going to look like? How do we build this out? Obviously we're excited about playing some of the new songs, but we don't want to lose sight of the fact that a lot of people, including us, still like playing the old songs. So how do we piece that together? And it's that's probably the most challenging thing, putting a show together as we continue to release music. But again, like I said, it's a good place to be because a lot of bands don't get to this point.
So when you have all those songs, just because of the production of what you guys are doing, I mean, do you have the ability to change it up? Like, can you guys give each other the look and like, all right, we want to do, you know what, we're going to change it up. Instead of doing this song that we have here on our set list, we're going to do something completely different.
We've talked about doing that, and it pretty much all comes down to our lighting director, who kills all of our fun. No, it is very logistic, kind of how everything's set up, and it's, the more stuff that you add on stage, the more like everyone wants it to just kind of be familiar to them, the people who are kind of like...
We kind of equate it to like, we used to make hard lefts in a canoe.
Yeah.
And now it's a giant like cruise ship.
Right.
We're
Takes
asking
a
them
minute.
to
Yeah,
make a
takes a
hard
minute.
left on.
Yeah.
So we got to consider all the departments that are putting on the show. But what's really cool is a lot of bands and artists at this at this stage would usually hire what they would call a music director or show director, someone who basically envisions what the show should look like, feel like, and create all the tracks and everything so that the show smoothly moves from one song to the next. That's something that we've always held close to our chest, and we are doing that ourselves. And even though it doesn't change from night to night, there are so many months of preparation and kind of dreaming up of what we want the show to be. And it's really cool to say that the vision comes from and is continually directed by us two up on stage. And that's something we feel like people would notice if we were to give that up.
I was already standing on top of this pedestal, way higher than I should be standing on top of this pedestal in the middle of an arena. Now what?
Josh is working on his double backflip.
Yeah.
The older I get, the more flips I'm gonna do.
I mean, do you guys get shit from your women about don't do that?
Oh yeah, no, they don't.
Like you gotta stop doing that.
Please be careful. Stuff like that.
It's more my mom than my
Really?
fiance. Yeah.
Well, that's what he meant. You're women.
Yeah, all the important women in your life. Mom, fiance. What has been the most memorable moment from the Trench era so far? So whether it's the recording process, going out on the road with the new material.
I think one of the moments that sticks out to me is our first show back. You spend all this time writing and recording new songs, but also just everything that goes along with it, the color palette, the style, the narrative, everything that we believe should be a part of a new record. And we're kind of, for months and months, talking our own language about something that didn't exist yet. And you almost kind of wonder, are we crazy? And then that first show we played, we actually debuted the record, live in London, and seeing the crowd, in the way that they looked, in the way that they acted, in the way they responded to songs, it was like finally someone else was responding to us in a language that we had created, in a way that was telling us we're not crazy. And so that first show was definitely one of my favorite moments.
And even like right before that show, we were walking in the venue down a hall where you could see out the window, and the people outside had the tape, and that was the first moment that we saw that kind of in the wild. So it was. You
guys are wild.
Yeah, that was. It was. I think we kind of talked about it, and we were just like, we hadn't even got on stage yet, but it was comforting to know that our people were there.
You know what I mean? Like, everybody wants to see what you guys are going to have next because, again, you guys put the work in, you actually care, you even think and worry about that stuff and how is this going to be received. And part of that sounds like almost like when you find out you're having a kid.
Yeah.
You're talking about the process of, worrying about how this is going to be, and did we make a mistake, or, because you don't know. First time parenting is a rough thing.
For sure.
But you hear artists talk about, the songs and the albums are like their children, so it is a pretty interesting parallel. The next question is, and this is like a therapeutic type question. So, what is your favorite thing? We'll start with Josh. What is your favorite thing about that guy? If you had to pick one thing.
Where do you start? I think Tyler's one of the most, like for every opinion that Tyler has, there's like a book of reasons behind why. So if he becomes friends with somebody, it's pretty much like friends for life. So I think that Tyler's probably one of the most loyal people that I've ever met, and I feel like we'll always be buds. Because of the million reasons why he likes me.
And I'm assuming this, I have to answer that.
Yes, of course, yes.
His abs. there's so many ways that, I mean, it's silly and kind of cheesy to talk about, but there's so many moments that we go through, you know, our daily, which we spend a lot of time together, where we're helping the other. You know, we're very aware of what we're not good at and what the other is not good at. For example, he'll know exactly how to get back to our green room after this. For some reason, I just lose all sense of direction, especially in a building, and so I just look at him like, where do we go? But vice versa, if someone will walk up to him and say, Josh, good to see you again, and he's like, hey, yeah, good to see you, and then, you know, then Josh will turn to me like, who was that? And so then I'll fill him in, that's this person, that. So for some reason, there's just certain things that I lack at that he excels at, and then vice versa, and it's really cool to kind of see those moments fill each other in.
Well, you end up, because you spend so much time together, and you guys have been doing this for so long, you know, a lot of milestone moments in your lives, you know, happen with each other. So even though you're not actual brothers.
Our first kiss.
Right. It's almost like, you know, you grew up together. Speaking of moms, let's talk about parents for a second. This is a question from Camille. What do your parents say now about your success? You know, I mean, it's not every day that you pump out a couple of rock stars, you know what I mean? And that's got to be kind of weird. You know, I think about just my own kids. It's got to be kind of weird seeing, you know, their baby and what has happened, and like the fans that are camping outside of venues or places just to meet you guys or see you guys and see you guys perform. So like, what do they say about all this?
They take an unnecessary amount of credit. No, both of our parents are very supportive. They were from the beginning too. And as much as there were moments when we were explaining to them, because Josh and I have talked about this, we had our own versions of breaking it to our parents that we wanted to pursue music. We didn't really know what that meant or where to turn next, or we just knew that that's what we wanted to do. And they were very understanding, sometimes skeptical, but then once they saw the product, they saw what we were working on, they came to those first shows. They were the ones helping us sell tickets and, you know, trying to get people to go to shows. And, so from the beginning, rightfully so, they've taken the credit because they've been behind us the whole time. And they get a kick out of it sometimes when, you know, my mom will say, hey, can I have the window seat in an airplane? And they're like, no, why? I'm like, well, I noticed you have a 21 Pilot shirt on, and that's my son. They're like, all right, here's the window seat. So they figure out ways to utilize it.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Have you gotten to do? You know, I've talked to, I mean, not just musicians, but celebrities who have, you know, quote, made it, and you know, they all seem to have this idea that, you know, when they reach a certain level, so that they can't wait to do something for their parents. Have you been able to do anything, or have you done something already for your parents? Like this, you know, car, a house, you know, snowmobile. That's something fun.
Yeah, snowmobile.
I'm in Ohio. You can get used to having a snowmobile.
Yeah. No, actually, we both helped our parents get a house.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like I see videos like, okay, so I'm not a super like tear up kind of guy. Soldiers coming home to like those reunion things.
Yeah.
Now dogs recognizing their owner who they haven't seen forever. That's two. And then this other one, like you see like some guy bought his dad a new truck.
Yeah, like a
or
professional athlete that's able to. Yeah, I've seen those.
I'm like, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
It gets you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about
pretty neat.
Like movies that we've cried in.
Yeah.
And I realized that it is like when you see good things. It's not like sad things that will like get to me, but it's like when you see humanity being good or doing cool things, it makes me feel emotional. So I'm with you. I feel.
What's it like to be able to take your shirt off and be confident about it? What's that?
I would like to know.
Okay. That's gotta be pretty cool.
Don't get it twisted. He's scared to death up there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable up there. I'm physical. I mean,
here's a question going back to your hometown. So when you finally do get to go back home or to the state of Ohio just in general, is there one thing in particular you look forward to going to, like a restaurant or a thing you have to do when you're home?
I look forward to using my own towels. It's one of my favorite parts of going home. Restaurant. You know, we were just talking about this.
Or whatever it is. Like, you know,
Yeah,
we
can
I know a lot of people come back to California, it's like In-N-Out. They gotta hit In-N-Out as soon as they get
I'm
here.
sorry, I think In-N-Out is garbage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know that it's a polarizing opinion.
The first time we ever came to California, it was we were 22, and so that's 22 years of people really hyping up In-N-Out.
Yeah. So it's not In-N-Out's fault. It's that everyone's talking
No, it's not their fault, but everybody made it out to be like the greatest.
It's their overhyped food, is that what you're saying?
Well,
I just really think I think that I just feel like they don't care if those are the fries that you're serving. There's no way that there's pride in what you're serving. That's it.
And have you ever tried Five Guys?
Yeah. Five Guys is good. Have you been to Shake Shack?
Yeah.
Shake Shack is legit too. You can't hit on that.
I mean, now we're just throwing out names and not getting any money for it.
But to answer your question, there is a particular item at Taco Bell that is regional. It's not everywhere. I don't know if you knew this. In fact, this particular item is, it's deemed so unhealthy that most states don't allow it. It's
But
called
Ohio-
the chili cheese burrito.
Oh, yeah.
And
Menace just lit up.
and it can be found in the wild in Ohio, and
Yeah.
that's what we're excited to go home for.
Yeah.
Chili cheese burrito. Look how psyched he is.
And we'll hype that one. We'll hype that one for people to wait 20 years to go and try.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like guys who really care about what they're doing and why they're doing it, and so it's a better experience for the fans. I know we gotta let you guys go because you have a show to prepare for tonight, which all you guys are gonna be at the show tonight. And the last thing I'll bring up to you is that a running theme talking to you guys over the years has in the albums and everything you guys have been doing is this insecurity, this wonder, or this doubt, or anxiety, or at different times. At this point, to where you guys are now, and everything is well established, how do you feel? Are you feeling good? Are you happy?
I feel good. No,
has some of that been alleviated?
It is a good question.
Does success alleviate some of that, or is it one of those things that's just constantly there?
There are aspects of past struggles that, in a sense, have been solved. But it's kind of cliche, but with every problem you solve, something else pops up, and we feel very normal. Feel like we are the same people we were when we started doing this. And maybe a lot of our day in the past was, we want to accomplish this, but I just got a speeding ticket, so I can't afford it. Now we can get a speeding ticket and it doesn't ruin our lives. So financially, we're very fortunate to be able to do this for a living. And so in a sense, that solved a lot. But the stuff that's inside, I know that you've heard this before. I mean, that doesn't even come close to solving that stuff. There is something about creating something and showing people and then hearing that they like it. That's like, wow, that's a source of confidence that I didn't know existed, which is part of the reason why we can get up on that stage and strut around and think we're sweet. But with that is this whole other side, this duality, where it's like, man, I have to convince them that I'm awesome because I know that I'm not. And so, like I said, with everything that we've solved, something else has come up, and I'm glad that's the case though, because I wonder if we were to solve everything about our personal lives, would we still gravitate towards music? Would we still even want to write music anymore? Would we still want to play a show? Would we still want to use music to solve those problems that continue to come up? So it's not a problem to solve, it's a tension to manage, something that's always going to be there, and you got to figure out how to teeter it, putting something on this side, something on this side, so that you can stay center, and that's what we're learning to do.
Well, I think I speak on behalf of everybody here. I mean, you guys are great guys, and you deserve all the success and the happiness that have your personal lives and professional lives. And thanks for staying so cool And thanks for being so rad. And thank you for doing this. 21 Pilots, everybody. So,
Hey, man. Oh, thank you. Check. Hey. Hello, everyone.
Check, 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 check.
Is his on?
Hello.
There it is. Okay. Mine be a little louder than his, though.
Yeah,
I'm the lead singer.
Okay, so obviously each show is special and different moments stand out. But during this leg of the Bandito tour, have you found a specific moment during the shows that consistently stand out or are your favorite?
This tour, we've been touring with a band called Mr. Wives, and they are all very talented. But we toured with them before, I think in 2014, and their trumpet player has become a good friend. He's an incredible trumpet player. So we've been playing the song "Fall Away" with him, and that one. I mean, I don't think we've played it since that tour. So it's nice to have that one back and have him back on the horn. So that one's been really fun on this tour, I think.
If there was one thing you could tell yourself when you were younger, what would it be?
How young? Because if we're talking 2, I'd just be like, hey! I've always wondered, Josh and I've always wondered if we knew how difficult it was and the chances of, I don't know, there's just a lot of musicians, a lot of bands, a lot of artists trying to do this. And I think that there was a sense of, looking back now, I recognize a healthy amount of ignorance to that, which was why we continued to push for it. If knowing what I know now, if I were to get a hold of that kid as he's first starting to write music, I might psych him out. And so I'd rather just like stay away from him. Because somehow he figured it out, and I feel like I would ruin it.
Any of those like movies that deals with time travel and like affecting the past stress me out so much. Because like someone will go back in time and then it's like, no, you can't talk to that guy because then you won't exist later or something. And so I hate watching stuff like that. So I would definitely agree, and I would not go back in time and talk to us. We mess it up big time.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hi.
So I've seen a lot of videos and a lot of interviews about people and crazy things that happen to them during tours. So my question is, what's the craziest thing that's happened to you this tour?
Where do we begin?
We drank expired milk last night.
We did. Yeah, well, to clarify, it was expired. It expired at midnight. So it was only like an hour expired.
Yeah. But that's still pretty crazy, right?
It is.
And we didn't really like drink it. I don't think I've like drank a glass of milk since I was like 8. But we had cereal. We were eating cereal.
Yeah, I think that the rules are you can drink milk by itself from like 0 to 8, and then from 8 to like 65 you shouldn't be drinking milk.
And then after 65 you're good
then
to go
it's just
again.
milk all day long.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. We're not that crazy. But maybe you're crazier than some.
Maybe.
I doubt some people in here would dare to drink expired milk
by an hour.
By an hour. But it just depends on what you define as crazy. So life's pretty normal out here.
Hi.
Hello.
My question is, did Josh actually write a part of Levitate?
Like the words?
Lyrically?
Like the lyrics?
I'm too scared to write lyrics.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Why did you think that? Because it was like a whole thing during the summer. Yeah. It was like a summertime craze conversation.
It's so nice out. Josh wrote lyrics. It's what you do in the summer, man.
I guess like the closest would be like Tyler's like, do you like this word or this word better? And then I'll kind of just give my input, and then sometimes
like if or of.
Yeah.
Definitely of.
Sounds way cooler. No.
Okay, if you guys were in my shoes right now, what is a question you would ask yourselves and why?
If you're in your shoes, just based off of what, looking at you?
Or, no, like, what is a question you would ask yourselves if you?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So we're asking us a question.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, give him the mic back. What would we want to be asked? I guess is kind of the.
Yeah. Nothing about like craziest moment on tour.
You know what'd be cool is it like time travel?
Oh yeah, going and just completely ruining everything.
Yeah. What would we want to be asked?
What's the most that you've been hurt on stage?
Yeah. Okay.
For me.
What if we just didn't answer it though?
Yeah. Don't like the question. Next.
Yeah.
I twisted my ankle once on a like the little riser in the front. It was like there was like one time that we were like maybe at this moment you could walk down here and like stand on the thing and try to look cool. And I think I did it once. And as I was like stepping off, I tripped over, or like I stepped on a cable and twisted my ankle and fell. And then decided that it's just best that I stay behind the drums. Great question.
Complimenting your own. Let me try to think of one. What do Josh and I talk about? We talk about a lot of things that have nothing to do with this. Like an efficient backpack situation. Like we love trying to figure out like the most efficient things that we need to travel around the world with. A backpack, you know, what's in it, where is it, how much of it, you know, what can you get rid of, what do you have to have, and so we'll go through a tour or so, and then we'll be like, all right, let's backpack check, and then we'll open up our backpacks, make sure, and we'll call each other out like, I don't think you need that. And, you know, we'll kind of purge. And it's one of our, I don't know, favorite things to do.
What do you do to feel happier when you're feeling really low?
What do we do to feel happier? This is going to sound weird, but I actually really enjoy not being happy sometimes. It's, I don't know, I like seasons. I like feeling like there are differences between this week and last week. I like feeling like last year is different than this year. I like feeling like yesterday is different than today. It helps me wrap my mind around time and as it changes. Learning to be, take pride in who you are now compared to what you were. And sometimes to see that you have to have a change in season. And when a down season comes, you can actually you learn a lot from it, and get a lot out of it. And for me, actually, a lot of the creative process happens in those times. And I don't know if I want all of my issues to be solved, because I've learned to fuel off of them. But at the same time, you don't want to stay there too long. Your goal is to try to dig out of it. And when you do dig out of it and you look back at where you were, you start to appreciate above ground so much more. And so I wouldn't say that life is trying to figure out how not to be sad. It's trying to figure out how to appreciate both up and down, above ground and below ground, and trying to get the most out of it, no matter where you are. So.
Thank you.
Wow.
What bands or artists have y'all been listening to recently?
We're on tour with Mr. Wives, and we hear them play.
Every night.
Yeah. So, but yeah, pretty much every day we listen to Mr. Wives.
It's actually really, it's sad, but it's really hard to listen to music while on tour. Trying to find a time where you want noise is hard, because there's always noise on tour. You know, the shows are loud. Leading up to the show is loud and very, I don't know, full of excitement and energy. In a sense, when you have those moments where there can be no noise, you try to, I don't know, make the most of it. And so listening to new music and new artists while on tour is actually very difficult to do. And I don't think that either of us really do that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Kylie. And my question is, if you only had 100 blinks left before losing your vision, what would you do?
Jeez.
Definitely get some eye drops to just prolong that. Keep the eyes open longer.
100 blinks left. Man, that makes me nervous just thinking about it. We would go back in time.
Yeah. And remember the craziest moment on tour.
Yeah.
I never thought about
How long is 100 blinks to you?
Not very long. I don't know. It's going to be like 5 minutes, probably. Less than 5 minutes.
No. 100?
I just blinked 4 times. So it's going to be probably, between 5 and like 20 minutes, depending on how much you blink.
Good luck.
And what the air quality's like and time of year. Like, do you got allergies?
Yeah, I guess I would just call my family. And then...
FaceTime. The last time you could FaceTime, really.
FaceTime my family. Here's a question for you. If I keep my eyes closed for the rest of my life, am I good?
You still won't have your vision, though.
I know. Well,
but you're not using the blinks.
Yeah. So on 99, it would just be like, goodbye.
You could do that.
Just open them like once or twice a year.
Yeah,
Get a couple blinks.
on Christmas.
Yeah. Keep your, and then just like open all the presents.
Look at all
like
the
this.
presents.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. Save them.
Save them up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
We just wanted to know what was each of y'all's favorite song to perform on this tour.
I like to perform Jumpsuit. It's the first song that we play, and in a sense, it kind of lets us know what kind of crowd it's going to be, what type of room it's going to feel like, and it was the first song on the record, so we always knew it was going to kind of be that, and it's proven to be a very useful song for us as we try to prepare ourselves for the 2-hour set.
Yeah, I love that song too. I said earlier, Fall Away as well. It's really hard to choose, and it does it does change sometimes. But yeah, I think we both love playing.
It's hard not to pick Trees because it's the last song. Because you're nodding your head, but you don't know why. So it's because we're hungry and we're about to eat.
Yeah, we know that it's dinner time shortly after.
Yeah, you start drooling.
Yeah. Yeah, you said before, like the Pavlov's
dog. Yeah, as soon as Trees starts, we just start getting hungry. Yep.
My question is there one thing you guys do behind the scenes at every show, like a tradition?
Like before the show?
Yeah, like take a shot or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like to party.
I did bring that milk if we wanted to.
Yeah.
If we wanted to make the show interesting.
Yeah, we knew it was expired last night, but
tonight it's even more expired.
More of a thrill.
We've always joked about how a lot of bands get to do like a huddle and chant before going on stage, but because it's just two of us, it's kind of just an awkward hug. And
can't really huddle.
Yeah.
We kiss.
That's standard.
Yeah. Nothing crazy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We kiss.
All right, McKinley.
See you at work.
Next question. What's up, guys?
How many E's are in your full name?
3.
3.
Nice. Yeah.
Josh,
right.
is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
We haven't thought about middle name at all, but that's fine.
Yeah, I don't have a middle name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's give you one.
What is y'all's guys?
Peter Ramirez.
Ramirez? I think he needs more E's.
More E's. Yeah.
Reese.
Oh,
it's like 3 more.
Three more.
Yeah.
Double the E's.
Anyway, what?
Yeah.
What is y'all's day-to-day mantra?
Mantra?
Like something we chant?
I guess, yeah.
Well, we're not really chanters or wooers.
Yeah.
But I do think that
we got a lot of phrases.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about it.
It's too late.
Yeah.
Salt and Vin Vin.
For Din Din. Do you guys just want like a moment inside of our inside jokes? I miss Sherman Henderson. See, only
Dana Lena.
It's a camera.
Then there's
if they see this.
Then there's also
which is French.
French
for chocolate
hated
croissant.
that. Yeah, it's French for chocolate croissant. That's a pretty daily mantra.
What is it? I hate this city, but what's over that hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care at all about this place, but what's
is
on the other side of those
Side of
trees?
those trees.
Yeah, it's
This is just gonna be a montage of them not laughing at us laughing at each other.
staring out the window of a moving vehicle and wondering if you're actually sitting still, but the world is zooming underneath you. That's a thought. That's a tour. That's a tour.
That's
thought.
a mantra.
Yeah, that's a mantra.
Salt and Vin Vin for Din Din. That's when we were too poor for any food, so we ate salt and vinegar chips for dinner.
Salt and vinegar for dinegar. And then, pre-trip.
The pre-trip.
1,000,000 miles.
That's a lot of miles.
That's a lot of miles.
That's a lot of miles. We don't care about you guys at all.
We have a lot of mantras.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you did a fantastic job. Everyone give it up one more time for Tyler and Josh, 21 Pilots.
Thank you.